We're live.
Welcome to the 18th Annual Socialist Action International Educational Conference, Socialist 2021. We acknowledge that this gathering takes place on Indigenous lands, including the unceded territories of the Mississauga of the New Credit, the Wendat, and Haudenosaunee people. We do more than honor the First Nations. We join in the fight for justice, recognizing that there can be no real reconciliation without restitution. That entails seizing the assets of the big resource corporations and returning them to the commons. This conference is dedicated to the memory of the 215 children whose remains were found at the site of the Kamloops Indian Residential School on Kamloops Scrubban, First Nations ground, and to all victims of the genocidal Indigenous residential schools. Around the world, working people are demanding an end to the conditions that foster pandemic and war, an end to destruction of the environment, an end to big business rule. Before COVID-19, the public sector was under relentless attack. Job security was disappearing. The rulers spent billions for wars in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, but not for clean water in Indigenous communities. They have wads of cash for corporate buyouts, but not to house the homeless. Today, the world is still reeling from depression, teetering on the brink of climate catastrophe and nuclear holocaust. The new Cold War is getting hotter. Its front line stretches from the Baltic Sea to the Persian Gulf, from Venezuela to Palestine, from Washington to Beijing. 1% of the global population controls over 50% of the world's wealth. In the face of growing inequality and poverty, Canadian banks and mining CEOs reward themselves with multi-million-dollar salaries. We have a severe housing crisis. Robots are replacing workers. Cops get away with murdering Black, brown, and mentally ill people. We are inundated by a steady stream of lies from our saccharine Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. On climate change, Indigenous rights, electoral reforms, taxation, civil liberties, and military spending is the Harper agenda behind a cloud of cannabis smoke. On matters of imperialist war, pipelines, and trade, Trudeau follows Joe Biden. So the working class is fighting back. We are inspired by the mass protests against killer cops, by the global movement of solidarity with the Palestinian people, by the campaign to raise the minimum wage, and by the actions of young workers fighting for job security and decent livelihood. We draw inspiration from Idle No More and from Black Lives Matter. We say it's time that working people reject labor concessions and remove those officials who keep the capitalist system going. We say it's time to rise up. It's time to break the chains that bind us to a system that specializes in repression, war, environmental disaster, and untold suffering. In the words of Solidarity Forever, let's bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old. The question is, how to make a revolution? Well, we have some ideas. My name is Elizabeth Bice. I'm the Federal Treasurer of the NDP Socialist Caucus, a leading member of Socialist Action, and your chair for this conference. Currently, we are celebrating the 27th anniversary of the founding of Socialist Action in Canada. SA is committed to grassroots democracy and the United Front in action. You can see our work in the NDP Socialist Caucus, the Workers' Action Movement, in the unions, in campaigns of solidarity with Palestine, Venezuela, and Cuba, and in the fight against Thug Ford. SA initiated the Cross-Country Day of Action for Palestinian Rights in May 2019, plus the online Days of Action to break the siege of Gaza in May 2020 and 2021. Conservatives in the USA and Canada are trying to deprive women of the right to choose on abortion. We say, to hell with that. We're never going back. A woman's right to choose is here to stay. The ruling rich are planning to reverse the concessions made to workers during the current pandemic. We also say to hell with that. We refuse to go back. We demand permanent pay increases, paid sick leaves, safe working conditions, public ownership of all long-term care facilities, and the nationalization of the big oil, the giant telecoms, and the big banks. If you want to change the world, now is the time to get directly involved. We warmly invite you to join Socialist Action. We are delighted to have as co-sponsors our sister parties in the United States, Socialist Action, USA, in France, the New Anti-Capitalist Party, in Greece, OKDE, OK, and in Mexico, the Socialist Unity League. We are thrilled to have with us online today comrades from the United States, Mexico, and across the Canadian state. I hope you enjoy this session and the next ones at 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Before each of the next sessions, we will air some wonderful songs performed by Emily Stairs. And I do believe in between our sessions, we will be listening to Phil Oakes and Bob Marley. Please take the opportunity to order some great literature from SA. Subscribe to our monthly newspaper, Socialist Action, the best publication of its kind in North America. At any time during the conference you decide you would like to join SA, please write a message in the chat column. Fill out the membership form at our website, www.socialistaction.ca, or call us at 647-986-1917. And now, are you ready to listen and discuss? Are you ready to have a great time, even though it's online and we're not together? Let's start Socialism 2021. We begin with the panel titled, Is There a Parliamentary Path to Socialism? The speakers are Tom Baker, Florencia Schade, and John Clarke. Our first speaker, Tom, is a veterinarian epidemiologist with 35 years experience in food safety and livestock health. He has been active in the revolutionary movement since joining the Wolf Young Socialists in the late 1960s. Welcome, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. So I'll get started. Central problem of all revolutions is that of state power. And throughout history, ruling classes have created a real mystique around the state. They try to make us think that it's somehow supreme, all-powerful, some kind of neutral institution that oppressed classes should bow down and revere. Lenin's goal in this book, State and Revolution, is to remove all mystification and to reveal the true class nature of the state. Lenin put his mind to this issue in late 1916. The manuscript was actually essentially completed before the February 1917 revolution that overthrew Tsarism and created a provisional government. He obviously was rushing back to Russia, and he left the document that we're studying today in Stockholm. He left instructions with Kamenev. I found this kind of interesting. He says, if they do me in, I ask you to publish my notebook, Marxism on the State. It's bound in a blue cover, and I expect he went on to tell him what cupboard it was sitting in or whatever, but it just seems so real and so immediate. The final draft actually was prepared a few months later in August and September of 1917. Probably in the discussion, we can get into a little bit of the historical details of what's going on in 1917, but many of you probably know, but I'd just say that basically there's a revolution unfolding. And Marx and Lenin has written this book on the eve of the revolution and in fact, he never finished it because of the revolution. But he did 6 chapters of it, and there's a lot of material here, and we're going to cover a few of the highlights. So it was released in September 1917, and this book, State and Revolution, provides a definitive presentation of the Marxist theory of the state. This is classic Lenin writing, very polemical, but clear, incisive style. This book has become basically the cornerstone of revolutionary Marxism. This is what we always handed out on literature tables as the first thing for young wannabe socialists to read. And it's what he does in this book is he resurrects Marx and Engels' theoretical framework on the state that the opportunists like Kautsky had buried. So if someone asks you, what's this book about? Well, the one sentence that kind of summarizes it, the essence of the book is that the overthrow of the bourgeoisie can be achieved only by the proletariat becoming the ruling class. So I know that sentence in itself generates all sorts of questions and interest. Let's dive into it. So the book was written in the midst of the Russian Revolution. Lenin writes in the preface, the question of the relation of the socialist proletarian revolution to the state is acquiring not only practical political importance, but also the significance of a most urgent problem of the day, the problem of explaining to the masses what they will have to do before long to free themselves from capitalist tyranny. So it's a real how-to guide. That's the way he's written this. Rather than trying to improvise his position on the spot, like a pragmatist would do, Lenin went directly to Marx and Engels and drew on their revolutionary program, and he bases his strategy on Marxist theory. It's this proud tradition which socialist action continues today. So we see this book becomes the guide for the first victorious proletarian revolution in history. That in itself makes it worth reading. State and Revolution was influenced by the struggles of 1917, and in turn, it influenced them. So in the first chapter, Lenin talks about, he lays out the foundation for the rest of his arguments by letting Marx and particularly Engels speak for themselves on the origin and role of the state in society. Lenin draws out the basic tenets of the Marxist position on the state in opposition to the distortions of the opportunists, such as Karl Kautsky from the German Social Democratic Party. His name comes up often in this book, very seldom in a favorable way. Lenin has split this chapter into 5 sections. He sets out the following fundamental conclusions based on Engels and Marx's writings. Number 1, the state arose out of the division of society into classes. Second, that it exists in order to impose the order of the ruling possessor class over the exploited masses, and not to reconcile the contending classes in society. Number 3, it relies on armed force to carry out its function. 4, in seizing power, the proletariat abolishes this state and replaces it with the dictatorship of the proletariat, the fate of which is to wither away as class antagonisms are gradually done away with. And finally, that it's impossible to overcome the violent resistance of the capitalist state without a violent revolution. So Lenin talks about the long period of purely evolutionary reformist activity that, in Europe in late 1800s that led Kautsky to adopt a critical position on various aspects of the capitalist state. The German Social Democratic Party had developed, quite a large organization and were electorally successful and had positions on various things, but they did not oppose the capitalist state totally. That was not in their framework. For Kautsky, Marxism was a theory of the class struggle. But for Marx, who should know, it was the development of the class struggle to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin directs some fire at, quote, the servile adaptation of the, quote, leaders of socialism to the interest not only of their national bourgeoisie, but of their state. And this is pretty obvious, the despicable role that social democrats played in First World War, supporting their own bourgeoisie. So this criticism retains its full force when social democrats rush to support their own state in imperialist adventures around the world, like we see today, and the interests of their own bourgeoisie at home, at the same time preaching pacifism and compromise and concessions to the workers. You can read the NDP into that quite easily. We'll talk about that later. It's on the basis of these key ideas which Lenin goes on to analyze the historical experiences of other revolutions. And he looks in particular at the experience of the French Revolution in 1848 and the few years thereafter. And it's precisely these ideas which constitute the dividing line between revolutionary Marxism and reformism. So in the second chapter, Lenin talks about it more in detail on the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This comes up quite frequently in Marx's work. And he contrasts that to the, quote, peaceful development of democracy that the opportunists put forward. Describing the notion that the state can somehow rise above the class struggle and persuade the minority to humbly submit to the majority, he calls it a petty bourgeois utopia. Lenin argues that the essence of Marx's conclusions on the state was the necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Further, he quotes Marx, who says, all previous revolutions have only perfected the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie in the form of ever-expanding bureaucracies and armies. He argues that the task of the proletarian revolution would not be to inherit the existing state, but to smash it, to break it, and to replace it with a proletariat organized as the ruling class. He quote, the bourgeoisie is tied to the bureaucracy and standing army by thousands of threads. The capitalist state is a parasitic organism on society. The state is a special organization of force. It's an organization of violence for the suppression of some class. The proletariat is going to have to suppress the only exploiting class, the bourgeoisie. Proletariat is the only class, by virtue of its economic role in production, that is consistently revolutionary. It's the only class that unite all working and exploited people. And as someone once said, and I can't remember who it was, only the working class will go all the way. I believe it was Maurice Bishop, actually. The Social Democrats today have replaced the class struggle by dreams of class harmony. As Lenin said, it's a petty bourgeois utopia. Repeatedly, this approach has led to the betrayal of the working classes. In 1848, 51 French Revolution, in the various coalition bourgeois cabinets, and yes, in today's NDP governments. Have a look at BC, previously Alberta, etc. In chapter 3, Lenin explores Marx's treatment of the Paris Commune. This was the first dictatorship of the proletariat, albeit it was for a very brief period of time. The working class was organized as the ruling class in the Paris Commune. And having established in the abstract that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes, like the opportunists claim, but instead must smash the pre-existing bureaucratic apparatus, it was necessary for Marx to explain in more concrete terms what this apparatus should be replaced with. This explanation could come only from the real class struggle, and it was the Paris Commune which provided Marx with the first ever example of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin summarizes some of the observations that Marx made. One, the substitution of the armed people for the standing army. Got rid of the army. The election of all officials, including police and judiciary, with the right of recall. 3, the restriction of official salaries to workmen's wages. 4, the abolition of parliamentarism in favor of the establishment of workers' councils, electing delegates to a national assembly with both legislative and executive functions. So basically, the parliament would cease to be a talk shop. It would be a model for workers' democracy. So the real essence of bourgeois parliamentarism is to decide which member of the ruling class is going to repress and crush the people through parliament. That's basically what we do. Particularly in the States, where you only have two parties and they're both fundamentally capitalist. It's just kind of eeny, miny, mo, which one will screw the people this time. The only way out of parliamentarism is not to abolish the representative institutions and the elective principle, but convert them from talk shops into working bodies. In advanced capitalist societies, people often don't understand who is making the decisions. The real business of state is performed behind the scenes by departments and general staffs. The parliament is just a talk shop. Abolishing the bureaucracy at once and everywhere completely is not possible. That would be utopia as well. But to smash the old bureaucratic machine at once and begin immediately to construct a new one that will make possible the gradual abolition of all bureaucracy, that's not a utopia. That's the experience of the Paris Commune. He explains that the next chapter that the Commune and all genuine worker states differ from all previously existing states, and that they are for the first time used by the majority to repress the minority. Instead of being a special force standing above society, it becomes representative of the majority of the population. And just moving on to the next chapter, this is where Lenin deals with the transition from capitalism to communism. He says there will invariably be a political transitionary period wherein the dictatorship of the proletariat, once established, begins to wither away. A socialist revolution entails the establishment of a more complete democracy. Many of the capitalist countries of the West refer to themselves as democracies, yet the majority of the population do not have the means to participate in actual politics beyond voting every few years, whereas the capitalists can use their wealth and power to influence the state to a far greater extent than that of the average worker. Once the capitalists have been expropriated, it'll be possible to achieve a massive development of the productive forces. It is on this basis that the highest stage of communist society could be realized. Only at this highest stage will the rule, from each according to their ability, each according to their need, be realized. The seizure of political power by the proletariat is only the first step towards the economic construction and cultural revolution that are necessary to achieve real communism. In the last chapter of this book, it's called The Vulgarization of Marxism by Opportunists. Once again, it takes a good run at Kautsky's positions. Lenin's seeking to defend the revolutionary traditions of Marxism against those who downplay revolution in favor of reform. Lenin reemphasized that the proletariat can neither take control of the bourgeois state nor refuse to use state power at all. It requires a state of its own to make use of. Kautsky summarized the views, this is Kautsky talking now, summarized the views of the social democrats of that period. Quote, "The object cannot be to destroy the state power. Its only object can be to make the government compliant on some specific question, or to replace a hostile government by one willing to meet us halfway." He claimed, "Never can a proletarian victory over a hostile government lead to the destruction of state power." That's what his wish was. It can only lead to a certain shifting of the balance of forces within the state power. The aim of our political struggle remains the conquest of state power by winning a majority in Parliament and by raising Parliament to the rank of master of the government, unquote. So that was Kautsky's perspectives. That was the Second International at that time. That was what the perspective they were carrying in various European countries. And I have to say that today the NDP, while it's still an expression of independent working class political action, is now closer to neoliberalism than social democracy programmatically, and very much so operates within Kautsky's framework. Lenin declares we will break with the opportunists, and the entire class-conscious proletariat will be with us in the fight, not to shift the balance of forces. Unfortunately, Lenin was unable to finish this book, like I mentioned before, due to the onset of the October Revolution. And in the postscript, I just love this, he says, "It's more pleasant and useful to go through the experience of revolution than to write about it." So I'll conclude my remarks with that.
Okay. You seem to be having some technical issues. So, Flo, could you please do your presentation? Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Wet'suwet'en peoples within the Honeabin, the land of the Gilsayu Big Frog clan under the Thin House or Yet'suwet'en. So being that I live within a remote Indigenous community, I was advised to share my perspective on this matter from the approach of, is there a parliamentary road to Indigenous self-sovereignty? It's an intriguing question, especially because, in my estimation, there's a difference between parliamentary and state, as well as Indigenous self-sovereignty and at least some forms of popularly understood Marxism. This is where Lenin's work, State and Revolution, serves to illuminate the complexities of this discussion in a very nuanced and comprehensive way, which can add a lot to the discussions of self-determination. With all that said, there is no purely parliamentary road to socialism, nor is there a state-sanctioned road to Indigenous self-sovereignty. Oh, okay, I'll pause.
Continue, Flo.
Okay, never mind. I'm back. Okay, so this is where Lenin's work, State and Revolution, serves to illuminate the complexities of this discussion in a very nuanced and comprehensive way, which can add a lot to the discussion of self-determination. With all that said, there is no purely parliamentary road to socialism, nor is there a state-sanctioned road to indigenous self-sovereignty. Revolutionary system change clearly requires more than the ballot box, must rely on more than the cumbersome legislative movements of electoral politics, which, due to the nature of capitalist political economy, inevitably serves the interest of the exploiter class. It's as Lenin rightly stated in Chapter 1, the supersession of the bourgeois state by the proletarian state is impossible without a violent revolution, and the abolition of the proletarian state, i.e. the state in general, is impossible except through the process of withering away. It's here that we can nestle ourselves into the discourse, for as I see it, the realization of indigenous self-sovereignty would also require the withering away of the proletarian state, i.e., the grounds for the emergence of self-sovereignty presupposes the condition of true communism, wherein statehood itself becomes in essence a moot point. So suffice to say, we are quite a ways from that yet. Engels' description of how the proletariat seizes from state power and turns the means of production into state property to begin with, and thereby abolishes itself as the proletariat, abolishes all class distinctions and class antagonisms, and abolishes also the state as state, refers to the inherent class character of statehood as historically conceptualized and as yet realized. The state is a function of class antagonism, and as it will take some time after revolution to establish an actual post-scarcity economic order, there is a real need to act through the proletarian state in order to centrally coordinate activities and use, or at least threaten use of, force so that capitalist and bourgeois retaliations may be kept at bay. Here we begin to understand the extent to which a movement has failed to realize this statelessness coincides with the extent to which they have failed to resolve class antagonism and contradiction within itself. Of course, there are many reasons for why this may be the case. Leadingly, hegemonic Western imperialism and the vulnerable position of one or two disparate societies attempting to ward off tsunamis of counter-revolutionary action, or how an unfortunate consequence of subjugation itself is poverty, desperation, and a subsequent lack of relative strength and technical competition with said hegemony. Which is why internationalism and anti-imperialism are so critical in the realization of socialism, which Lenin and Trotsky famously articulate. Still, it's interesting and useful to analyze the meaning of what Lenin called the state in general. Stateism, we might say, as it holds some key insight for the meaning of indigenous self-sovereignty as well. Rather than a mode of production, it could perhaps be understood as a mode of administration, where, as Engels says, the government of persons is replaced by the administration of things. But rather ironically, statism could be described as the mode of organization between persons, rather than the mode of organization in the production of things. It's the how and not so much the what. And ultimately, it strikes at the root of the structural nature of power dynamics. Lenin says, Engels speaks here of the proletariat revolution, abolishing the bourgeois state, while the words about the state withering away refer to the remnants of the proletarian state after the socialist revolution. This is because the notion of communism is in fact a veneration of liberty, a society which organizes itself on the basis of free and equal association of the producers, to quote Engels. The proletarian state, due to its necessarily defensive stance in the immediate post-revolution, fighting the special armed forces that would guard the collapse of the bourgeoisie, will have a hard time at first allowing production to be organized simply on the basis of a free and equal association of producers. Some things will have to be looked after in a grand cohesive way in order to ensure the sustainability of the revolution. However, it certainly does a communist well to remember that free association is an integral aspect of the end goal, lest we fall into the trap of over-bureaucratization, leading to the archaic dynamic of controller and controlled, decider and doer. The biggest danger in this instance is, in my opinion, simply the human ego and the intoxicating feeling of superiority that comes with thinking you know how to govern others better than they can govern themselves. It's astonishingly easy to convince yourself that the revolution needs you more than you need it. I mean, just look at AOC for one glaring modern day example. I don't think she has some malicious plot to undermine progress, but I think she's convinced herself that she really can do the most good by clinging on to a little perch of power. And so it simply becomes worth it. Just a logical, objective cost-benefit analysis to sell out your stated values for some mirage of the bigger picture. But we all know where this self-aggrandizing game of 4D chess ends. It ends in the perpetuation of counter-revolutionary forces, in the loss of critical thinking and bold action. It pacifies the working class, and in doing so, it undermines itself. It is in this sense that Lenin refers to the current widespread popular conception of the withering away of the state, wherein at this time, withering away referred to a careful reformist politics, slowly dismantling structures, being seen as preferable to the abolition of the bourgeois state through radical institutional transformation. Undoubtedly means obscuring, if not repudiating, revolution. It can be said, then, that for a social democrat or progressive democratic socialist, the nationalization of industry, or the seizing of the means of production, for the proletarian worker state, serves as a valiant, idyllic end goal. Whereas for a communist, it is merely the necessary beginning of the true socialist project. It's at this starting point, comrades, where the story of indigenous self-sovereignty truly has space to flourish. For it's difficult to imagine any state in general allowing for the coexistence of multiple sovereigns, as this would only be feasible, and even then not guaranteed, within a society that has done away with class antagonism entirely, and subsequently will have done away with the cultural normalization of domination and oppression, with the government of persons. I'm sure that with this audience, I hardly need to reiterate the genocidal horrors experienced by Indigenous people, both past and present, at the hands of violent colonizers, who felt entitled to steal their resources and exterminate their way of life. The very idea of Indigenous identity was exceptionally threatening to Western civilization, exactly because it was so strange, so different, and the contorted worldview of Christian truth gave license to dehumanize and to make fully other, on a cosmic scale, that legitimized any length of cruelty and barbarity. Ironically, often in the name of civilization. The chauvinism is too much to bear. We, of course, recently heard of the horrific news of the remains of 215 innocent children found buried in the mass grave of Kamloops. It's been a very hard week for Indigenous communities, as the barely healing trauma of experiencing genocidal brutality has been resurfaced and laid bare once again. Unfortunately, it's not a surprising finding, and I suspect that if, as we all should demand, the rest of Canada's residential schools are searched, more bodies and more atrocities will be discovered. This is like the legacy of colonialism. Which Indigenous communities are still healing from and fighting today. While the histories of free contact First Nation societies are extremely varied and complex, it is certain that they did not employ a capitalistic mode of commodity production or a state-centric model of social organization. As is still very visible today, much of the customary law revolved around values of sharing, mutual aid, and an integrated dynamic between people and the natural world. While war and violence were not absent, exploitation, greed, and plunder had not taken hold as primary values like they had the West since arguably the Roman Empire. While the parliamentary and legislative routes towards recognizing Indigenous sovereignty have made significant and important steps, in many ways preparing the ground for further demands, the legal and political apparatuses which form the state have also provided the very way for Canadian governments to undermine or obscure the Indigenous interests, to relegate the meaning of self-determination into controllable units that are not ultimately threatening to the final power of the Crown. This can be seen from the outset of colonial encounter, from the breaking of early treaty commitments to for the implementation of the Indian Act, which saw Indigenous people subjugated as wards of the state via the creation of sporadic and supervised reserve lands in place of traditional territory boundaries, and the outlawing of pre-colonial governance and cultural models in favor of an imposed system of band councils, and widespread programs of assimilation and cultural genocide. Today, there remain machinations of the federal and provincial governments in attempts to engage in negotiations wherein Indigenous rights are modified as opposed to extinguished. This is done in order to sidestep the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples called to seize clauses of extinguishment, which they have not still fully addressed, despite the 2006 UN Special Rapporteur recommendations, despite the calls of action in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and which remain current in UNDRIP legislation forwarded even by the NDP. It seems that in the final instance, the nation-state of Canada has an impossibly hard time releasing its veto power, or allowing any real sense the full self-determination of Indigenous peoples, rather insisting that self-governance must be limited to jurisdictional realms which do not ultimately threaten the legal, political, and subsequently economic dominance of Canada's bourgeois state interests. And so, while it's important to recognize the progress that has been made within parliamentarism in recognizing Indigenous rights over the years, for instance, the long overdue transfer of jurisdiction from government to community oversight in child and welfare services, the relaxation of financial paternalism and funding agreements, and the hard-won developments in albeit limited recognition of Aboriginal title and hereditary governance in court actions, we can ultimately see that the bourgeois state has inherent properties of self-interest as to ensure the exploitation by a capitalist minority of a proletarian majority that would preclude the full advent of self-determination for Indigenous peoples, and indeed, all peoples. Thus, we can return to the necessity as expounded in Lenin's State and Revolution that the first vital step is abolishing the bourgeois state in favor of a dictatorship of the proletariat via total revolution, which will, for the first time, install rule of the majority over the minority. Expropriation of resources and industry from the capitalists to be returned to the hands of the people will be the first step in creating the conditions, socialism, and the diminution of class antagonisms, which will in turn lead to the opportunities for self-sovereignty via the withering away of the state. It is in this sense that I see the real confluence of Marxist and Indigenous sovereigntist action against the overwhelming totalitarianism of neoliberal bourgeois political economy. It is the first and most immediate common enemy. Of course, as Lenin mentions many times throughout State and Revolution, Marx was a student of history and learned from history. We have learned that since Lenin's time even, some of the more optimistic or inevitable interpretations or projections of social transformation have not come to pass, but have appeared to regress into older and more parasitic and dissociated political and economic orders. I don't think this is reason to despair, however, because as Lenin's thoughtful, critical, and nuanced analysis empowers us to do as 21st century anti-capitalists, we can learn from the pitfalls of previous revolutionary movements so that we may keep moving forward towards the ultimate goal of a truly liberated social order for all intersections of people everywhere. I'm done.
Okay. Well, thank you. First of all, I want to apologize to you, Florencia, for not being able to introduce you because of the tech problem. So for our listeners, of course, you've just heard from Florencia with those informative and compassionate words. And she's a new member of the British Columbia branch of Socialist Action. And she's speaking to us from Wet'suwet'en Indigenous Territory in a place called Burns Lake in the northwestern central interior of BC. Thank you so very much, Flo. And to our listeners, once again, I apologize for the tech problem. It seems that I was sort of cut off or whatever from Rogers. I guess they were upset that we didn't ask them to be sponsors of our conference. So hopefully they won't do it again. Okay, so our next speaker is John Clarke, who was born in England, moved with his family to London, Ontario, where he got involved in organizing unemployed workers. Later in Toronto, he became a leading figure of the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty. He is retired as its provincial organizer in January 2019 and took on the post of Packer visitor in social justice in the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Professional Studies at York University. Welcome back, John.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. So if we're going to ask ourselves if there's a parliamentary path to socialism, I think where that immediately begs the question of, can the present state, a capitalist state, be reorganized so that it serves the purpose of an agenda of socialism? Is it possible to capture through an election parliamentary power, and then based on that use the present state structure to implement a socialist agenda? And I think to begin to explore that question, it's necessary to look at some of the elements of what the state actually is. Before we get to a capitalist state, the first states emerge perhaps with the development of agriculture. Previously, and for most of the time that there had been human societies on the face of this earth, there had not been a state structure. But with the development of agriculture comes, for the first time, private property, significant private property. And with that private property comes the division of society into social classes. And then precisely the kind of antagonisms, class antagonisms that were spoken about, begin to emerge. And they reach a level where it is necessary to have an authority standing above. It is necessary to have a state structure that emerges. And it emerges first in the form of slave societies. But Tom made this point, and I think it's very, very important. When you say that that power stands above society, that could be taken to mean a certain level of impartiality. And that's not, of course, the case. What the state does is actually enforces the norms of property and of exploitation that make possible the existing oppressive and exploitative society. And that's what we have today. We have a society that is organized to facilitate, to defend the property of the major property owners, of the capitalists, but also a state that enables that property to be used in an exploitative way, to exploit the working class. And the state is designed around that. It was referred to that the state is physically coercive, rests ultimately on violence, and indeed it does. Engels uses the term bodies of armed men. The state does ultimately rest on that physical authority, and that physical authority is used all the time, as anybody who's ever seen the police in operation will readily understand. But at the same time, the state is more than that. The state provides a whole legal framework under which the affairs of the society function, organized in ways that facilitate capitalist exploitation. And it's more than just the institutions of government. It's more than just the parliamentary institutions. It involves an elaborate network of state institutions and an enormous bureaucracy. And that bureaucracy, in its upper echelons, is linked to the ruling class in 1,000 ways. Through family, socially, politically, in terms of economic interests. And that's very much the case. And so I think it's necessary to understand that this whole state structure that we have is designed in the interests of capitalism. And it's not just simply that you can win an election and then put in place a different agenda and expect that state to implement it. The ultimate example we could use is one of the police, an institution that is designed around physical repression, that's day-to-day function is to enforce social control on working class people, particularly poor and racialized people. To imagine that you could capture power and then issue a set of instructions to the police that, well, from now on, while we're in the process of reorganizing housing, we want you to help people move into properties that are standing empty, that are owned by the rich. We want you to start enforcing justice for tenants. That simply is not the way the police would function. And not how the police are designed to function, and not how where their allegiances would lie. And it isn't just a question of the police. you could apply exactly the same principles to the central banks and the finance ministries that exist. To imagine that those bureaucracies could be turned into tools for the reorganization of society along socialist lines, I think, is to entirely miss the point. So I entirely concur with the proposition that if we are going to build socialism, the present state must be smashed. It must be actually destroyed and replaced by an entirely different structure based on the power of working class people, and the alternative must be created. I disagree with those who, although I've cooperated many times and will continue to cooperate with people who are anarchists, I disagree with the proposition that you can simply abolish the state, all forms of state power, and go straight to a stateless society. For a whole series of reasons, but most fundamentally and importantly, because states in the end are about one class holding power over another. They are instruments in very much of repression. And in the period after the working class takes power, that repressive power is going to have to be directed against the old ruling class. You're not going to overthrow the ruling class, the capitalist class, and they're going to go away and sulk. They're going to organize. They're going to continue to organize, and they have considerable experience and power behind them. And it's going to be necessary to have in place a state structure to defeat their resistance. I absolutely think that is true. And so the proposition of the withering away of the state as it becomes increasingly unnecessary is, I think, is an appropriate and correct way to view things. But then the question arises of how a workers' state will differ. And I entirely agree that the Paris Commune offers an incredibly illustrative model, albeit that it was local, albeit that it was brief, and albeit that it made a series of mistakes. Nonetheless, what it provided was a glimpse of the possibilities of how the working class could take and how the working class could wield power in a future society. And Lenin is very clear in State and Revolution, as he draws on the works of Marx and Engels, very clear that they based their views not simply on wild speculation, but actually on observing the revolutionary processes. They reached one level of conclusion in 1848, and then with the Paris Commune, actually were able to advance their perspective considerably. And what the Paris Commune, of course, provides is a model for the kind of dynamic, participatory kind of form of rule that the working class could and would put in place. So you have a situation where, yes, you have councils, and where people are elected to positions, they are subject to recall. Great emphasis is placed on the fact that people don't earn salaries above other working class people when they hold those positions. So a much more dynamic form of rule is of working class rule is something that needs to be looked to. And the other thing that I think is absolutely important about the kind of society that we want to put in place is to understand that those forms of organization that would go over to working class state power exist in a formative, in an embryonic way today. In struggle against the capitalist class, the working class seeks to find ways to organize independently. It organizes through trade unions, albeit the trade unions are flawed in many ways, are bureaucratized, are incorporated into state structures, and through regulated forms of labor relations and what have you. But unions represent, to a significant degree, an exercise of independent working class activity and organization. And there are many such examples that take place in working class communities: tenants' organizations, different forms of organizations that people take up. And in a period of intensified class conflict, that level of organization increases, and and precisely the kind of dynamic forms of organization that appeared in the Paris Commune start to appear in Russia in the form of Soviets, workers' councils, assemblies. Those kinds of formations start to appear, and I'd suggest they are the nucleus of forms of working class rule. Already in this society right now, at a decidedly less than revolutionary stage, you see the great emphasis that the state places on trying to neutralize and co-opt those forms of organization. I mentioned the state regulation of trade union activity. But you see it at every level. When people organize in communities, the state looks for ways to bring them onto advisory committees to neutralize their militancy and their independence. There's a recognition of the fact that there's a very real power there. And so those are the forms of organization that exist that I suggest would go over to a form of working class state, a form of working class rule, not to be found within the present state structures of this system, but to be found in struggle through working class forms of organization. To bring things to a conclusion, I just wanted to also, however, observe that we must, I think, hold fast to the proposition that there is not a parliamentary path to socialism. But we don't advance that from the sidelines in a dogmatic sense. As people struggle and move into struggle, we've seen all kinds of initiatives going back a decade or more to find ways of organizing left parliamentary movements. We've seen Podemos in Spain emerging, really linked to the occupation of the squares and a social movement. We've seen Syriza in Greece. We've seen the Corbyn project in the UK, and those kinds of forms of struggling to find a way forward are going to be embraced by lots and lots of working class people. And so I think we have to identify with those things. We have to relate to those things, and we have to find ways to engage and participate in those forms of struggle. And the thing that I think we have to stress is that working class organization and the social movements that unleashes have to be primary in this situation. You shouldn't have parliamentary activity that people look to as the solution, and then social movements as a kind of a backup. Quite the contrary. The class struggle must come first, and its limited parliamentary expression must be very much a secondary thing. But in the final analysis, we have to also be absolutely clear that there really is not a parliamentary path to socialism. It really doesn't exist. It's not going to be possible to, through an electoral process, change this society. Even if it were possible to capture power, the ruling class is not going to be reconciled to a socialist program, and the capitalist state is not going to be the means of implementing it. So yes, the state must be smashed, and the only way that the working class can possibly come to power, the only way socialism can be created, is through revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. So now in a second, we will go to Kurt, but I will let you know that the lineup for questions will be Flo, John, and then Tom, and you will each have up to 5 minutes to answer 1, 2, or 3 questions that will be put in the chat. Over to you, Kurt.
Okay, so our first question is more of a statement, comes from John Orrit. That the state is an instrument of the ruling class is an oversimplification that ignores the gains of the working classes that have been incorporated into it. British common law has evolved through the feudalism and into capitalism, with changes in the makeup of the ruling classes, and gains like universal adult suffrage should not be sneezed away. So he wanted to post that as a point of discussion. Daniel Terade asks, I have a question for Flo. Can you comment on the indigenous society before colonization, with the caveat that there are hundreds of indigenous societies? Were indigenous societies classless? And Judy Kosh asks, what can we learn from the state of Cuba?
Okay, so we'll go to the panel. As I said, you can answer 1, 2, or 3. It's up to you. And so we will start 5 minutes each. Flo.
Hi. Okay, so I'll answer Daniel's question as best I can. I think you could say that indigenous pre-Columbian societies were classless insofar as like class is kind of pinged to this idea of private property, which is my kind of basic understanding of the Marxist sense of class. I don't think they had like, the same kind of private land, right? That divisions and stuff that we currently do with like fee simple and all that. So that's not to say that there were no divisions or even like hierarchies in those societies, because there were. But in terms of like a Marxist understanding of class, I don't think it necessarily applies. And it's kind of like the same way I would think that we think of the state. Like how Lenin was saying that it's a bourgeois state in capitalism, and that's kind of what makes it a state in that sense. Or like when Marx talks about property, how property is imbued with a class character. Like what I find helpful is to think like through these concepts with their context and the concepts that were around it that kind of give meaning to that concept. So it's more than just like a word, right? Like, yeah, the state, as we understand it in this historical context, is tied to class antagonisms, and class is tied to private property. And these things kind of only make sense and have meaning in certain contexts. And then when you remove them from those contexts, it's the entire like nature of that concept changes. So bit of a convoluted answer, but that's kind of how I tend to view it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Flo. John, you're next.
Yes, I'd like to focus on the question about whether it's a capitalist state because the state has brokered concessions, and I think it's a very important. It's very important to look at this, and I think to conclude that this is not a capitalist state, or it's a less than capitalist state because it's allowed things like workers' rights and trade union rights, etc., would be a very big mistake. I think it precisely speaks to the role of the state, that the state can make tactical retreats, that the state can grant the right of trade unions to organize and provide legal rights to trade unions, even though large sections of the capitalist class may be bitterly opposed to that happening. I think it speaks to the dynamism of the capitalist state that it's able to make such important concessions. There's a whole wing of the state function that is about areas of social provision. I mean, during the neoliberal period, of course, been greatly reduced. Margaret Thatcher's infamous concept that there's no such thing as society and whatnot, the social provision side of the state has been greatly reduced, but it's still a very significant part of what the state does. And it speaks to the fact that the state is there to, in some senses, even protect some of the sections of the capitalist class from their own worst instincts. But the state can indeed broker concessions, but we still unquestionably live in a society that is effectively the dictatorship of the capitalist class. And the capacity of this system to make tactical retreats in ways that preserve the main entity of the power and privilege and wealth of resources of the capitalist class speaks to it. It's come up recently during the pandemic, where states have engaged in measures, extended and expanded measures of social provision that they hadn't anticipated during the whole neoliberal period. It speaks to the incredible adaptability of the capitalist state, but it remains fundamentally a capitalist state. This is not some hybrid arrangement between the working class and the capitalist class. This is very much a capitalist state. And let me also just quickly say that I think, though it's not strictly what the question about about Indigenous people was, I think it very, very important in the Canadian context to appreciate that this is indeed a capitalist state, but this is also very much a settler colonial arrangement, and the state also has a very colonial function. And if we're talking about destroying the capitalist state, we're also talking about destroying that colonial power at the same time.
Okay, Tom?
Yes, I agree with John on in respect to the question regarding the ruling class perhaps making concessions that have accumulated to the point that it's more complex than what Lenin describes. I don't really accept that. I think we have to be really careful, of course, the difference between government and state. That tends to get confused by, I think, a lot of sort of in the popular press, what have you. But I agree with John, the resilience, I think I would use the word resilience of the capitalists is amazing. I guess it's dynamic too, but I think resilience, they can adapt to whatever the situation presents in terms of maintaining their rule. And if there has been some concessions or some trappings over the decades that have perhaps allowed for a little more participatory democracy for workers, that can be stripped away in the blink of an eye when the ruling class deems it appropriate. So I don't think fundamentally there's been a change. On Cuba, that's a big discussion, Judy, and maybe I can just a couple of things. I'm not sure exactly. Perhaps you have some ideas of your own you'd like to add in a follow-up question, but certainly here the example of I guess Cuba now is the oldest revolution that's around 70 years, whatever it is. It's lasted longer than the Soviet worker state did. This is in Cuba. They overthrew the dictatorship, kind of similar to what we saw with in Russia. There was multiple tendencies involved. Stalinists did a lot to try to hold back the struggle from going any further than that in Cuba, in my opinion. But within, I believe, 18 months, the leadership of the Cuban Revolution had made it very clear that their goal was socialism, and their declaration to defend themselves against attack. And I think that basically they embarked on what was necessary, which was creating a worker state to move towards socialism and eventually communism. And the steps they took in terms of literacy, healthcare, countless reforms with the intent of making the working class and farmers able to participate in the state. And I think if you see the way that democracy works in Cuba today, it's, in my opinion, much more democratic than our parliamentary talk shops. And the people are truly able to participate in political life of the society. So I don't know, just a couple points, Judy, that we could do a whole forum on that, I guess.
Elizabeth, you're muted.
I knew I would be the first one to do this, as usual. Okay, so anyway, we will go back to Kurt for 3 more questions, and the lineup of speakers will be John, Tom, and then Flo, and you each have up to 5 minutes. And of course, you can, answer all 3 questions or whichever you please. Back to you, Kurt.
Okay, our first question comes from Mark Lister, who asks, question for Tom. What will be the form of political parties in a workers' parliament post-revolution? Matt Barnes asks, great point. It is still a continuation of the narrative that led to residential schools that we, white male colonialists, know what is best for Indigenous people. I have a discussion question. How does a revolutionary movement balance inclusion and democracy with the protection of the movement from opportunists without becoming elitist or blind to new ideas. And Kiri Vadivelu asks, can Quebec independence help the Indigenous struggle?
Okay, so we're back to the panelists. John, you're first. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry about that. Yes, I mean, I think the question, there's several questions around political parties after the revolution, and I don't think it's possible to. I don't think it's possible to sort of map out a blueprint of how society is going to be organized. But clearly, what is sought, I think, is forms of government and administration that are as dynamic and participatory as they possibly can be, and that would certainly include differences of opinion, and it would certainly involve people forming political parties, and there being debates and discussions organized along those lines. When it comes to the dangers of opportunism and such like, I think it important. I mean, we didn't have time in any of the initial discussions, but I mean, Lenin writes, as a revolution is underway, that we all know ultimately led to a bureaucratized regime that went against the interests of working class people and that ultimately failed entirely. But the analysis, I think, that has been given over the years is that the material circumstances in which revolutionaries occur are the decisive question. In order to build socialism, there is a requirement that the resources, the societal resources, exist. And of course, revolutions have occurred in countries that have not been the richest countries, have often been very poor countries, and have been isolated and face very, very difficult conditions. So those things are enormously important. But I do think that as we begin to, if we begin to move forward in a revolutionary situation, that we are going to confront real dangers in terms of bureaucracy and in terms of those forms of those problems that lie in the way. And it's going to be necessary to have the most inclusive and the most participatory and the most from the bottom up kind of an approach to building socialism.
Okay. All right. So, Tom?
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much more to add. Yeah, I think that in terms of in a workers' parliament post-revolution, we would expect there to be multiple parties that were, even amongst those supporting that revolution. We certainly saw, when Lenin called for all power to the Soviets, the multiple tendencies within that. And of course, as we know, Bolsheviks were a minority actually in those Soviets up until a few months before the revolution. But we can't really speculate on that. I don't think too much. Each situation is going to be rather have its own features. One thing that occurred to me, I think just to remind ourselves, one of the big comments that Trotsky always talked about is that you couldn't build socialism in one country. And you look at today's situation in the world, I mean, the capitalists operate as, in some ways, is almost one united ruling class, although we know they do have their national bases and allegiances. But it's hard to imagine now a revolution in a so advanced capitalist country that wouldn't have pretty immediate impacts on several other countries. And that's going to, give a different complexion than what Russia had to face and what Cuba's had to face, etc. So I don't know if I have anything more on that to say.
Okay, Flo?
Okay, I guess I'll take a crack at Matt's question. how does a revolutionary movement balance inclusion and democracy with the protection of the movement from opportunists, without becoming elitist or blind to new ideas? It's definitely a million-dollar question, I feel like. But, you know, if we kind of refer back to Lenin a bit in State and Revolution, I think it's chapter 2, part of it, he does talk a bit about democracy and kind of on the theme of what I've been saying before, like these concepts as we understand them, like democracy, property, state, class. So many things are based on our current capitalist social organization, where a minority basically controls and exploits the majority of workers. So even in this case, you know, Lenin talks about how democracy now, or modern day democracy, is kind of like the same as it was back in the Greek Republic, where it's just freedom for the slave owners. And, you know, we definitely see that today, where it's like, okay, you have basically a shell of democracy. You don't really have true representation because of the capture of the capitalist class of the political order. So in that sense, I think that, you know, inclusion is sort of a precondition of like actual democracy. And maybe in socialism, we can try to expand the meaning of democracy in not just a political or electoral sense, but also, you know, in the workplace, in the participation of government and administration, you know, as I think John was saying, like more of a bottom-up scenario. So yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, because obviously at first, with the whole dictatorship of the proletariat, like not everyone's going to have a say in everything. And, you know, there definitely run some risks there. But in terms of the representation being a majority of workers, you don't have, I think, as long as saying, like the need for these special forces to basically come and clamp down on everything. So democracy should, like real democracy, participatory democracy, should be like a natural kind of outgrowth of socialism eventually. And curious question, can Quebec independence help the Indigenous struggle? I mean, that's an interesting one, like maybe, but as far as I know, even with Quebec independence, the farthest Canada was willing to go was like Quebec is a nation within a state kind of situation. So that's kind of as far as I see them going with Indigenous self-sovereignty, maybe even as well within our current setup. And that's all.
We're going to go back once more to our producer for 3 more questions, and the lineup will be John, Flo, and Tom. And you have 5 minutes again. So, Kurt?
Okay, so our first question comes from Barry. Yes. In the transition between bourgeois state and worker state, the Communist International in the 1920s developed the idea of a workers' government. What would it look like? What would a workers' government seek to do to break the power of the ruling rich and replace it with the rule of the overwhelming majority of the population? Julius A. asks, what role does organized labor play on the road to socialism? And Rosemary Hinatiuk asks, John, what would the lessons of the Winnipeg General Strike be?
Okay. So, back to our panel. John?
Okay. There's a lot there, so I'll focus perhaps on the second and third. Organized labor, the trade unions, is a very important question. Trade unions are the main and most powerful form of working class organization that I think exists at the present time, and yet there are real limitations to trade unions. First of all, trade unions are primarily organizations that seek a better deal under capitalism. They may be captured by, or their leadership may be won by a perspective that's different, and they may seek more transformative, more revolutionary goals. It's true, but historically, I think it's fair to say that in periods of decisive struggle, while trade unions have continued to play an important role, there has been a movement to look for much more dynamic and participatory forms of working class organisation that can bring in sections of the population that may not be involved in trade unions. So I think trade unions have a really important role to play. I think I think those people who have this notion that trade unions can be dismissed and ignored and written off as simply instruments of the other side, I think is a fundamental mistake. I think a huge round of struggle we're looking at a huge round of struggle in the coming period, to a rank and file driven struggle to rejuvenate trade unions and push forward their possibilities. But at the end of the day, trade unions are not the organizations that are going to lead or are going to be at the center of a revolutionary work struggle. There is going to have to be certainly political parties built with those objectives, but there's going to be forms of organization that transcend trade union forms of organization. The second thing on Winnipeg, the Winnipeg general strike, I think a general strike is moving towards a real challenge to this system. It's something that has incredible implications. But if you look at the Winnipeg general strike, much like the British general strike of 1926, you see a situation where those leading it were not ready for the implications of that which they were. When you withhold labor on that scale, when you bring a whole city or a whole country into a situation where the working class is making a real play for power, then the lesson is you better be ready to play the game to a conclusion. You can't engage in something that defiant and something that powerful and think that the ruling class is going to, and the state is just going to accept the situation. You have made a fundamental challenge to the system, and you better be ready to move forward with that challenge.
Okay, Flo?
I think my only comments on, workers' government and what would it look like and seek to do. I tend to think that it's important, I don't know what it's going to look like. It's really hard to say, but I think it's just important to keep in mind the structure and processes of things and like how you actually set things up in order to, prevent or dissuade the pooling and accumulation of power and wealth within certain hands. And that, I feel like it often ends up looking like the really boring stuff that a lot of people kind of like check out on, like procedure and processes, and like I'm interested in that kind of thing, but I feel like that's where a lot of it kind of tends to land or happen in terms of how you set up your councils and feedback and even like how Lenin was saying, one of the major things was that we need to sort of flatten wages between bureaucrats and administrators and workers and make everything the same. So things like that, where you just try to build it in to the entire system that, it wouldn't allow for the pooling of wealth and power. And what role does organized labor play in the road to socialism? My only comment on that is I think, it'll play more of a role the more that it's widespread. And I think that we should just kind of brainstorm and think creatively about what labor representation could really mean and look like, and, not be afraid to be like innovative. It doesn't have to be just a trade, one sector, union. We are within our rights to basically organize how we see fit as workers. So I think we could, take advantage of that more than we potentially have been so far.
Okay, thank you, Flo. Tom?
Yes. Yeah, Barry's question on the workers' government. This is an area I certainly don't have I did some work on this years and years ago. I'm a bit rusty, and so I'm not going to say too much. I guess I get a little bit nervous when depends on how the terms are used. You know, the Stalinists always have their people's government, and you know, this kind of concept where lines are blurred. I mean, Lenin certainly talked about workers and farmers government. That was a necessity. The organized working class, you know, was growing and insignificant, but the land question, you know, with the peasants was huge, and there was discussions about in the use of that terminology. But in today's world, it makes me a bit uncomfortable. I think, you know, once again, the state is either bourgeois or worker state. You know, one thing that, like, so we've said, Lenin said, it requires a revolution to change the character of a state. And I guess, not to take this discussion off another direction, but it also, one would assume, take a counter-revolution to dismantle that worker state. And that's where it gets difficult with some of the experiences we've had in the last, you know, with Russia, China, etc. Just at what point did or does that happen? On organized labor, yeah, I think it was Lenin that called the union leaders of the day the labor lieutenants of capital. I think it was in reference particularly to the British. John will correct me if I'm wrong, to the British labor movement. But yes, the organized labor has a critical role. And Winnipeg was, you know, the big experience for for Canada. I mean, it's interesting. I realized the other day I was reading something. They said half the people that were on the streets day after day in those massive demonstrations in Winnipeg, only about half of them were even members of unions. So there is a role that the union movement plays separate and apart from its, you know, structures that are set up to battle the bosses in the workplace or make concessions in some cases these days. But the other thing about the Winnipeg General Strike, according to the recent work that I think it was Jim Naylor, a former comrade of ours, actually is doing the history of the CCF. Apparently, a big chunk of the leadership of that in the 30s that came in to bring that organization together came out of the Winnipeg General Strike. And I guess I knew that, but had forgotten it. So there is some real linkages between the workers' movement. But I guess when we think about trade unions, we tend to think of the, you know, the upper echelons of the bureaucracy, and it's more than that. It's going to play a critical role. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So we're going to go back for the last two questions, I do believe, to Kurt, and you have 5 minutes each again, and it will be Flo, Tom, and John. Kurt?
Sorry, Elizabeth, but change of plan, it seems. I actually accepted 3 more questions, so we have 5 left. Is that acceptable?
Well, we will see how as our time goes. So let's take 3 now, because we have till 3 o'clock. Let's take 3 now, and the lineup will be Flo, Tom, and John, and you have 5 minutes each.
Okay, so our first question comes from Dinner with Franklin, who asked, how will capitalism morph to survive this fairly recent upswing in interest in socialism? Will that spur more socialist-leaning people to join? John McNamee, how would you say is the best way to educate those indoctrinated by capitalist propaganda? I have met many who come close to understanding but quickly fall back into the fallacies of the ruling class. And finally, we have Emily Janet, who asks, what are your thoughts about what we can learn about a people's democracy from the Zapatistas?
Okay, Flo, you have up to 5 minutes.
Flo, you're muted.
Maybe Flo is having some technical problems, so we will move to Tom and then come back to Flo. Tom?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not prepared to make any comments on the Zapatistas movement. I'm not that familiar with any details there. John McNamee's question on how do we overcome the indoctrination that people suffer from in regard because of capitalist propaganda. Well, I think more shows like this and more podcasts and demonstrations in the street. That's how we counteract that. Capitalists kind of hold a lot of power when it comes to these things. And the other question, how will capitalism morph to survive this recent upswing in interest in socialism? Well, first thing they'll do is sell socialist T-shirts and merchandise and try to make a buck out of it. But I think that we have a long ways to go, probably. But capitalism is certainly in crisis and finding it more and more difficult to shore up their declining profits in spite of Trudeau's giveaways. So I think we are going through a period where a lot of people are leaning towards socialist conclusions and joining organizations like Socialist Action to get involved. And I think that's about it.
Okay, Flo, are you technical problem solved?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. Okay, so yeah, with the recent upswing in socialism interest, how will capitalism respond? I think that's interesting because I feel like we've seen a lot of this kind of thing lately from, like, I feel like there's a lot of ethical capitalists on the scene right now, you know? There's a lot of, especially in like the finance realm, I noticed that, and people that are even right wing, like I guess it's mostly expressed through like populism is probably the way it's expressed or put now, like right wing populism, you know, of course, like Sager, and then we got like even like the Kaiser Report people, and there's kind of this oh yeah, there's some guy on YouTube, he calls himself the rebel capitalist. Like, it's a real thing, and I'm sure, I can't remember what Marx called them, but there was some term for those sorts of folks. And yeah, I think we're just seeing it a lot right now because the capitalism itself, you know, seems to have, like I mentioned briefly, it's like getting more parasitic, kind of old school, you know, some have referred to it as neo-feudalism, very extractive, like massive upswing in rent seeking, which is the same kind of thing that Adam Smith and the classical economists also weren't very down with. Michael Hudson talks about this a lot. And yeah, so, you know, relative to that and how we're kind of going backwards in a lot of senses, in terms, basically like an oligarchy at this point. Capitalism also almost kind of recoups some of its revolutionary nature, capacity, or rhetoric, I think, in that context. And I do think we see that now in a lot of the right-wing populism that's emerging. At the end of the day, though, of course, like, we know that it won't lead anywhere significant. Oh, that's my phone. And yeah, and it'll just eventually revert back to the same situation. I mean, there's a reason that we're back in this almost like neo-feudal situation. That's because we never really reached communism. We never got over the cliff, so it's easy to go back and regress. How would I say the best way to educate indoctrinated people? Kind of like what I was saying before, I think, sorry about my phone. It won't shut off. But yeah, just kind of reaching them through the notion, because nobody likes to have, like, nobody's down with the 1%, even the right-wing populists, they're not happy that, you know, people are basically making free money and there's no productivity involved. And so like there is openings, I think, in that sort of wing of thought, but you do have to, I guess, make it clear at the end that you can't only take half steps towards revolution or socialism, because you're eventually just going to go backwards again. And the Zapatistas, I wish I knew more because they do seem really cool and interesting, and I want to learn more, but I don't have a lot to comment on that except that they seem pretty great. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yeah, I mean, I think with regards to capitalism morphing to survive, I think we can agree, and it's already come in the discussion, that it's a very resilient system that's capable of adapting in many, many ways. But at the same time, there is an enormous element of crisis to what's going on. That's, I think, a decisive question. We've now entered the era of pandemics. Vast ecological crisis is unfolding, and really insoluble economic crisis as well. So there's very, very deep problems within capitalism, and that's playing out in people's lives. And that certainly is creating a change in the way people think. There is a great mood of anger, and it has expressed itself in really quite explosive movements that have taken place on the streets, social movements that have emerged, struggles that have been taken up against the neoliberal order. Going back to the Zapatistas, we've seen those kinds of movements. Emerging, and at this present time, they're looking for means to try to control the situation. Compassionate capitalism is all the rage. Former Bank of England and Canada banks. Mark Carney is sort of is the current poster boy with regards to compassionate capitalism. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund blog, the stuff they put out is full of this notion that we have to be kinder and gentler. Biden, of course, has captured the market in sort of a born-again Keynesian approach to dealing with things. But I think their options are quite limited in that regard. I think there is a deep crisis, and I think when there's a crisis, there's a question of who's going to pay for the crisis, and the determination is going to be made at the top that it's going to be working class people to pay for the crisis, and that's going to lead to enormous struggles. And ultimately, if they can't broker concessions, their recourse is always to repression. So a period of great opportunities and great dangers ahead. And I think the second element of the thing is that, yes, indeed, that creates a situation where people can be educated. This system has great resources and great power and a great ability to confuse and miseducate people, but it's not an unlimited power. They're not invincible. There is a growth of interest in socialism at the moment. Even the opinion polls are showing that. And there is the possibility of changing the way people think. And the role of reaching out to people through mediums like this kind of discussion is very, very important. But in the end, people are going to learn by building movements. They're going to learn by taking up struggles. Those are the things that are going to change the way people think. People don't learn very much by getting kicked, but they learn a lot by fighting back. And we're in a period, I think, where those lessons can be drawn because those kinds of movements are emerging.
Thank you, John. So we'll go back to our producer for the last two questions, and you will get up to 4 minutes each to respond. And it's John, Flo, and Tom. Back to you, Kurt.
Okay, so our first question comes from John Wunderlich, who asks, in a post-revolutionary society, the failure of the 20th century capitalism is that it did not democratize the workplace. That is an issue that should be addressed. And Rosemary Hanadiak asks, Trotsky, conversing with SWP comrades in the translation program, expressed contempt for democracy. He didn't really articulate why, although one could imagine why. Can anyone elaborate on that?
Okay, so we start with John, then Flo, and Tom. 4 minutes.
Okay, well, as to democratizing the workplace, I mean, I think by definition, the capitalist exploitation is not exactly a fruitful place is not a fruitful setting for the democratization of the workplace. It becomes possible in a society where the working class is in power. That is not to say that that people don't have to still engage in labour, and it's certainly not that everyone is overjoyed that they have to go to work. But in a society where the working class is in power, the questions of what is produced, how it is produced, what working conditions and like are subject to discussion by the class that is in power, which is precisely the working class that performs the labour. So that creates the basis for a democratization. And then with regards to democracy, I mean, I think it comes up as well in, I'm not familiar with the reference that was made to a discussion with Trotsky and the SWP, but it comes up in actually State and Revolution, that the kind of democracy that exists in this society is a democracy of a very, very limited kind. In order to have a real democracy, there must actually be workers' power. Otherwise, the formal right to vote, the formal right to express an opinion in a situation where there is such wealth and power in the hands of such tiny numbers of people becomes that kind of democracy is severely limited. It's when the social conditions have been created for people to grow, for people to participate, for people to actually play a role in actually governing society in a participatory and real way, that the basis for a real democracy is created.
Okay, Flo?
Yeah, democratizing the workplace, I think it's essential. And kind of linking back to what we were saying before, it also tends to be a good entry point into discussion about anti-capitalism, even with people that would absolutely revile from the word, socialism or anything like that, because of all the propaganda. They don't tend to think of it as a bottom-up phenomenon. It is always been presented by the West as like a very top-down, oppressive sort of situation. So when we talk about democratizing the workplace and really all of our sort of social institutions, I think that's a really good place to start. I'm kind of conflicted. I definitely don't have all of the answers, but I do feel that it's not just enough to only democratize workplaces. And even if we did have a bunch of worker co-ops only, there's still pitfalls in that, and that's a whole other conversation. So I do think it kind of needs to come from the bottom up and the top down as well. And at least, post-revolution immediately until democracy can kind of take hold more organically, and then the state withers away of its own accord, which is not as easy as it sounds sometimes, as we've seen. And in terms of Trotsky expressing some contempt for democracy, I think it just kind of goes back to that notion that in a capitalist society, democracy is basically only for the rich. It kind of gives this like veneer of fairness or egalitarianism or participation that isn't very deep and doesn't really lead to a representative, government or governance system. And in reading State and Revolution, that's mostly how they speak of that kind of democracy. It's almost like a red herring. And then they do say that, direct democracy and true democracy is only possible under communism.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, just a couple of things from State and Revolution, I guess, to address those last two questions. Lenin explained in chapter 4 that Marxists are not neutral on the question of what form the bourgeois state takes. He says a democratic republic is preferable to a despotic monarchy, for example. although the ideal form is a centralized democratic republic, but this doesn't trump the national question. Anyways, it's just kind of an interesting reference there that we take interest in that. I can certainly see Trotsky, through working with the comrades in SWP, was quite intimately familiar with the hypocrisy of the democracy as it was practiced in the United States and in other countries. There's another reference, chapter 5. No, where is it? Chapter 6. Lenin responding to Kautsky says, under capitalism, democracy is restricted, cramped, curtailed, mutilated by the conditions of wage slavery and the poverty and misery of the people. That's the reason why the functionaries of our political organizations and trade unions are or tend to be corrupted by the conditions of capitalism and betray a tendency to become bureaucrats, privileged persons divorced from the people and standing above the people. I'll just add that to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. So, fellow listeners, this brings us to the end of our session. Is there a parliamentary path forward? And I'm sure along this parliamentary path, there's going to be lots of bureaucracy, but keep in mind the fight against bureaucracy, whether it's in the parliamentary NDP or anywhere else, or the labor movement. The Revolutionary Party has a vital role to play. It will warn about and combat every sign of opportunism and material privilege. So I want to thank all of our panelists today in this session. And our next session, of course, is titled The Revolutionary Potential of the Working Class. And it will stop. No, it won't stop. It will start sharp at 4 p.m. But in the meantime, there will be music by Phil Oakes played in the interlude. And we would ask all of our listeners to be back in your seats for about 10 minutes to 4, because we will also be having live music from Emily Steer. She will be singing. Okay, so see you later.
Well, okay, I was over there in England, and a couple of times we played in Wales and Swansea and Cardiff. And while in Swansea, I woke up in this strange house and started talking to this girl and reading poetry all morning, reading William Butler Yeats. And we took off. We had to go back to London. And while driving back, it was like being visited by the muse. I was very much artistically aroused by Yeats, or struggling to try and understand Yeats. So I got this idea for a song from that aesthetic in the air of the car. This is called Songs of My Returning, and it's about how you go through life doing whatever you're doing, and then at certain points you return to your love, whatever your love is, or even different loves, but always to the feeling of love, and tell your love what you've learned or how you've changed. Are dancing in the ripples of the morn. My wanderlust is born. I've got to follow them wherever they may lead. For I am just a sailor on a ship across the land. Let me hold your hand, bid farewell so I can can knuckle to my knee. But I'll be back again no matter where I go, for it's only love that frees the fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I know, as I sing the early songs of my returning. The weary world is waiting for ambitions to be played. Now young and not afraid, I've got to challenge every chalice that I know. My eager ears are listening for the singing of the signs, but deeper on the lines, found the face that finds reflections in the road. But I'll be back again no matter where I go, for it's only love that frees the fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I know, as I sing the changing songs, my returning. My drifting days prepare me to do battle with the night, a phantom of the fight. I've got to conquer all the courage of my fear. The answer lies in limbo and the harvest will be hard, but sacred are the scars that leave their mark upon the fast dissolving year. But I'll be back again no matter where I go. It's only love that frees fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I know, as I sing the growing songs of my returning. And time must have her victory, it's that I've always known. But I've won or lost alone, and when a voice calls out, there's someone you must meet. With every string through, love what you've learned. The wild geese are dancing in the ripples of the morn. My wanderlust is born. I've got to follow them wherever they may lead. For I am just a sailor on a ship across the land. Let me hold your hand, bid farewell so I can knuckle to my knee. But I'll be back again no matter where I go, for it's only love that frees the fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I I sing the early songs of my returning. The weary world is waiting for ambitions to be played. Now young and not afraid, I've got to challenge every chalice that I know. My eager ears are listening for the singing of the signs, but deeper on the lines, found the face that finds reflections in the road. But I'll be back again no matter where I go, for it's only love that frees the fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I know, as I sing the changing songs, my returning. My drifting days prepare me to do battle with the night, a phantom of the fight. I've got to conquer all the courage of my fear. The answer lies in limbo and the harvest will be hard, but sacred are the scars that leave their mark upon the fast dissolving year. But I'll be back again no matter where I go. It's only love that frees fire for burning. Then I'll take you in my arms and tell you all I know, as I sing the growing songs of my returning. And time must have her victory, it's that I've always known. But I've won or lost alone, and when a voice calls out, there's someone you must meet. As I sing the final song by returning. Well, I'll do a song anyway. I'll dedicate it to the late, great Chris Koch. And it's one of these pro-Viet Cong songs, which I guess is okay to do. That's called White Boots Marching in a Yellow Land. A song that talks about the certain aspects of the war. The swamps are turning red along the fever jungle days. Their casualties are counted in so many different ways. For the killing of a soldier is the murder of a man, when your white boots marching in a yellow land. It's written in the ashes of the village towns we burned. It's written in the empty chairs of fathers unreturned. And the hatred in the children's eyes is clear to understand, when your white boots marching in a yellow land. Flush them from the forest till you're sure they all are gone. Tie their hands behind their backs and question them till dawn. But when the firing squad is ready, they'll be spitting where they stand at the white boots marching in a yellow land. Helicopters hound the skies and circle in the night and lead the boys to victory in 1,000 little fights. But every battle won is just another grain of sand when your white boots marching in a yellow land. Oh, the brave bombs of the wealthy will shatter as they shine, but the bloodiest of corns can only buy a little time. And history is waiting for the very best of plans by the white boots marching in a yellow land. Centuries of colonies of slavery and worms now lead us to a future of their past all in reverse. Yes, we're fighting in a war we lost before that war began, for we're white boots marching in a yellow land. Well, I'll do a song anyway. I'll dedicate it to the late, great Chris Koch. And it's one of these pro-Viet Cong songs, which I guess is okay to do. That's called White Boots Marching in a Yellow Land. A song that talks about the certain aspects of the war. The swamps are turning red along the fever jungle days. Their casualties are counted in so many different ways. For the killing of a soldier is the murder of a man when your white boots marching in a yellow land. It's written in the ashes of the village towns we burned. It's written in the empty chairs of fathers unreturned. And the hatred in the children's eyes is clear to understand when your white boots marching in a yellow land. Flush them from the forest till you're sure they all are gone. Tie their hands behind their backs and question them till dawn. But when the firing squad is ready, they'll be spitting where they stand at the white boots marching in a yellow land. Helicopters hound the skies and circle in the night and lead the boys to victory in 1,000 little fights. But every battle won is just another grain of sand when your white boots marching in a yellow land. Oh, the brave bombs of the wealthy will shatter as they shine, but the bloodiest of corns can only buy a little time. And history is waiting for the very best of plans by the white boots marching in a yellow land. Centuries of colonies of slavery and worms now lead us to a future of their past all in reverse. Yes, we're fighting in a war we lost before that war began, for we're white boots marching in a we'll do a little non-political song here. Called Tuning. Come as close as the air, sharing a memory of grace, and wander in my words, and dream about the pictures that I play of changes. Green leaves of summer turn red in the fall, to brown and to yellow they fade, and then they have to die, trapped within the circle time parade of changes. Green scenes of my young years were warm in my mind, visions of shadows that shine, till one day I returned and found they were the victims of the vine of changes. The world spinning back drifts in the dark, swings through a hollow of haze, a race around the stars, a journey through the universe ablaze with changes. But when the morning breaks, they're swept away by golden drops of dawn of changes. Passions will part to a strange melody, as fires will sometimes burn cold, like cuddles in the wind, we're puppets to the silver strings of souls of changes. Your tears will be trembling, now we're somewhere else. One last cup of wine we will pour, and I'll kiss you one more time, and leave you on the rolling river shores of changes. So sit by my side, come as close as the air, sharing the memory of grace, and wander in my words, and dream about the pictures that I play of changes. Well, here's a song that New York isn't ready for yet. Won't be for another century or so, but I'll do it anyway. At the risk of life and limb and psyche, it's a song about Christ killing, how all America, and even especially New York, loves to create heroes, to moralize to them, and then kill them violently, bloodily, and dig to death so much. You know, every detail of the death. There's a song about Jesus Christ. It's called The Crucifixion. There's a song about Kennedy. And maybe a song about Dylan. And the night comes again to the circle-studded sky. The stars settle slowly, in loneliness they lie, till the universe explodes as a falling star is raised. The planets are paralyzed, the mountains are amazed.
away from them. That a lot of these people agree with Marx.
correspondence from David Thurton.
Did you get my message?
and having to go for more.
It's a song about Christ killing, how all America, and even especially New York, loves to create heroes, to moralize to them and then kill them violently, bloodily, and dig to death so much, you know, every detail of the death. There's a song about Jesus Christ. It's called The Crucifixion. There's a song about Kennedy. And maybe a song about Dylan. And the night comes again to the circle-studded sky. The stars settle slowly, in loneliness they lie, till the universe explodes as the falling star is raised. The planets are paralyzed, the mountains are amazed, but they all glow brighter from the brilliance of the blaze. With the speed of insanity, then he died. In the green fields of turning, baby is born. His cries crease the wind and mingle with the morn. An assault upon the order, changing of the guard, chosen for a challenge that is hopelessly hard. And the only single sign is the sighing of the stars, but to the silence of distance they're sworn. So dance, 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 teach us to be true. Come dance, 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 'cause we love you. Images of innocence charge him to go on. But the decadence of history is looking far upon. To a nightmare of knowledge, he opens up the gate. Blinding revelation served upon his plate, that beneath the greatest love is a hurricane.
What it is?
No, it's Dan and
For the wine of oblivion is drunk to the dregs, and the merchants of the masses almost have to be begged, till the giant is aware someone's pulling at his leg, and someone is tapping at the door. So dance, 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 teach us to be true. Come dance, 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 'cause we love you. And his message gathers meaning, and it spreads across the land. The rewarding of its fame is the following of the man. But ignorance is everywhere, and people have their way, and success is an enemy to the losers of the day. In the silence of the churches, who knows what they pray, and blood is the language of the band. The Spanish bulls are beaten, crowd will soon be gone. The matador is beautiful, a symphony of style. Excitement is ecstatic, passion places best. Gracefully he bows to ovations that he gets, but the hands that are applauding are slippery with sweat, and saliva is falling from their smile. So dance, 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 teach us to be true. Come dance, 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 'cause we love you. Then this overflow of life is crushed into a lie. The gentle soul is ripped apart and tossed into the fire. It's the death of beauty, it's the victory of night. Truth becomes a tragedy, limping from the light. The heavens are horrified, they stagger at the sight. With desire, and they say they can't believe it, it's a sacrilegious shame. Now who would want to hurt such a hero of the game? But you know I predicted it, I knew he had to fall. How did it happen? Hope his suffering was small. Tell me every detail, I've got to know it all. And do you have a picture of the pain? So dance, 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 teach us to be true. Come dance, dance, dance. It's a new song, I forgot the words. Reality is ruined, there is nothing more to fear, and his teachings are distorted to what they want to hear, and they cry how much they miss him year after year, as they wait for the new thrill parade. And the eyes of the rebel, branded by the blind, to the safety of stupidity, his message is refined. Spines are tingling, token tears are shed, gloriously grieving, their hungry hearts are fed. The climax of emotion, the worship of the dead, as the cycle of sacrifice unwinds. So dance, 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 teach us to be true. Come dance, 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 'cause we love you. And the night comes again to the circle-studded sky. Stars settle slowly, in loneliness they lie, till the universe explodes as the falling stars rain. Planets are paralyzed, the mountains are amazed, but they all glow brighter from the brilliance of the blaze. With the speed of insanity, then he died. Here's a song about the distortion of historical Christianity, how a good thing has been many times laid to waste. by people taken about by the practicality of the world against the morality of the world, called the Canons of Christianity. Christian cannons have fired at my days with a warning beneath the holy blaze, and bow to our authority, say the canons of Christianity. Oh, the children will be sent to schools. Minds of clay are molded to the rules, and the soul sinks in security, say the canons of Christianity. Holy hands will count the money raised. Like a king, the Lord is richly praised on a cross of diamond majesty, say the canon of Christianity. Missionaries will travel on crusades. The word is given, the heathen souls are saved. Conversion to our morality, sigh the canons of Christianity. Come the war.
Live streaming is on.
Hi, fellow listeners. Welcome back to the second session of Socialist 2021, sponsored by Socialist Action. And we're going to start this session with music. Yes, indeed. Emily Sears is a Socialist Action member in Guelph, Ontario, and she was a member of Public Service Alliance of Canada at Sir Lawrence Wilfrid Lawrence Laurier University, where Emily studied music and helped to organize a union for teaching assistants. And today we are going to hear her sing. I do believe it's the Red Flag. Emily?
Hello, everyone. Yes, I will be singing the Red Flag. And first, I would like to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Attawandaron peoples, commonly known as Guelph, which is situated on Treaty 3 territory. The people's flag is deepest red. It's trodden oft among the dead, and their limbs grew stiff and cold. Their heart's blood dyed its every fold. Then raised the scarlet standard high. Within its shade will live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here. It well recalls the triumphs past. It gives a hope of peace to last. The banner bright, the symbol plain of human right and human gain. Then raise the scarlet standard high. Within its shade we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here. With heads uncovered swear we all to bear it onward till we fall. Come dungeons dark or gallows grim, this song shall be a parting hymn. Then raise the scarlet standard high, within its shade we'll live and die. Though cowards flinch and traitors sneer, we'll keep the red flag flying here.
Okay, bravo, bravo, Emily. That was beautiful. Okay, listeners, we will start our program now with the revolutionary potential of the working class. And our speakers are Gary Porter, Sandra Griffith-Bonaparte, Julius Arscott, and Yasin Kaya. Our speaker, Gary, is a leading member of Socialist Action and its BC, British Columbia, branch organizer. Gary was the leader of the League for Socialist Action in the 1970s and later was the accountant in charge of the Ontario Teachers' Pension Fund. So welcome back, Gary.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. So my talk today is titled, Do Canadian Workers Have Revolutionary Potential? And I'm calling it a defense of the working class. My purpose today is to take on the doubters and the cynics, the middle class layers and the academics, the petty bourgeois currents among students and young radicals, the labor bureaucrats and the NDP brass. None of these believe that the Canadian working class can make a revolution and overthrow capitalism in Canada. Our lives and our work in socialist action are based on the proposition that they are all wrong. That is what I'm talking about today. Russia, in 1917, when the revolution occurred, was 80% rural, 80% peasants. The army was huge because World War I was in progress and overwhelmingly peasant. In spite of this, the workers led the entire country not merely to overthrow the Tsar, but to a worker government on the way to a worker state. The workers constituted only 18% of the population, and they led the struggle, won over the peasants, even the peasant-based army, isolated the bourgeoisie, and won. How could this happen? The Russian Revolution the Russian workers could carry the entire nation because they were concentrated in the cities in large factories close to the center of political, economic, and financial power, and because they were the only class that represented a way forward. No other class offered a solution. And that is a massive point that Marx makes and Lenin confirmed in 1917. In February 1917, with rampant inflation, 12,000 workers at the Putilov Iron Works were locked out by the bosses because they demanded higher wages in the middle of inflation. Within 3 days, over 500,000 workers were on strike in solidarity. That, by the way, is the way to win a lockout. I think you'll all agree. It shows that they could and did act collectively, that they understood the power of massive actions, the power of solidarity in action. They were class conscious, and of course, they were led by a detested Bolshevik leadership who could move smartly and swiftly on tactics as the revolution unfolded and understood both class struggle and the state, and were deeply rooted in the working class. Moving to the present time, 2021, the population of Canada, according to Statistics Canada, with an amazing level of accuracy, is 38,043,261. I think it's not accuracy to that level is unnecessary. The Canadian labor force is 20.5 million. About 4 million are in the middle class layer, which consists of professionals, technocrats, shopkeepers, independent contractors, excluding gig workers who are workers, cops, military, senior government bureaucrats, speculators. Less than 200,000 farmers are left in Canada. And lastly, the tiny capitalist ruling class. So the working class by itself is 55.5% of the entire population, more than 3 times the weight of the Russian working class in 1917. If we add the workers' children, which are not included here, and retired workers, which are also not included, the working class altogether constitutes 85% of the population. There are many differences between Russia in 1917 and Canada today, but we still live in a capitalist world where the two great contending classes are the capitalist class and the working class. The middle class, or petty bourgeoisie, are not a revolutionary class. They wander between the two classes, ground in the gears of the major class struggle, siding depending on the who's winning with one side or the other. In addition, the petty bourgeoisie has been shrinking in relation to the working class since World War II. In fact, the working class has never been such a massive proportion of the population in history in Canada. Whole layers of the middle class have been driven down into the proletariat, in fact. In the academic world, for example, many lower level members have become workers, even organized unions. They have low pay and lousy benefits. These are the teaching assistants, the research assistants, and the contract lecturers who have very little hope of becoming tenured anymore. Instead of small shopkeepers, we more frequently have large stores as part of massive retail empires where most people are simply workers. Again, some of them are in unions, some of them have been unionized. The proletarianization process has reached deeply into the middle class. Even farming has largely switched from private small farms, which was the case when I was a kid, to large agribusinesses, often multinational enterprises, who underpay their workers and are terrible employers. No other class holds the immense weight in Canada as the working class. Ranged against us are the incredibly wealthy capitalist class, which controls the state with its courts, its police, its military, and of course, the capitalist class controls the media, and they control the school curricula and what we're taught. So they have the ideological control in society, and that's what they use more than the army. But the army and the police are there to ensure that people stay within the rules of capitalism as far as they can manage it. But what will drive Canadian workers to rise up, to struggle, and to become aware of the need to overthrow capitalism? In Wage, Labor, and Capital, Marx explained that the capitalists compete for market share and profit. Now, just a word, Wage, Labor, and Capital was written before the 3-volume series Capital, and was the preliminary exposition by Marx of his view of how the economy works in capitalist class society. So, as I said, capitalists compete for market share and profit. Competition tends to reduce the rate of profit, and capitalists are inexorably driven to lower the unit cost of production for goods and services. They use technology to increase the workers' output per day. A brief example, if I'm a roofer and I'm hammering nails in, I can do a quarter of a roof on the size of my house per day. But if somebody hands me a nail gun, I can do half a roof per day for the same wages. So the overall cost, since a very large part of the cost is labor, the overall cost drops to half, and the person who's providing nail guns to their employees can drop the price against their competitors. So they use technology to increase the workers' output per day, and they can reduce the cost of production per unit, enabling the capitalists to charge a lower unit price and earn a profit once again. Labor power is different from labor. Labor power was not originally in Wage, Labor, and Capital. It was added later by Engels in a reissue of the book, because in the meantime, Marx had been working on capital and had come up with the idea that labor power is different from labor. And it's very important to separate them, because labor power is the commodity the worker sells, and labor is the product of exercising labor power. And I'm now going to explain that important difference. Labor power is the ability of the worker to perform labor. It isn't the labor, it's the ability to work. And that's all the worker owns and all they have to sell. On average, she will sell it at the cost of production, which is the cost of maintaining the worker and her children. Labor power is a commodity purchased and sold in the marketplace. But labor power is a very special commodity. When the worker applies labor power as labor in the job, she creates new value. No other commodity anywhere creates new value. This is why Marx referred to the labor theory of value. This is why capitalism buys labor power. All of this new value under capitalist property and market laws is owned by the capitalists, not by the workers who create it. If capitalists lower prices by reducing unit costs, the only way to make the same total profit is they must sell more. Capitalism must consistently open up new markets that constantly expand. They must constantly expand or wither and die. This is the source of the insane drive for growth, the drive to use up limited resources faster and faster. It is one of the fatal contradictions of capitalism that might kill us all if we can't overthrow it. All of this is explained by Marx in Wage, Labor, and Capital, and every word of it still applies. As part of the drive to reduce production costs, automation has reduced some jobs, increasing numbers of jobs, to simple robotic manipulation, and even takes over some decision-making in the form of artificial intelligence. We should celebrate this development. It frees up labor from grinding labor or mind-bending boredom of much of the service industry. It frees us up to work much less and to enjoy life more and be creative. But instead of this, instead of lowering the hours of work and improving the quality of life for all, the benefits of increased productivity flow to the billionaires alone. They maintain high hours and throw workers out of work and into poverty, preferring to increase the reserve army of the unemployed as a downward pressure on wages. Socialism will turn automation into a benefit for all, initially by reducing the hours of work. And hopefully someday we can practically do away with work. To speed up automation, export of jobs to pay less for labor, and constant pressure to buy more crap at the expense of the workers' well-being and of global ecology are inevitable products of the contradictions of capitalism, and the capitalists have no solutions for any of this. They make promises, but really, there's been a lot of promises made by Liberal and Tory governments and NDP governments that they're going to fix the ecology problem. But they always choose oil cartel profits, coal mining profits, lumber baron profits, and they're not solving that problem at all. The interests of the working class and the interests of the capitalist class are irreconcilably opposed. There's no way that you can reconcile the interests of an exploiter and the exploited. The capitalism's contradictions to deepen and proliferate. The ruling class has no choice but to attempt to take the costs out of the workers' hides, and the workers will be forced to struggle. It's not a question of us convincing them. It's a question of bearable suffering. The one missing ingredient which the Russian workers had in spades, and we don't have yet in Canada, is class consciousness, recent class struggle experience, and a tested vanguard party. In other words, the subjective factor was much more mature in 1917 in Russia. Canadian workers in the main are not currently in motion, let alone clear on the questions of class politics and class solidarity and the nature of the capitalist state, which we discussed in some detail this morning in the first session. So how are they to become class conscious, engaged in mass class struggle actions? The most class conscious members of the working class are to be found in the unions, and especially those unions that are affiliated to the New Democratic Party. This is exactly why we orient to the unions and the NDP. It is the fundamental failing of every other left-wing group in Canada that they do not, at least not the way we do it. Many will tip their hats and declare the working class as key. but they do little to work in and with the unions and the NDP, except for a few, and then only around conventions. Our work is consistent in the NDP and consistent in the unions. We go through the experiences of NDP members and NDP and union members. No revolutionary or militant group can lift the class into mass motion against the capitalist class. The most inspired socialist pamphlets, newspapers, webinars, podcasts, leaflets, slogans, and speeches will not do that. What they will do is to help find the new militants who are a step or two ahead of their class as a whole and can be trained as revolutionaries. And that is a critical task. It is important for revolutionaries, especially newer revolutionaries, to understand this, to understand that it isn't us who moves the class into action, it's the capitalist class, but we have to prepare the leadership. If we don't understand this, it is too easy to become demoralized, burned out, and drop out. We work hard, but with an understanding that the crises of capitalism and the resulting class struggle play the key role that we cannot substitute for. Some left-wing academics argue that the North American working class is weaker than in the past. Many industrial jobs have been exported to cut labor costs, and the economy has switched from concentration on manufacturing to a service-based economy. They point to the gig workers who are sort of independent contractors and pitted one against the other. That's not new, though, because workers have always been pitted one against the other because of unemployment, and they're all in competition with each other simply to get a job. Workers are not concentrated in large factories as much, say the academics, where large actions increase class consciousness. Does this weaken the economic power of the working class? Can Canadian workers bring the economy to a halt and then restart it under their own control? The academics have it completely wrong. Not partially, I mean completely. Canada is still a manufacturer on some scale: steel, auto, electronics, and much else. Manufacturing is the second highest sector for jobs in Canada after trade. As well, the public sector, trade is retail wholesale, okay? Manufacturing is, as well, the public sector is massive, including education. It provides vital services, including education, Medicare, and social services, and very highly unionized. Massive employers such as the meatpacking industry in Alberta, the merchandising warehouses and shipping operations indicate, again, the academics are wrong. These are places where workers work in masses together, and where as actions emerge, they will learn together and raise their class consciousness. But it is true that Canadian workers must develop political class consciousness. Think of the much higher class consciousness of workers in Canada after the two world wars. The Winnipeg general strike and many other general strikes. Winnipeg was the most advanced, where the workers, where the that's my wolf dog. Sorry. The Winnipeg and other generals, the workers. I'm just going to shut the door. I'll be right back. Sorry for this. That's what happens when you get a dog.
Well,
that's what happens when you get a dog from the far north of BC.
Well, Dad is not paying enough attention.
Who?
Dad is not paying enough attention to him.
That's right. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. So the Winnipeg general strike, which the high point was that for that one, which was different from the other general strikes, because many occurred in 1919, was that the strike committee ran the city and made decisions about what services would be provided and which didn't. And the city council could say what they wanted, but they had no effect. The workers were running the city. And that was a very advanced point. Also, right after that, the Communist Party was formed, and then the CCF. So that was a very advanced period in terms of class consciousness. The rise of powerful industrial unions took place after World War II, such as steel workers and auto workers, and the founding of the NDP as a labor party. So we have seen some real peaks and real gains in terms of workers' consciousness in Canada. And it's very hard for especially for the new generation of revolutionaries, they have to go back and study that to really get a sense of how militant and how advanced the Canadian workers can be.
2 minutes.
Okay. Workers have lost members in Canada, and workers have lost a lot of economic ground under 45 years of neoliberal assault. Union membership has dropped under a lazy and comfortable labor bureaucracy. But at 31% of the labor force, unions with a class struggle leadership could represent a formidable amount of power. And it is within their power to expand the unions into union unorganized areas. It would be a real dogfight for sure, and expensive in both blood and treasure. But the result would be a more class conscious, militant, and united class, working class, a true danger to capitalism, and a new hope for opposed everywhere. This is what we are pointing towards with our Labor Forward campaign, contesting top posts in the CLC. Political consciousness arises in the struggle by the working class to assert their own interests against the opposing interests of the capitalist class. Already we have seen women, Indigenous people, Blacks and racialized people, gender and sexual minorities, and climate activists in motion. When conditions worsen and workers see no way out, they will begin to move as workers collectively in their millions. When that happens, it can happen quickly. We saw how the George Floyd murder brought out 20 million people into the streets, mostly young workers. It shocked everyone. It was like heat lightning, giving us a flashing insight into the power that lies inside our class. I just want to Well, I'll end after this. Key indicators of a developing class consciousness will be the emergence of young workers leading actions not approved by union bureaucrats, solidarity walkouts in support of striking or locked out workers, workers willing to take on scabs and cops, and willing to defy back to work legislation. Labor will have to learn how to strike on an industry-wide basis. You cannot organize Amazon in one warehouse at a time. The emergence of more industry-wide strikes and of general strikes is a very important signpost. Such actions require coordination, and either some form of renewed labor council or some other strike form of coordinating strike committees will begin to emerge. Both the victories and defeats of our class make us certain in the knowledge that a Leninist party is absolutely necessary. Right now, building SA is the most urgent and important thing you can do. Other revolutionary currents will appear out of the struggle and join us along the way. Do not fear, the working class will not fail us. Let's do everything to ensure that we are ready when they rise up. Our job, very simply, is to lead the workers to power and open the door to a socialist future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Our next speaker is Sandra Griffith-Bonaparte. She immigrated in 1988 to Canada from Grenada in the Southeast Caribbean. For 12 years, she has been president of Local 70607 of the Union of National Defence Employees, a component of the Public Service Alliance of Canada. Sandra, a member of Socialist Action in Ottawa, is the Workers' Action Movement candidate for Executive Vice President of the Canadian Labour Congress. Welcome back, Sandra.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. And Gary,
sorry, Sandra, to interrupt. Could you scoot over to the left a bit? You're not center camera. A little more. There you go.
Okay, I could have brought it. Okay, am I good?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right, so this short discourse will reflect on my country, Grenada, and how the working class took control of their own destiny and their democracy. I will also reflect on what the revolutionary potential of the working class. I'll start like this. The essential conditions of their existence and for the sway of the bourgeoisie class is the formation and expansion of capital. The condition for capital is wage and labor. Wage and labor rests exclusively on the competition between the laborers. The advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborer due to competition. by the revolutionary combination. Due to association, the development of modern industry, therefore, cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces above all are in its own grave diggers. Now, as Elizabeth said, I was born and grew up in the country of Grenada. And in Grenada, it was evident that there were two classes. So in Canada, we have the upper, middle, and lower class, but in Grenada, we had only two classes: those who were wealthy, and the rich, and those who were very poor, those who were poor. And there was no middle class there. The children follow their parents' footsteps. They work in homes of the rich, doing the same work as their mothers and fathers. The girls following in their mother's footsteps by cleaning and cooking and washing all day for the rich, doing the same as their mothers. And then going home and doing the same thing as wives, mothers, and housekeepers. And of course, returning the next day. It's like recycling day in and day out to fulfill their duties for their employers. Similarly, the boys follow their father's footsteps to do work like yard work, cutting grass, mowing people lawns. And as I said before, many people also work in the sugarcane industry, in the field, as cutters, some of them as water carriers, some of them as bundlers, some of them as planters. They work hard all day in the hot sun, sweating, for just menial wages that were not sustainable to maintain their household needs. However, the capitalists, they made millions and billions of dollars at the end of the year. They built their empires and their dynasty. They enjoy life. They went on trips. They wore the best clothing, and they drove the best cars for themselves. And they made a lot of money for themselves and their family. You see, the root of feudalism wasn't slavery, but it transitioned to capitalism, which is another stage in society. So workers are separated from the means of production and are forced to sell their labors to the capitalists. It created an economic crisis. Therefore, workers organized to defend their interests, which resulted in workers eventually being forced to use their powers to replace capitalism. Labor is increasingly socialized, but wealth is in the hands of, fewer people, fewer capitalists. It was necessary to abolish slavery, which became a hindrance for the capitalists to gain more wealth. So with the introduction of industry, workers had to acquire new skills because the pace of the production of products became fast-paced. Labor became socialized, therefore workers used the collective power, were able to use the collective power to bargain. And that's where unions came in. Unions became critical because the capitalists were exacting blood from the laborers. You had to work hard, very hard, all day. And then when you got home, you could barely survive. And so some people had to take 1, 2, and 3 jobs. And I'll go back to Grenada. So in 1951, a Grenadian by the name of Eric Matthew Gary, he became the working class hero. He successfully organized an island-wide strike, throwing the country into civil strike and civil strife, called by the Grenada Manual and Mental Workers Trade Union, which he formed. It placed him firmly in the leadership of labor on the island. In 1951, he contested the first general election under the banner of Grenada United Labour Party, which he also founded and captured 5 of the then 8 seats in the legislature. But he became corrupted and an autocrat for the capitalists. And this ignited a revolution by a group of people called the New Jewel Movement and the working class, putting an end to his dynasty. And that was led by Maurice Bishop. So once we had the revolution, who had ideals of socialism, profit sharing became very prevalent in Grenada. So all the citizens got a piece of the money, not just one person being a wealthy bureaucrat, but everybody had a stake in the island of Grenada. The working class is a driver because so-called investors use people like slaves. So Grenada had everything belonged to the people of Grenada. We had the marketing board. We used our own produce. Like people went in the field and the farmers were able to sell their products, you know, and everybody gained a profit. In 1988, let's go to 1988, I came to Canada and I joined the Federal Public Service in 2001. In Canada, we hear about the middle class is shrinking. People say that you have upper class, you have a middle class, and you have a lower class, but the middle class is shrinking and we become like Grenada, just upper class and lower class. I don't believe that is true. Although power is in the hand of a few who control our society and who exact profit from the working class, we as a working class still have the power to revolutionize everything, to call for change, to demand change. We have to understand that we are creating the wealth for the capitalists. So if we understand that, then we will stop creating wealth for them. The middle class is not disappearing. Many people allude that automation will take over. You know, if you could just reflect on going to the bank these days, we have the machines that people could go to, and that was created because they were trying to get rid of workers. But it just didn't happen because most people would like to go to a teller, and they do. And you see more people lined up in the bank than people going to the machines. And, you know, that shows that, you know, we need workers. But again, this will not happen. We need common ownership of capital, wealth, to make more wealth. If we take an industry, socialized labor, individual work with the use of the machinery to work through a collective process by people and not just a few people in a society. Therefore, if that is happening, we need to take control and to exercise a collective power as workers. We need to bring the awareness to other workers. We need to exercise democracy to make change that will benefit every worker in our society. And as I always say, we need to sound the trumpet. We need to show people that we are serious and not just talking the talk, that we can make change, but also walking the talk and getting people to follow us. One of the reasons, and as I said, my talk is not very long, one of the reasons I joined the Socialist Action, I was attracted to Socialist Action, is because of the way I see how they treat people, and, you know, they help me to understand that as a worker, I must be treated with fairness and equity, and they preach it, you know, that we as workers have the propensity, and they taught me that we as workers, we have the propensity to exercise our democratic rights for change. We also have the propensity to say no to concession bargaining, and also that we are in control of our society. We have the power also to elevate our democracy. I believe that we could revolutionize our country by showing that, yes, I'm in control. You know, at the end of the day, labor will always be needed because machines do not have a choice. People do have choices. When a machine lifespan comes to an end, you know, that's it. You know, they can make another machine, but at least that's it. we have a forever supply of laborers, of the working class. The working class could have common ownership of profits. Workers must become the owners of capital so that they can play a meaningful role of profit sharing of the wealth produced. As a worker, a wage alone is insufficient. It's insufficient to just be working every day and just getting a wage. So we definitely need to become a part of this decision making in our country, in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Our next speaker is Julius Arscott. He's the Workers' Action Movement candidate for president of the Canadian Labour Congress. He is an executive board member of the Ontario Public Service Employees Union, vice president of OPSU Local 532, and a delegate to the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Julius is on the steering committee of the NDP Socialist Caucus and is a leading member of Socialist Action. Welcome back, Julius.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and it's great to see everyone and participate in this panel discussion on the revolutionary potential of the working class. Thanks for the great introduction, and now I don't have to say that part. So the Canadian working class has two main weapons today in the fight against the ruling class. The labor-based NDP represents the political wing, while our labor unions represent the organized labor wing. Both wings of the working class are dominated by a social democratic bureaucracy, which has run the show now for several generations, and they have maintained status quo business unionism as it exists today. This hasn't, however, prevented breaks from that status quo. Examples include everything from the Winnipeg General Strike to the COPW Wildcat Strike for maternity leave. In 1972, the General Strike of the Quebec Common Front was another example. PrEP began on March 9th, 1972, while the strike began in late March and lasted until May the 20th of that year. Workers were demanding an 8% raise to match inflation, a $100 per week minimum wage, and equality for men and women and rural workers, as well as greater job security. At its height, the Quebec General Strike in the spring of '72 was the largest strike in North America's history. The strike involved over 250,000 public and private sector workers, and was a very important moment in Quebec's self-determination and struggle for rights. Planning of the strike had begun in motion since 1970, when Quebec's three main union federations held joint meetings to discuss ways in which they could work together to address common struggles. And although the strikers failed to achieve many of their demands, they did succeed in showing the government their true strength. This show of force caused the government to release union leaders which had been arrested and to agree to renegotiate, eventually leading to the fulfillment of some of the campaign's demands. Also, the strike inspired workers across Canada and eventually led to the 1976 Canada-wide general strike of 1.2 million workers. Workers continue their struggle for rights, or as Quebecers would say, la lutte continue. In the 1990s in Ontario, the austerity measures of Mike Harris provoked a long series of strikes and demonstrations known as the Days of Action. For most of the left in Ontario, the experience of the Bob Rae NDP government was confusing and demoralizing. The result was a deep schism within the party and labor movement. On one side were the NDP-aligned private sector or pink paper unions, such as the UFCW, which is United Food and Commercial Workers Union, and the United Steelworkers Union. On the other side of the conflict stood a loose coalition of public sector unions, like the Canadian Union of Public Employees and OPSU, my own union, as well as a sympathetic private sector union, the CAW. With few legislative successes to its credit, hobbled by a divided base and concerted business attacks, the NDP collapsed in the 1995 election. Mike Harris implemented the right-wing populist program, the Common Sense Revolution, which promised lowering your taxes and doing better for less. Protests began 3 weeks into the PC term and set the stage for the most significant of all the responses to the to the Common Sense Revolution, the Days of Action, which lasted from 1995 through to 1998. And it consisted of 11 regional and citywide strikes across the province of Ontario that brought labor and social movements together in a united front. In chronological order, they took place in London, Hamilton, Waterloo Region, Peterborough, Toronto, Sudbury, Thunder Bay, North Bay, Windsor, St. Catharines, and Kingston. These historic dynamic strikes engaged hundreds of thousands who participated by walking off their jobs, marching, chanting, picketing each other's workplaces, and more. Although the series of actions stopped short of escalating into a province-wide general strike, basically due to the inaction of some of the major players in the union movement, they failed to topple the government. The Days of Action were still a significant episode. They contributed to shaping a culture of resistance, and this opposition structure caused the government to walk back legislation and soften some of its attacks on labor. There have been several attempts at mass labor actions in the last decade, including the postal workers' strike and the teacher strike here in Ontario, the dock workers' strike in Montreal this past spring, and the hospital support staff wildcat strike in Alberta last year. All of these strikes were ended by provincial or federal governments using back-to-work legislation to end those strikes. In Canada, the constitutional right to strike exists until workers use it. The response from organized labor, including provincial federations of labor and the Canadian Labour Congress, has been pathetic. And in fact, the misleadership of the labor movement has relied on court rulings, which can take a decade to get, which often reaffirm the right to strike, and yet have very little real-world impact on fighting the boss, as the back-to-work legislation is the go-to and continues to be the go-to for the state. Corporate Canada breaks laws on a regular basis, and this tactic is seen as a cost of doing business for them. White-collar crime has seen a steady increase over the decades, and yet the labor lieutenants of capital, was a term that was referred to earlier, they refuse to break the boss's laws at any level, which is to the detriment of the working class across the country. Working people are on the front lines fighting COVID-19 with inadequate support from our employers and the labor movement. The vaccination delays, the lack of personal protective equipment and paid sick leave, the overall priority of profits over human needs with the spotlight on the most precarious and vulnerable workers keeping the economy moving, have all shown the need for a dramatic change in labor union priorities and leadership. We see how difficult it is to live with a high cost of living while many in our union leadership continue on telling us to settle for less. There's no denying the popularity of 10 paid sick days for all workers, including from within some conservative circles. Yet the conservative governments in Ontario, the NDP government in BC, provincial governments across the country refuse to implement them. And we have to ask ourselves, how can this be? The reason is that they know that the demands of the labor movement and of the progressive elements in the labor-based NDP won't back these demands up with any action. And it's our job to prove them wrong. The CLC should organize mass walkouts, mass action to demand 10 permanent paid sick days for all workers. The fight for 10 permanent sick days has been a gift to the labor movement, a way to build allyship with workers both organized and unorganized, to renew our movement and build a mass movement which we need to build to fight the battles ahead of us. But this refusal to launch mass action with the deaths of over 25,000 due to COVID-19 is done for a reason. The last thing the current leadership of the workers' movement wants is a mobilized working class. The CLC and other unions stood and watched as Trudeau broke the strike of CUPW in the fall of 2018. They stand and watch as brewery workers, Montreal dock workers, Unifor strikers at Nestle and steelworkers at Rexplast fight the boss's agenda basically on their own. The bosses are united and have a common purpose. Only when the workers are united in action for a workers' agenda can we go forward and win. That is the potential of the working class, and it can realize its revolutionary potential with new leadership. Black Lives Matter showed us what a mass movement can do. They mobilized the largest demonstrations in the history of the United States and completely changed the narrative on the issue of Black Lives Matter and defunding the police, to the point that the majority of Americans supported protesters burning down the police station in the city of Minneapolis where George Floyd was murdered. Labor must set its own popular demands. Let's demand $20 an hour minimum wage for public ownership of the pharmaceutical industry, the giant telecoms, the huge retail chains, big oil and gas, the banks, and private long-term care centers. Workers want a union movement which is engaged in the class struggle, a movement which does not shy away from defending the interests of our class around the world, such as the plight of the Palestinian people against the oppressive apartheid state of Israel. A movement which will take a leading role in fighting the pandemic and eco-catastrophe head on. Some labor activists are fixated on the funding problems of the Canadian Labour Congress. It's necessary to see the big picture. Funding problems with regards to staff and similar issues result from reduced revenues from affiliates. Some unions have quit the CLC because they prefer rating each other's members to organizing the unorganized. In addition, the weak policies and conduct of the CLC leadership fail to inspire unions, let alone the multi-million ranks of the working class, to join the CLC and or increase their financial commitment to the Congress. But requiring simply a dues increase won't solve the evident problem. The solution to the staffing issue is to change the direction of the CLC to put the movement back into labor movement. That can be done only by means of direct job action to defend the right to strike, which I made reference to the dock workers, the postal workers, and hospital workers, to actively fight concessions bargaining, 2- and 3-tier wages and benefits, attacks on our pensions, to stop flirting with the Liberal Party, to demand workers' agenda inside the labor-based NDP, and to fight for a workers' government. Some minor cost savings can be achieved by reducing the salaries of the CLC officers and top staff to the average pay level of the workers represented by the CLC, plus job necessary expenses. WAM set a precedent by standing up for democracy at the Ontario Federation of Labour Convention in November of 2019, in a way not seen at the OFL convention in many years. We played a leading role in defeating an amendment to hold the OFL convention only every 3 years. This change would have undermined accountability, transparency, and union democracy. WAM campaigned for an end to concessions bargaining, 2-tier wages, undemocratic union practices, and urged a general strike to dump Thug Ford. WAM candidate for OFL president Barry Conway received 36% of the vote, double the support he got at the 2017 convention. WAM candidate for OFL executive VP Kurt Young, and he's also the producer of this webcast conference, he received 34% support. The substantial vote for both WAM candidates set a high watermark for class struggle politics. Establishment forces were visibly shaken by the sizable support won by WAM. Dozens of delegates joined WAM. CLC elected officers should be paid no more than the average salary of the workers they represent. Union members should be able to vote directly on bargaining demands, on contract ratification, and on proposals for mass job action. Unions should make a priority of unity in action with social justice movements, international solidarity causes, and environmental protection campaigns. Give life to the vision that together we must build a better world. Sisters, brothers, comrades, change does not happen automatically like a gift from the boss. It comes through working class struggle, it always has. We must stop relying on arbitrators, the boss's legal system, and parliamentary cretinism, which has gotten us exactly where we are today. We must build a mass movement to beat the boss's austerity agenda. So WAM's running candidates for the top CLC executive positions. I'm running for president. Jenny Esnard is running for one of the executive vice president positions. You heard from Sandra Griffith-Bonaparte, who's also running for an executive vice president position. And Harold Marcotte is going to run for secretary treasurer. With militant, democratic, courageous leadership, nothing can stop the power of the working class Endorsements and financial contributions are welcomed. And you can check out our website at www.laborforward.ca. The main goal of our campaign is to bring the CLC down to earth, to make it the militant official opposition to the corporate elite and their corporate agenda. To accomplish that, a new class struggle leadership of the labor movement is necessary. The Workers' Action Movement and its labor forward candidates for CLC executive aim to spark the movement and to organize that new leadership. Socialist Action is a prime mover of WAM, just as it is a prime mover of the NDP Socialist Caucus. Why? Because the future of humanity will be decided by the working class within its main organizations, provided that revolutionary leadership is consciously organized. To make that happen, before it's too late for nature and civilization, join the struggle, join Socialist Action. Thank you.
All right, before we continue, Julius, we had some technical issues, so I'm going to ask that you take your mouse and scroll over my image and the three dots, and you'll see, and just grant me moderator rights, and we'll be able
to. You know what? I don't see your image, Kurt.
Bottom left of the screen, bottom right of the screen.
Oh,
you should see a triangle. You see that?
You need to scroll up, Julius.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Do you have the image of people on the right?
Oh, I see you there now. I see you.
Okay.
So what do I need to do here?
Three dots on my image. Click on that and grant me moderators rights.
Yeah, I don't see any dots when I put my mouse over you.
On the right side of the image, you don't see this, or it could be left, probably left. You don't see the three dots.
There's three dots. I click on there and I see manage. It says my name, manage video quality.
No, not at the bottom of the screen. I'm talking about over my image.
No, there's nothing there.
It should be on the bottom of the... Every image has it. There's three dots. Like if you look at your...
Yeah, I only see the three dots, sorry, on the images I have on the right hand of my screen.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
But I don't see, but you're not there. You're not listed there.
Okay, where do you see?
He's on my screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm trying to scan up and down with the arrows, and I don't. It's not moving. I see Yasin, Elizabeth, Sandra, Barry, and myself at the top, but you're not there.
Okay, sorry everyone for the technical issues. So, are you able to go into the block mode where you see everybody's at once?
Yes. Yeah.
Tile view. Click on tile view.
Oh, I see. There you go. Okay. Grant moderator.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, folks.
Okay, thanks, folks. Hey, what can I say? All right. Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
There I am. There I am. Okay, sorry, listeners, but I know you all understand because you probably have the same tech problems yourself from time to time. Okay, our next speaker is Yasin Kaya, is a member of Socialist Action and the Canadian Association of Professionals Employees. He is a public sector worker, and he previously studied political economy at York University. But of course, to me, the most important thing about Yasin, he's the father of my goddaughter. Welcome, Yasin.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I'm a very enthusiastic optimist. And when we have technical difficulties, I go like, everything will be all right, even better. COVID hits, things will be even better than before. That's why I love reading optimist writers, science fiction writers, futurists. Not only in literature, I like, in art, Italian futurism, Mayakovsky, Russian futurists. And futurists, especially those who saw a very bright future for the humanity, who believe that every need of humanity will be satisfied with the technological advancement, they were proven wrong, weren't they? Especially This genre was very popular towards the end of the 1800s and in the early 20th century. Then the world wars hit, and we got the solution. Even now, compared to the aspirations and hopes of the futurists, we still don't have the needs of the humanity being satisfied. Instead, we see poverty, impoverishment, hunger everywhere. But still, there are other optimists currently. They look at artificial intelligence, machine learning, and again tell us the same thing. Things will be all right. Humanity will break the chains of necessities, but future never arrives. What's the problem? Here's the problem. Technological development is conditioned by the social and economic system. Social, economic, and political system determines the technological development. In other words, technological development in capitalism would be different in a society that is organized in a different manner. And currently in capitalism, we have the profit motive as the fundamental drive character of capitalism. This is why in capitalist societies, technological development do not serve to the satisfaction of human needs. Instead, what we see is vice versa impoverishment. So in my presentation, I will try to approach to the relationship between capitalism, technology, and automation from a Marxist view. In particular, I will try to expand labor theory of value, which Gary explained in his presentation. So let's get started with the labor theory of value. What is labor? We keep using this word a lot. So let's try to unpack it a bit. For labor, with labor, we're talking about actions, but not any action. We're talking about action by a conscious agent, conscious actor. Unlike bees have actions, they produce too, but they're not conscious bees. That's why humans as conscious agents, their actions are called labor, but we cannot talk about labor with respect to bees. In fact, Karl Marx gives this specific example of bees within this context. And secondly, there should be means of production. To produce, conscious agents act with means of production. As we're talking about two things here, right? Labor by conscious agents and the means of production. With means of production, let's give some examples to those. Nail gun, Gary gave this example. We can talk about machines or robots. They're all means of production. And according to labor theory of value, the source of all new value is labor. So means of production crystallizes the value of the old labor. It condenses the value that was generated by previous labor. And in itself, by itself, it doesn't create new value at all. So labor is a source of all new value. Please keep this in mind because we will come back to this. And in the process of labor, there are two components to labor. I love the example Gary gave, the roof worker. Let's stick to that one. A roof worker who works for the boss produces two kinds of value. First, value that is necessary for himself or herself. Right? That value that is needed for his own survival. That is paid labor. If a worker works for 8 hours, a roofer works 8 hours, he's probably paid for 3 hours of his work. What happens to the remainder? That is surplus. That goes to the profit and to the capitalist. This is outrageous, right? Well, yes, but not from the perspective of a boss or capitalist. In fact, in the eyes of a capitalist, there's a fair trade. There is an equal exchange going on from the perspective of a capitalist. How come? The roof worker comes and gives her labor in the process. And the boss gives the means of production in the process, and together, happily, they generate value. So what's wrong with that? This is wrong with it. Here's what is wrong with this. The means of production are owned privately. Okay? Let's give a different example, a bigger one, a factory system. It's true that worker without the factory machinery in the factory cannot produce as much as value as, let me rephrase it. In a factory system, a worker obviously produces more value than he would produce without the machinery. But why is the factory owned by a capitalist? Why is it owned by the producers? So this is the key aspect of capitalism. Beneath the seemingly equal relationship, equal exchange with means of production and labor, we see the private ownership means of production, which creates a systemic inequality. Okay, so in the labor and means of production, capitalists, they want a profit, and profit comes from surplus value. How can a capitalist increase surplus value? Well, if the capitalist gives less to the worker, or if the paid value of labor decreases, capitalism is better off. But there's a problem with this, right? Well, how can you do that? You can extend the workday, great. You can intensify the work. You can make the worker work more, excellent. But there are 24 hours a day, and a worker has physical limitations. And there's another problem. Workers are conscious beings, and they get organized. They form unions. They can resist. So increasing the paid value, paid labor, decreasing the cost of labor is not always possible. Hence, they invest more on means of production to increase productivity, to get more from the worker working there. From an individual capitalist, from a perspective of an individual capitalist, this is a great deal. They invest in means of production, more technology, more machinery, productivity increases, so the profits. But the other capitalists in that industry, they do the same thing. They also invest in means of production to compete. And overall, we see in that specific industry, the social necessary labor time to produce a good diminishes. Okay? The means of production and their composition increases, whereas the part of the labor diminishes. But let's go back to that note that I just I told you in the beginning. The source of all new value comes from labor. But what happens when capitalists compete among each other is labor is being replaced by technology, by means of production. This is a fundamental contradiction in capitalism. To make profit, more profit, they replace labor with means of production. But paradoxically, they reduce the source of new value. Hence, as a result, capitalism enters into systematic crises all the time. And there's a second problem. If you diminish labor, if you diminish the paid, if you increase the composition of capital, replace labor with means of production, there will be less and less wages paid. Well, if there are less wages, if wages diminish, who will buy the products that workers produce? This is another fundamental problem for capitalism. By investing on technology, by investing in robots, by investing in machinery, they cause automation and unemployment increases, and the aggregate demand in a society diminishes, which means there is not much people to buy those products. Hence, a second dynamic for crisis. Since I have just 5 minutes left, let's try to approach to automation from this perspective. Automation is not new, but the the pace of change has increased recently. So the speed of change is increasing, and we see more and more robots, supported by artificial intelligence and machine learning, dominating the production line. And this mostly hits the industrialized countries because in less industrialized countries, labor is cheap and they don't even need to be replaced by machinery. So countries such as Canada, it will be hit hardest by such automation drive. And as you can see, in the political economic organization of capitalism, the benefits of automation will not necessarily serve the society at large. But another way is possible. As I told you in the beginning, I'm a very enthusiastic optimist. If we change the political economic organization in which technological development happens, and if we replace capitalism with a system that doesn't have the profit drive, but that has a core tendency, core mission to satisfy the need of the people, we can direct all the wealth and productivity and efficiency that technology brings in to betterment of the satisfaction of human needs. And definitely capitalism is not the system that can do this. And there is a strong argument to be made there. Socialism is the system that is able to achieve that. We can elaborate on this a bit more, but at this point, I want to say that if we want to generalize the benefits of the technological development, we need to overthrow capitalism. And to do so, we need a very organized, organization powered by the working class, and that is supported by the theoretical explanations of the giants such as Karl Marx, as well as the knowledge of the past historical struggle of the working class. And I strongly believe that socialist action can help the working class in Canada and elsewhere to do so. And as a member of the Socialist Action, I invite everyone to join Socialist Action. Thank you very much.
You're muted, Elizabeth.
Of course I am. Of course I'm muted. All righty. So now we're going to go back to our producer, and we're going to take 3 questions, of which the panelists will have 4 minutes each to answer. You can answer 1, 2, or 3 questions. It's up to you. And the lineup will be Julius, Yasin, Gary, and Sandra. Okay. So, Kurt, first 3 questions, please.
So the first question comes from Ellen Ramsey. Ellen asks, most of the population are really working in factory-like conditions. Even the gig workers, we all just need a change in consciousness to realize the real situation and organize. Barry asks, if labor and nature are the source of all wealth, how can more wealth be produced to meet human needs without harming the environment? And then the Canadian commie asks, hey there, I'm curious to know if any of the speakers are familiar with the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and may be able to comment on it.
Okay, panelists, you have up to 4 minutes, and we start with Julius.
Okay, so I'll try my best at answering some of these questions. So the last question about the infrastructure bank, I don't personally know very much about it, but none of these banks are owned by workers or the working class, and so I don't know if the question is in terms of using the infrastructure bank to build whatever infrastructure or the things that we need, more hospitals or public transportation. But I think the issue here is that ultimately, until we are rid of capitalism, the ruling class basically calls the shots until the working class is organized enough to challenge them. So we're in support of reforms. If the working class is able to win significant reforms and force the ruling class to use an infrastructure bank or the Bank of Montreal or whatever bank to to improve the conditions of working people, well, we're in favor of that, but it's not the end goal, and it doesn't really solve the bigger issues of the lack of economic democracy of capitalism. Barry asked a question about labor and nature as sources of all wealth. How can more wealth be produced to meet human needs without harming the environment? I think that capitalism creates a lot of waste, that is created by the market. And so I think that in a society, in a world where production is created for human needs as opposed to human greed or human wealth creation, in terms of just accumulating at a very, the top, the 1% or the 0.001%, I think that a lot of the concern of harming the environment would go away, because we know, for instance, that a lot of food is wasted in the food systems around the world, in terms of shipping, exporting, and importing of grain and all kinds of types of food. There's a huge, I don't know the numbers, but I recall that it's a significant amount of food, for instance, that's wasted. But it also would mean that, in a socialist society, where workers are running the show, that we could invest the wealth that we create and our minds into creating new technologies that would be less impactful on the environment. And Ellen's question, I guess, is about workplace alienation. We're all working in factory conditions. I think that alienation is a big problem. I think that we're seeing a bit of a change in the way that people look at gig work, and the need to organize all of these workers. So, even though gig workers, a worker who delivers food on his bicycle may not be working side by side with other workers doing the same thing. There's a community of people who are doing the same kind of work, are addressing the same issues, and that is a commonality. And I think that we're seeing more and more of that in gig workers who, with different attempts to organize them. I guess that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, so we go to Yasin.
Okay, I'll start with Ellen's question, which has two parts. Ellen's comments, which has two parts. The first part, in the first part, she compares gig workers with the factory workers, and I agree. From the perspective of exploitation, extraction of surplus value from the worker, we see very similar characteristics between an auto factory worker and an Uber driver. The surplus value that the worker creates is grabbed by the capitalist who owns the means of production. In the case of a factory, auto factory, it's the machinery, the robots that help produce the machines. And in the case of the Uber driver, the app itself and is the means of production owned by the company. There are significant differences too, especially with respect to how workers can get organized in these two different settings. Most of our union strategies are based on the factory style production. This is why the contemporary union movement is struggling to find new ways to address the problems and organizational patterns of gig workers. But as Julius mentioned, there are very positive developments there. And I agree, the second part of the comment, which is about the consciousness. Yes, we just need a change in consciousness. That's true. But consciousness doesn't change automatically, or doesn't change with merely changing the ideas that the people carry in their minds. In fact, Karl Marx once said, it's not the consciousness that determines the being, but vice versa. Being determines the consciousness. So we need to change the material conditions of being. And in this case, if we overthrow capitalism and produce a very egalitarian society, the consciousness of the current corrupt regime will be overthrown too. Barry said, if labor and nature are the source of all wealth, how can more wealth be produced to meet human needs without harming the environment? In capitalism, production and satisfaction of needs have an accidental relationship, not necessary. If, like, yes, in capitalist society, our needs are met too in some cases, but that's not a necessary product of the capitalist production. Why? Because the business people are in the business not to satisfy your needs, but to make profit. If they can satisfy your needs along the way, good, great, but they don't need to in order to profit. That's why they can invest in wasteful industries and create waste, which doesn't lead to satisfaction of needs. What we need to do is to create a society where not the profit but satisfaction of human needs is the main drive. In fact, I would argue it's not just the satisfaction of human needs, but creation of new needs that we need to accomplish in a post-capitalist society. Why isn't art a need? Why isn't creative thinking a human need? Why isn't poetry considered a need? In the society that we need to build, we have to make sure that not only our primary needs, but also our intellectual needs are met too. And if we overthrow capitalism and make satisfaction of such needs the prime motive of production, we have the capacity to do so. Look at all the machinery and the robots, the computer technology that currently exists, and imagine a world where all these resources are directed to produce for humanity, not for profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Well, I'm getting an echo. Are you?
Sorry, Gary. Seems that your main video is not. No sounds coming out of your main video. Can you unmute your iPad or whatever device that is?
Some time I'm going to move to Sandra, Gary. Okay, Sandra.
Okay. So which question is I'm going to answer first? Okay. It's Canadian, call me. That's the person's name. Anyways, the question on infrastructure banks. I don't know. I've never heard about an infrastructure bank. But have you ever heard of banks? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of banks coming together to build a bridge? And I guess the answer is no, because banks are in the business to make profits for them and their shareholders. They are not interested in infrastructure. The only infrastructure they're interested in is the profit of infrastructure. It's profiting. Some banks might sponsor a sport figure just because it's a profit again, because they want to, be gain from advertisement. I believe as unions, we should encourage our members to put their money in the banks that would support grassroots movements. So again, I don't know anything about infrastructure bank, but as we know, you and I, the banks only have one interest, and that interest is to gain profit. I'll answer Barry's question. And what was that question again? Okay, so in labor, and I took some notes here. In labor, if labor and nature are the source of all wealth, how can more wealth be produced to meet human needs without harming the environment? So the thing is, you don't have to exploit the environment. That's against nature. All we need to do is to take what you need and to leave what is necessary for future fertilization or fertility. You know, we don't have to rape the environment. The environment, so sorry about that. We don't have to rape the environment and make it barren. We should replenish the environment. So for instance, if you dig a hole, then what you should do, you should fill that hole, well, put a plant and fill the hole up, right? You plant a tree. Leave nature as you got it. This will be good for future generation. I firmly believe that we are stewards of the environment, and we are here to address the environment and to preserve it. So as Barry said, labor and nature are the source of wealth, and therefore we have to protect it.
Thank you, Sandra. Gary? Comrade producer, are we still having problems? Hi, Gary. You're on.
Yeah, we're still having issues with Gary's volumes. Gary, you brought your second device. Do you see like a microphone on your second device with a line through it somewhere? That if you click on it, that will unmute it and it will allow you to us to hear you. No, that was a camera, the microphone. There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Gary, you're on. 4 minutes.
Now I'm getting an echo.
We can't hear the echo, so please.
Okay, that's fine. My problems here are that I have very high winds, and so my internet is up and down. So anyway, let me speak about alienation first, because it's a very destructive force. Marx said that human beings are naturally productive, sociable beings who find fulfillment and meaning in their lives through the free exercise of their natural powers. They fulfill themselves through their creations, so that so what they make is an expression of who they are. This is why he described the seizure by capitalists of the products of labor, which are an expression of who we are, as alienation. This dispiriting and dissipating separation of our creation from ourselves. This is the source of so much mental illness, anxiety, depression, and ruined, unfilled lives under capitalism, and a form of mental, physical, and spiritual violence that capitalist production imposes on all of us. Socialism will end all of that and make us whole and well again. I have to tell you, the echo is very distracting to me. Anyway, on the question of waste and the question of pollution and violating the environment, there's a lot of stuff that capitalism produces that we know we don't need. The entire petroleum industry is something we don't need.
the American military, single biggest polluter in the world, and we don't need it. So there's a lot that we could just simply cut out. The other thing is the way we approach production. There's a new model of a house built, which in the entire external surface produces energy, not just solar panels on the roof. So we can actually produce all the energy we need without violating nature. The only thing that you might need to substitute would be lubrication that oil provides. That's about 1% to 2% of the use of oil. Most of it is the creation of energy. So, but we can use silicon and other natural substances to do a lot of lubrication. Sorry. Okay. On the question of gig workers and organizing them, there's a series of 3 books written by Farrell Dobbs, the first of which is called Teamster Power. The 3 of them are about organizing and the development and bureaucratization of the Teamsters. The truckers originally many of them were self-owned, so they were gig workers, and yet they became the most powerful union in America, and still are. Yeah. So the problem has been solved, and the union, really what we need to do is send Teamster Rebellion to all of the bureaucrats and have them read it. I think that's. I think I'm done. I have to get rid of this.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go back to our producer, but before we go, I understand that one of our panelists, Sandra, has to leave because she has another important thing she has to participate in and has to go. So we thank you, Sandra, for being here, and we will see you later. Thanks for being here. Okay, so we'll go back to our producer for 3 more questions.
Okay, so our next set of questions first comes from John Orritt, who says, science-led productivity growth is so high compared to the past, and involving economic controls are so different that capitalism is able to satisfy the living standards of so many working people now. How can the bulky middle class be moved out of their complacency? Emily Janet asks, we often see the interest of the working class, especially trade workers, pitted against environmentalism and indigenous rights. How can we as eco-socialists fight back against this, and what counter-alternative can we offer? John Wunderlich asks, solidarity emerges naturally in shop floor settings, but less so in the office cubicle settings. How cadre organizations appeal to masses of knowledge-based workers?
Okay, you have up to 4 minutes again. And the lineup is Yasin, Gary, and Julius.
Thank you. John Orritt brought the question of middle class, bulky middle class in his words, and their complacency. What is middle class? If we were in the same room, I would ask him that question and ask him to clarify. If he means what Marx calls petty bourgeoisie, with doctors, lawyers, then my answer would be different than if he means the upper echelons of the working class, the strata of the working class that is paid more than the average working class, like perhaps some steel workers, some auto workers, who have more benefits and better wages. I think he means the what some aristocracy of the working class. Some people call them the aristocracy of the working class, the well-off working class, and how can we make them move? Unfortunately, there are some specific factors at play, specific to North America. In North America, in the United States, and in Canada, unfortunately, historically speaking, union bureaucracy cut the ties of such workers from the rest of the working class, and they directed their unions to fight for better wages and benefits for only their members, and not fighting for the working class as a large. So perhaps one answer to that question, then, John, is from a more union, membership-based union organization structure. We need social movement type of union structure. We need unions fighting for the entire working class, not only for their members. Emily is asking about the interests of the working class, environmentalism, and indigenous rights. I have 4 minutes only, and I already used most of it. I can't go into the theoretical implications of this question, but let me, for now, say this. I think in the Marxist theory, environmentalism is embedded. Environmentalism, eco-socialism is a core characteristics of Marxism. And perhaps Marx didn't talk about environment a lot because his focus was somewhere else. But I think environment, eco-socialism, and Marx ideas are perfectly compatible. But I can't say the same thing for indigenous rights. Obviously, Karl Marx and the entire Marxist tradition pays so much attention to the rights and struggles of the oppressed, and indigenous people are such people. But it is up to us to make that linkage more visible, and it is up to us to produce more knowledge on how indigenous people and their self-determination are tied to the interest of the working class. Lastly, John said solidarity emerges naturally in shop floor setting, but less so in an office cubicle setting. Great question. A practical question. I try to explain this in my presentation. I think in the shop floor setting, first of all, the way work is organized is very helpful to working class organization, and secondly, historically, the union movement has more experience in organizing in the shop floor. We can say the same thing for the office cubicle setting, and there are many organizational methods available in the tool set of the working class. One can be for the office and office workers, not necessarily focusing on the workplace itself, perhaps having a more broader organizational scope. For example, in the Ontario Public Service, perhaps instead of focusing too much on the office organizational units, perhaps more like a widespread organizational attempts should be made. Perhaps the organizers should take the workers and
30 seconds
and urge them to meet more frequently with the people working in the other offices. So instead of more localized organizational patterns, perhaps we need more like wider organizational patterns. But this is a very practical question, and perhaps folks like Julius, who are more active in organizing the office workers, can explain it more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Yasin. Gary?
Gary, you seem to be having issues with your sound again.
Okay, so we're going to move for time to Julius.
Okay. Yeah, I'll address the questions in the reverse order because I actually work and am organized in an office cubicle setting. So I think that there's often this conception that that white collar workers are highly individualistic and really that there's no real sense of communal concerns or organizing. And I don't really think that, from my experience, that's true. I mean, I work in a government setting where everyone in the workplace is unionized except for management, but the union has not necessarily been very active all the time. So we've gone through strikes. We've gone through periods of strikes where workers who work in offices and in cubicle settings shut down the workplace. It happened with my union in the mid-90s, the OPS strike, and it's happened since then. I mean, not all workplaces are the same, but really the deciding factor for how successful the strikes are who are the organizers on the ground and what have they been doing. So I think that politics and having socialists or activists, union militants in each workplace, regardless of if it's a shop floor or an office setting, really make the difference, because the ideas of labor militancy and class solidarity are not popularized in culture or in society. So it's somewhat of a learned behavior. And the best place to learn it is through action. So in terms of pitting trade workers against environmentalists and indigenous rights, this question, particularly around environmentalism, came up when the Labour Forward campaign spoke to the Calgary District Labour Council. And I think the issue here is that ultimately there'll be no jobs on a dead planet. The natural resource extraction industry is dying, and the labor leadership really should be getting out in front of this issue. They should be the ones who are championing a green transition to preserve jobs, as opposed to fighting it, which we're seeing and have seen for quite some time. The fight over the LEAP manifesto was a big fight in the NDP, which ultimately those who supported LEAP lost, and labor played a role in that, and it's really is counterintuitive and doesn't support the workers that they profess to support, when really what is happening is they're just protecting the status quo and the employer. There's no reason why manufacturing, for instance, can't be shifted west to replace those jobs that would be lost through transition away from a carbon economy. And the last question, John Ord had a question about the middle class. I mean, the middle class is vulnerable too. Look at all the small businesses that have been basically destroyed during the pandemic. I mean, the working class solidarity may not be at front center for some of these folks, but I agree with Yasin. It's hard to define what is middle class exactly, but it doesn't take much to rock their boat. I mean, look at their concerns over raising the minimum wage. Many small business owners oppose that, and yet through situation we're dealing with COVID, they're being forced to deal with a situation that's totally out of their hands. If we were to offer some kind of an alternative, I think that it's crises that we can sometimes possibly take advantage of to reach out to those folks, some of them. Thank you.
Okay, Gary. So are we okay now?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can. Go ahead, Gary.
It took a long time to figure this out. Anyway,
no problem.
Yeah, capitalism can, for the time being, I'm just talking about John Orritt's question, can capitalism in the advanced capitalist world can often meet the demands and the living standards of its working class because of this tremendous exploitation of the vast majority of the world, to which it subjects in order to do that. So the home base of capitalism is more protected because of the super exploitation of the colonial world. And there's no doubt that causes a privilege in the advanced workers class. But let me point out a few other things. 1.7 million Canadians are on social welfare. 300,000 Canadians on any given night have no homes. There's 40% of Canadian workers do not have $300 saved. So there's a lot of, even in this kind of society, there's a tremendous amount of vulnerability that not a very deep recession or depression can shake up dramatically. And it's not, these things are relative. Canadian workers do not have to be as poor as workers in India in order to revolt. They have now developed very powerful expectations of what the standard of living it should be and what capitalists should do for them. And if capitalism fails to do that, they will rebel much earlier. So that's my answer on that. Let's see here. Productivity growth. What's this? Oh, yeah, the whole question of workers against environmentalism. The workers, there used to be craft unions. That was the AFL, the American Federation of Labor. And they used to stand in the way. You could not organize the big factories because they were all divided up into craft unions. So the workers went around them and organized factories.
I think we lost Gary.
Yes, we did.
Oh,
there he is. You're back. Okay, Gary?
Okay. Yeah.
Must be the high winds.
Yeah, it is. It's shaking up power lines.
Okay.
So the AFL was taken over not taken over, but it was bypassed by the rise of the Congress of Industrial Organizations and craft unionism, which is still powerful in certain areas like railroads and so on. But the industrial unions became the main source of unionism. And I think that the resource unions are going to have to be, to some extent, we can argue for, and capitalism will not provide a way for a just transition. But we certainly should demand it. But we're going to have to go past them in any case. We're going to have to build, new unions will have to be built of the gig workers and the massive retail outlets and the massive shipping factories and so on. And I don't know how they're going to be organized unless people more to the left of the current leadership in CLC gets involved. It's going to have to be some new upsurge of leadership independent of the CLC. One way or another, they will be organized because their living standards are too low. But and they're good. I don't know whether it's going to be possible to do anything but overwhelm these people and impose the needs of the environment and of the Canadian people on them, because they are an aristocracy. They're very purposely well overpaid to create a bureaucracy. No way in the world can they get another job as like the ones that they're being paid for in the oil business. So the capitalists can come up with the money, but remember the oil business is so heavily subsidized. They have 1 trillion liters of tar sands waste, and nobody has made them do anything about it. It's all sitting there, straining at the banks to flow into the Mackenzie River and into the Arctic Ocean. It's just a terrible situation. So that's a huge subsidy by the Canadian working people. Plus, there's all kinds of oil exploration tax credits, oil production tax credits. Oil doesn't make a profit. If oil had to pay all its costs, it is completely unprofitable. Yet it's so subsidized that they can pay these outrageous wages to resource sector workers and create a big divide in the working class. And that's engineered by the bourgeoisie. So we may have to bypass them to move forward.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Okay, so we're going back to our producer for the last 3 questions, and you will each have 4 minutes left. I know it's not a lot of time to answer questions, but you know, we've had a lot of questions, and we're trying to get in as many as we can before the hour is up. Okay, so it's 4 minutes each, folks. Julius, Yasin, and Gary. And go ahead, Kurt.
Okay, so our first question comes from Abhishek Punder. Correct me if I am wrong, the emergence of middle-class division of labor, class skilled, unskilled, contractual, gig, and in case of present pandemic between those who can work from home and those who can't, is a gauge of development of capitalist form of economic organization. Mark Lister asks, how do we improve material condition for workers now while still building for the revolution and not falling into complacency and reformism? John Wunderlich asks, is there a contradiction between Leninist organizations and workers' self-directed enterprises where the productive workers of an organization are the board of the organization?
Okay, Gary. No, Julius, 4 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer Marx and maybe some of John Wunderlich's. So, I mean, workers. What we do in the labor movement is we still, you know, we push and we build and we campaign and organize for reforms. At the same time, keeping our eyes on the prize and talking about capitalism and the need to get rid of it and replace it with socialism. So, as I said earlier, the fight for, you know, the improvement of material conditions for workers is it's an organizing tool, and it is a key part of the work that we do within the labor movement. I mean, that's the reason why we campaign against two-tier, against wage freezes. You know, these material benefits that improve the living conditions of workers is something that we support and we fight for much more than even the reformist leadership, which is content to roll over agreements that usually are concessionary and have been for a very long time. So there's not really any sort of contradiction in supporting reforms and winning reforms which build the confidence of the working class without losing our eye on the prize, which is socialism. And in regards to John Wunderlich's question, contradictions between Leninist organization, worker self-directed enterprises, I guess co-ops. I mean, I see these as being two different things. The Revolutionary Party and a workers' co-op are two different things. Leninist Party want to overthrow capitalism and replace it with socialism, whereas in a lot of workers' co-ops are more focused on workplace democracy, which is important. But but they're not necessarily driven towards abolishing capitalism. In fact, workers' co-ops have proven themselves and shown themselves to basically exist within the capitalist framework, and often their boards are taken over and replaced by more corporate formal means of organizing. But I mean, again, I wouldn't say, for instance, is it impossible for someone who belongs to a Leninist organization to be a member on a workers' co-op, a board member? I don't think that that's something that is contradictory, just as long as whoever is, you know, is on that board understands the limitations of it. I mean, the labor movement has limitations too. Labor unions have limitations, and a labor union can't replace a Leninist party. There are two different functions in the workers' movement.
Okay. Thanks, Julius. Okay, Yasin?
Let me start with the first question, which is on division of labor. The division of labor did not start with capitalism. In fact, we are talking about two separate things when we talk about division of labor. We talk about division of labor in society, meaning, you know, there's a barber and a baker and all different occupations. Division of labor in the sense of emergence of different occupations, or division of labor in a labor process. Let's to revoke the remember the example that the English political economist Adam Smith said. Even in the production of a pin, in a pin factory, there are different steps in the production, and each step is taken by a different worker. I think both of these the types of division of labor are necessary. They are necessary for increasing productivity and having a productive society. What is problematic is when the division of labor between capitalists and working class take place. Division of labor leads into formation of classes. When the capitalist claims that they bring the means of production to the table, whereas the worker only brings the labor power to the table, and hence there's a kind of a seemingly equal relationship, division of labor there, but there's a systemic inequality that envelopes this, which is the means of production, which is owned owned privately, becomes a source of surplus extraction. So just to wrap up, I mean, I think division of labor is not necessarily a bad thing. It could not start with capitalism, but as the problem is with the formation of classes and systemic exploitation of one class by the other. And John's question is about Leninist organization and workers' self-directed enterprises. I think a Leninist wouldn't argue against self-directed enterprises. They're necessary but not sufficient. Workers should have control over the production decisions. In the factory setting, they should have, they should decide what to produce, how much, and where to sell, and how much the compensation should be given to the workforce within that factory. I think these decisions should be taken by laborers. The problem is as follows, and the problem is the problem of the state. A factory, even owned by the workers, will need finance to increase their investments so that they increase their productive capacity. If the banks are privately held, owned, then the society at large will reproduce the capitalist relations of production. So Leninists argue that by capturing the state and taking over the privately owned banks and forming one big bank would remedy that situation. Or second problem, a very similar one, is the organization of production and consumption across the society. The problem of coordination
30 seconds
across these productive settings. For a national or even international coordination of production, a centralized agency, a centralized institution should be formed, and we're talking about public institutions here, and merely focusing on self-directed enterprises leaves out that question: how the production will be organized across society. So my answer to John is that I don't think that there's a contradiction between Leninist organizations and self-directed enterprises, but self-directed enterprises alone are not sufficient for transformation of capitalism, and they leave out the question of state, and Leninist organizations equipped with the Leninist organizational ways can overcome that problem. Thank you.
Gary, 4 minutes.
Okay. The thing about co-ops or worker-managed enterprises, the largest share of British Columbians buy gas from co-op gas, and it is a co-op, but it is managed. See, it lives in the capitalist supply chain and the capitalist financing chain, so it has to operate under the laws of capitalism, and basically what happens is instead of providing, I mean, they're still in the business selling gas, and so that's what they do. But you don't find what they should be doing is creating huge numbers of plugins for electric cars for fast charging and that sort of thing. But you don't see them do that. And you don't also see cheaper gas, which I guess is not really where we want to go anyway. But over the past, they haven't provided cheaper gas. What they've done is they give you a dividend at the end of the year, and that's pretty much what every corporation does. They give out dividends to their shareholders at the end of the year. So, it's really unnoticeable what the difference is between the co-op here and capitalism, even though we do elect the board of directors. But it's so big that we're just as alienated from the board of directors as you would be if you were a small shareholder in some other enterprise. So they're designed, they've learned to live under capitalism, and I think from the point of view of co-op gas, it's a useless. I mean, it's not really providing any benefit. As far as the way Yasin made lots of good comments on the division of labor, but there's two elements here. First of all, division of labor itself is necessary. Just consider building Stonehenge. There had to be a lot of division of labor there. So it's very existed long before capitalism. But there's another question, that is stratification of the working class. And capitalists are very good at that, and they do it on purpose. Some of it happens out of the nature of capitalist production, and some of it happens out of design. And that is to create divisions and conflicts within the working class. Capitalism, by the way, if you take a look at the role of capitalists do not bring anything to the table, really. What they do is they entirely spend their lives organizing financing. But workers actually bring up the resources, bring up the equipment and the tools. It's workers who make them. It's workers who move them to the factory. It's workers who install them. And all of that organic labor, dead labor, is processed and developed and installed by workers. What the capitalists do, and then they say, well, we brought this to the table, and then all you brought was your labor power, and so it's an equitable division. But the truth is they brought nothing. All they did was some financial organizing to make the money available, and then workers did the rest. All of their function is completely useless. Nobody needs anything they do. They need workers. Workers do not need them. So they're completely a parasitic class, and yet they run our lives. And the contradictions within capitalism are becoming more and more deep and unsolvable, and will affect the quality of the life of workers in Canada and around the world, and are so doing. So back to the question of the revolutionary potential of the working class. Part of their revolutionary potential is that they will move to defend their living standards at some point. Another part of their revolutionary potential is they're perfectly capable of doing everything that needs to be done in Canada or around the world without the capitalist class. So that's another element of their revolutionary potential. And finally, we're doing the best darn job that we can, and we will work with anybody to help us do this. If new revolutionary groups spring out of the class struggle, we'll be the first to propose that we sit down and to talk about joining our forces. So we're going to try to provide the leadership. So I just want to come back to that, the original starting point, which was, yes, the revolutionary class in Canada does have, the working class in Canada has lots of revolutionary potential. It has all the knowledge to run society without the capitalist class. And we just have to get the leadership built so that when they rise up, we are there, and we can work as a well-organized, well-disciplined machine to put forward their proposals for action and the slogans and goals to take them over the line and smash the state and build socialism.
Elizabeth, you're muted.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. Okay, so thank you to all of our panelists and to our fellow listeners. This ends the session on the revolutionary potential of the working class. But of course, as you all know, we have another session, which is the final session, coming up at 6:50 Eastern Time, and it's entitled The Leninist Party and the Left. And before the session starts, we will have a treat for you once again. We'll have our own Emily Sayers singing for you. So, see you all at 6:50 Eastern Time. Thanks for listening.
Vibration, yeah, positive. Live if you wanna live, I and I. Vibration, yeah, positive. We got to have a good vibe, I am man. Iration, yeah, positive. Vibration, yeah, positive. If you get down and we quarrel every day, we're singing prayers Why not help one another on the way? Makes it much easier. Just a little bit easier. Say we just could not live in a negative way. Make way for the positive day. 'Cause it's a new day. Yeah. New time. And it's a new freedom. Said it's a new science. Oh, what a new day. Picking up. Oh, you're picking up now. Picking up. Are you picking up now? Oh, Jah love, protect us. Oh, Jah love, protect us. Oh, Jah love, protect us. Did you hear what I say? Rastaman vibration, yeah, positive. I and I vibration, yeah, positive. I am an iration, yeah, we're hiring heights. Positive vibration, yeah. Positive. Just a little bit easier. Say we just could not live in a negative way. Make way for the positive day. 'Cause it's a new day. And it's a new time. Yes, it's a new feeling. Yes, it's a new sign. Oh, what a new day. Pick it up. Pick it up now. Picking up. Oh, you picking up now. Oh, Jah love protects us. Oh, Jah love protect us. Oh, Jah love protect us. Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't you know we're free? Yeah. We like dancing. Just a rock it with me. Roots rock reggae. We're gonna find it, this reggae music. Did you hear? Oh, roots rock reggae. Play a yonder R&B. Oh, I want all my people to see. Bubbling on a top 100, just like a mighty tree. In this roots rock reggae, we'll give it up for this reggae music. Oh, roots rock reggae, we'll live it up for this reggae music. Hey, Mr. Music, you sure sound good to me. I can't refuse it. Oh, what you be got to be. Well, and don't you know we're free? We like dancing. Children, rock with me. Oh, roots rock reggae. This reggae music. Oh, roots rock reggae. Good God Almighty, this reggae music. This reggae music. This reggae music. Yes, keep that.
NSA Bobo.
Yeah, lively up yourself. Sing my way, come on. Hey, 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 hey. Lively up yourself and don't be no down. Lively up yourself. Reggae is another bag. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. You rock so, like you never did before. You dip so, dip through my door. You stand so, oh yeah. You come so, come alive today, yeah. Lively up yourself. Did you hear that? Lively up yourself. Come on, children. Lively up yourself. I wanna
Just tell me if you need me to follow.
Zimbabwe! Zimbabwe, yeah! 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 Lively up yourself. Come on, say with me. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. Lively up yourself. All right. Yeah. Zimbabwe. All right. Viva freedom ya Zimbabwe. Viva freedom ya Zimbabwe. Yes. Viva Africa. Viva. Viva Africa. Viva. All right. How good and how pleasant it is for a night to dwell together in one perfect harmony. Jah Rastafari, who liveth and reigneth with I and I continually, ever faithful, ever sure. Jah Rastafari, Jah Rastafari, Jah Rastafari. Every man got a right to decide his own destiny. And in this judgment there is no partiality. So arm in arms, with arms, we'll fight this little struggle. Children, that's the only way we can overcome a little trouble. And brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. So right. We gon' fight, we'll have to fight, we gonna fight, fighting for rights. Not to mash it in a Zimbabwe, put the treaty code in a Zimbabwe. Africans are liberate Zimbabwe. I liberate Zimbabwe. No more internal power struggle. Come together, overcome a little trouble. Yes, 'cause soon we'll find out who is the real revolutionaries. And I don't want my people to be contrary. And brothers, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're so right. We gon' fight, we'll have to fight, we gonna fight, fighting for rights. Not to trash it in a Zimbabwe, not to dump it in a Zimbabwe. Africans, the real revolutionaries. I don't want my people to be contrary. And brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're so right. We'll have to fight, we gonna fight, we'll have to fight, fighting for rights. Zimbabwe, oh children now, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, whoa, Zimbabwe. Sing the song, Zimbabwe. Come on, children, sing the song, Zimbabwe. I wanna hear you sing the song, Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe now. Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, yeah, yeah, yeah. running away, but they can't run away from themselves, y'all. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running, but you can't run away from yourself. 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 You must have done something wrong. Said you must have done something wrong. I wanna know why you can't find the place where you belong. Well, you're running away. You're running away. You're running away. And you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running and you're running away. You're running and you're running, but you can't run away from yourself. 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 They're crazy. They're crazy. We're gonna chase those crazy bullets out of town. Chase those crazy bullets out of town. Yeah. I and I build a cabin. I and I plant the corn. So didn't my people before me slave for this country? And now you look me with your scorn, and then you eat up all my corn. We're gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy, chase those crazy bullets, chase those crazy bumpheads, oh chase those crazy bullets right out of town. Your penitentiary, we build your schools, the brainwash education, trying to make us your fools, where hatred you reward for our love, yelling at us off your God above. We're gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy. Chase those crazy bullets. Chase those crazy bullets. Chase those crazy bullets right out of town.
Yeah.
We won't take no bribe. We've got to stay alive. We're gonna chase those crazy. Chase those crazy. Chase those crazy bullets. Chase those crazy bumpers. Chase those crazy bullets right out of town. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. So, preacher man, don't tell me that heaven is... go now. Exodus, oh Lord, movement of the people. Exodus, oh yeah, movement of the people. Where, men and people will fight you down when you seek the light. Let me tell you, if you're not wrong, where everything is all right, so we're gonna walk through the roads of creation. We the generation trod through great tribulation in this exodus. Movement of the people. Oh Lord, exodus. Oh yeah, movement of the people. Where? Open your eyes and look within. Are you satisfied with the life you're living? We know where we're going. We know where we're from. We're leaving Babylon. We're coming to a father's land in this exodus. Movement of the people. Exodus. Oh yeah. Movement of the people. The movement of the people here. Movement of the people here. The movement of the people. The movement of the people. Every good it move. Every good is gonna move now. Every good it move. Every good it move now. Hey, move. Come on, man. Move. Move. Jah come to break oppression, rule equality, yeah. Wipe away transgression, set the captives free. Set the captives free now. Set the captives free. Set the captives free, y'all. Set the captives free. Set the captives free. Set the captives free, yeah. Set. break oppression, rule equality, wipe away transgression, set the captives free, yeah. Set the captives free now. Set the captives free. Set the captives free, yeah. Yeah, the people of Zimbabwe, how about it for Bob Marley, yeah! Come on, Zimbabwe, Bob Marley! Thank you very much. Zimbabwe, freedom!
I hear the music when I'm walking in the street. I hear the sound of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I still believe the time has come. Hey, raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. See a soul who's doubtful and another who is afraid, measuring the gains against the things they take away. You can't tell me all that money is better than a better world. Oh no, I still believe in the song. I do believe the time has come. Let me tell you now, hey, 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 raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, 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 raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. I hear the music when I'm walking in the street. Feel the power of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I do believe our time has come. So let me tell you now, hey, 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 hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, raise your hands up, your hands up, your hands up high. I hear the music when I'm walking in the street. I hear the sound of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I still believe the time has come. People aching to be free. I feel the power of the numbers in the street. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I do believe the time has come. So let me tell you now, hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. See a soul who's doubtful and another who is afraid, measuring the gains against the things they take away. You can't tell me all that money is better than a better world. Oh no, I still believe in the song. I do believe the time has come. Let me tell you now, hey, hey, raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. When I'm walking in the street, feel the power of a sweet melody. A single voice can start a revolution. I still believe in the song. I do believe our time has come. now, hey, 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 hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, hey. Raise your hands up high. Raise your hands up high. Hey, hey, raise your hands up, your hands up, your hands up high.
Live streaming is on.
Well, hello, fellow listeners. We're back for our third session. But before we start that, we have another treat for you because Emily Sears is back and she's going to sing again. And this time she has a special guest with her. Okay, you're on.
All right.
Emily?
Good evening, everyone. Hello again, and welcome back. And I would like to welcome my mother, Judy, who is joining me and accompanying me in this next song. We're going to be singing Pendulum Swinger by Indigo Girls. They're an American folk duo who've been long family favorites in this household, and I have always found this particular song quite inspiring. The idea of the pendulum swinger, of swinging the ideologies back and, you know, changing the message and changing the political direction has always been something that I've really resonated with. And so I'm happy to be singing this for you all tonight. Let's go.
Okay.
I meet you for coffee. We get together periodically. And I got a bad case I can't shake off of me. The fevered walking around and wondering how it ought to be. You who work in the system, you see possibilities and you're glistening. I showed her how you're gonna give them when they back off the mic for once and give it to a woman. I dream like a mad one, brutal fantasies I catch as catch can. I'm a psychic and a lay woman. I see love and I like to make it happen. What we get from your war walk, the ticker of the nation breaking down like a bad clock. I want the pendulum to swing again, so that all your mighty mandate was just spitting in the wind. It doesn't come by the bullwhip. It's not persuaded with your hands on your hips, and it's not the company of gunslingers. The epicenter of love is a pendulum swinger. She is, she is. It's fun about the old scroll Sanskrit, Gnostic Gospels and Da Vinci Code's a smash hit. Aren't we dying just to read it and relate it? Too hard just to go by the blind faith, but they left out the sisters. I've been praying to a father god so long I really missed her, through a goddess of benevolence. And you should listen to your mama if you have a liquor sense. But it doesn't come by the bullwhip. It's not persuaded with your hands on your hips and not the company of gunslingers. The atmosphere of love is a pendulum swinger. She is pushed under by the main press.
Can't keep her down.
Buried under a code of dress. Relegated by the Vatican. But you can't keep a spirit down who wants to get up again. If we're a drop in the bucket with just enough science to keep from saying fuck it, until the last drop of sun burns as we left. Plenty revolutions left until we get this thing right. It doesn't come by the bullwhip. It's not persuaded with your hands on your hips, and it's not the company of gunslingers. The atmosphere of love is a pendulum swinger. She is, she is. She is, she is.
Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Emily.
Happy to be here.
Oh, good. I want to go dancing now. Okay, so let's get on with our third session. The next session is titled The Leninist Party and the Left. The speakers are Barry Weisleder, SA Canada, Jaime Gonzales, Socialist Unity League, LUS Mexico, and Jeff Mackler, SA USA. So, leading off will be Barry. He's the Federal Secretary of Socialist Action. He is a retired teacher and union organizer, co-editor of Socialist Action newspaper and Turn Left magazine, and chair of the NDP Socialist Caucus. Welcome, Barry.
Good evening, comrades and friends. V.I. Lenin and his famous book, What is to be Done, are hated by the entire political establishment. Even scholars who consider themselves Marxists are uncomfortable with Lenin. Why? Because Lenin built a party that led a socialist revolution. He proved that workers could overthrow capitalism. Lenin's 1902 book was decisive in the early debates of the Russian revolutionary movement. A fight was already underway between Marxism and populism, especially with a group called Popular Will, which espoused individual terrorism. Then Lenin took on the advocates of legal Marxism, who abandoned revolutionary Marxism and embraced the parliamentary path to nowhere. He challenged the opportunism of the economists, a prominent reformist current. Well, today in Canada, Lenin's strategy opposes the path of reformism, whether it be the NDP and Labour bureaucrats, comfortable accommodation to capitalism, or more militant-sounding younger voices. The latter hate capitalism, but they don't grasp the centrality of the class struggle, nor the capitalist state as an implacable enemy of the working class. Such groups include the Democratic Socialists of Canada, Democratic Socialists of Vancouver, and Courage. We love to work with them, but we must be honest about our political differences. Lenin's writings also address the errors of the present-day groups like Fight Back and the Communist Party of Canada. Such organizations, as soon as they get close to the working class, adapt their propaganda to the reformist milieu within the labor movement, while at the same time elevating activism to a panacea. Take Courage, for example. While it is very critical of NDP leaders and employs innovative communication techniques, the platform of Courage strives only for, and I quote, democratic economic control and an inclusive society, quote. It makes no mention of public ownership of basic industry under workers' control. It issues no call for expropriation of the big polluters. It utters no demand for socialist transformation of Canada, let alone the world. The so-called Progressive International of Yanis Varoufakis, Slavoj Žižek, and Naomi Klein is much the same. Not a word about socialism as its goal, oblivious to the fact that many opinion polls show young people prefer socialism to capitalism. Like the economists of Russia, They lower the level of the working class movement and the class struggle to narrow trade unionism and to a realistic struggle for petty gradual reforms. According to the economists, workers were interested only in economic or bread and butter issues. This view reflects the snobbishness of intellectuals who imagine that the way to win workers is to pander to their prejudices. Lenin wrote What is to be Done to criticize the right wing in his own party. His tendencies newspaper, Iskra, waged a struggle to build the party based on sound principles. For Lenin, a democratic centralist party was essential to lead the masses to victory. Lenin understood that such a party could not be improvised, quote, since it is too late to form the organization in times of explosive outbursts, quote. Instead, it must be consciously built before such events occur. It starts with assembling a cadre of professional revolutionaries. Democratic centralism means full democracy in debate and firm unity in action. While conditions in Tsarist Russia were extremely difficult and required underground methods of work, Lenin's theory of organization was not determined by Russian conditions. Lenin later wrote a book called State and Revolution. You heard about that in the previous session. In it, he described all capitalist states, not just the Russian one. States are instruments for the rule of one class. They are purpose-built and cannot serve the interests of another class. In Canada, a group of academics called the Socialist Project proposes to reform the bourgeois state from within. As its name implies, the SP opposes building a party. Never in history has a ruling class given up its power and privileges without a struggle, a fight in which no holds are barred. History shows that the revolutionary class requires a party and leadership which are prepared to overcome all obstacles. Despite the heroic role of the masses, without such a party, the revolution will not succeed. Conversely, the defeats suffered by the working class over the last 100 years can be ascribed to the absence of a Bolshevik-type party. Defeats have led some activists to become cynical. Some older labor bureaucrats began as militants and now are negative, privileged, and undemocratic. Instead of building a revolutionary party, they talk about building the movement and building the left. They fail to understand that you cannot artificially create a movement. The movement of the working class arises from great events. Inevitably, the movementists end up in the swamp of reformism. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party split in 1903. The majority, Bolsheviki, supported Lenin. The minority, Mensheviki, did not. It was here that the myth began that Lenin's so-called elitist ideas on organization lead to dictatorship. Bourgeois academics and reformists claim that these methods gave birth to Stalinism. This is completely false. Stalinism arose from the isolation of the revolution in a backward country, not a set of organizational norms. Stalin literally climbed over the dead bodies of Bolshevik leaders that he had killed. The Revolutionary Party strives for clarity and unity. A genuinely homogeneous party is much stronger than a heterogeneous one. Over a period of time, the party can attract all kinds of accidental elements with alien ideas that can play a very negative role. The party is not a playground for such types. It was far better to politically split with those who were moving towards reformism. Lenin explained that the struggle against Marxism was led by the bourgeois intelligentsia in the universities and transferred to the reformists and opportunists in the labor movement. That's still true. The cadres of the Revolutionary Party therefore needed to be theoretically equipped to answer the arguments of its political enemies, above all in the places of higher learning. Lenin explains in What is to be Done that the economists were part of the opportunist trend in the world movement, led by revisionist Edward Bernstein in Germany and Alexandre Millerand in France. Lenin saw his struggle against economism in Russia as part of an international struggle. Who are the economists today? Above all, they are the trade union leaders who negotiate contracts based on bread and butter issues, which they do rather poorly. From their petty bourgeois position of relative comfort and privilege, they look down on the workers who they claim are not interested in or capable of understanding political issues. But this is nonsense. Lenin said, quote, "To repeat these words in a period of theoretical disorder is like wishing mourners at a funeral many happy returns of the day." The Labor Forward campaign is a direct challenge to this insulting bureaucratic outlook. Lenin insisted that, quote, "the fundamental economic interests of the proletariat can be satisfied only by a political revolution that will replace the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the dictatorship of the proletariat." In other words, beginning with the immediate problems of workers, it is necessary to generalize these experiences and link them to the wider struggle to change society. This means being able to link together agitation, propaganda, and theory. While the opportunists separate the struggle for reforms from revolution, Lenin emphasizes the inseparable link between them. Revolutionaries want to raise wages, but that's not the end of the matter. We want workers to govern society. Of course, Lenin urged revolutionaries to work in unions and to raise specific issues, but he shows the limits and dangers of this approach if done in a one-sided way. For Lenin, socialists must be revolutionaries first and foremost, and trade unionists, feminists, environmentalists, etc., second. The party has a duty to inoculate its members against opportunism by raising their theoretical level, ensuring they attend party meetings, and seeing that their work is carried out under the direction of the party. This was a condition of membership. It is particularly important where party members take positions in the workers' movement, where there is a danger that they can become sucked into becoming, as Lenin put it, simply a trade union secretary. Quote. For Lenin, the revolutionary press is a key tool for party building. Quote, "It would fan every spark of the class struggle and of popular indignation into a general conflagration." Close quote. Around the party newspaper is assembled, quote, "a regular army of tried fighters who systematically receive their training." Quote. Under the leadership of Lenin and Trotsky, the Bolshevik Party drew around itself the very best of the working class to conquer state power. Today's Marxists must do the same. Now consider the left in Canada. The biggest component is social democracy in the form of the labor-based New Democratic Party. Its leadership is ardently pro-capitalist. However, its massive working class membership and electoral base is in fundamental conflict with the capitalist status quo. Socialists intervene in the NDP just as we do in the unions to fight for a workers' agenda pointing to the need for a party of a radically different kind. Among the strongest opponents of party building are the anarchists. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon was the first to declare himself an anarchist. His 1840 book on property popularized the slogan, "Property is theft." Proudhon was referring to the property of the rich. He vigorously defended the right of small artisans and tradespeople to possess their own dwellings, land, and tools that they needed to work and live. Proudhon's program reflected the viewpoint of this stratum of petty proprietors. How hostility to the state was based on its role as a regulator, rather than as an organ of class power. Proudhon and his followers called for the abolition of the state and its replacement by a decentralized federation based on free contractual relations between independent artisans. Proudhon opposed both working class political action and he opposed labor unions. Marx challenged Proudhon and his acolytes for their moral rather than scientific critique of capitalism and their allergy to the state and political parties. Under the influence of Marx and Engels, the First International, founded in 1864, affirmed that the great duty of the working classes was to conquer political power. Against this position was an anarchist minority led by the Russian aristocrat Mikhail Bakunin, who wanted nothing to do with, quote, the state in general, quote, whatever its class character, and therefore was adamantly opposed to political action. Marx and Engels regarded anarchism, first with Proudhon and then with Bakunin, as an alien petty bourgeois current in the working class movement that would vacillate between the bourgeoisie and proletariat. The dispute between Marx, Engels, and Bakunin paralyzed the First International, leading to its dissolution in 1874. It was replaced by the Second International, which made rapid gains, especially in Germany. In the late 19th century, anarchists committed to the propaganda of the deed carried out assassinations of members of Europe's royal families and prominent capitalist politicians of the day. The capitalist propaganda machine used this to justify repression of the entire labor movement. Eventually, anarcho-syndicalism abandoned its hostility to strikes and unions while retaining the traditional anarchist antipathy to political parties and to running in elections. The industrial workers of the world was the foremost example of the militant anarcho-syndicalism that spread rapidly throughout the United States and Canada in the years prior to World War I. The Wobblies had three major weaknesses. First was its self-definition as an anarchist. It kept conservative workers at arm's length, rather than strive to unite all workers against the boss, thus isolating itself from the rest of the labor movement. Secondly, it was a loose, unstructured movement that could not mount a united response to the fierce state repression that hit the socialist left during and after the First World War. Nor did it campaign consistently against the imperialist war, which Eugene Debs and the American Socialist Party did. And finally, the IWW and anarcho-syndicalism as a whole were not prepared for the electrifying news from Russia in 1917, because there, a mass disciplined party carried out a revolution in the name of workers' councils, Soviets, that did not abolish the state, but instead transformed its class character. After 1917, many Wobblies joined communist and socialist parties. Anarchism gained mass influence in Spain, especially in the industrial working class of Catalonia and the agricultural proletariat of Andalusia. A revolutionary upsurge in the mid-1930s in Spain culminated in mass factory occupations and confiscation of large estates and enterprises. The anarchists were in a commanding position in Barcelona, the epicenter of this mass uprising. Yet, in 1937, at the crucial moment when power had effectively passed into the hands of workers and poor peasants, the leadership of the large anarchist organizations drew back and ceded power to the bourgeoisie and its Stalinist allies. They could not accept the formation of a state based on new class power. In the end, they even joined the bourgeois Republican government and were active participants in the demobilization and violent repression of revolutionary workers and rural laborers who did not want to abandon their gains. At that moment, the struggle to defeat Franco was lost. Result, 36 years of a fascist dictatorship. Anarchism gained influence after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Chinese bureaucracies turned to capitalism and the wholesale retreat by the trade union and social democratic leaders. It pointed to the anti-globalization movement and various autonomist currents, such as the Zapatistas, who proposed anti-capitalist, even revolutionary change without seizing power. The Occupy movement of 2011 was arguably the most advanced expression of this anarchist influence trend, coming on the heels of the 2008 financial meltdown, the Arab Spring, and the movement of the squares in Spain. But Occupy could not live up to its promise of radical democracy. The movement inspired long discussions about democracy, but without actually making any collective democratic decisions. Like a mirror of bureaucratic capitalist politics, real decisions in Occupy could be made only by tiny, unelected, and unaccountable groups. In the end, the movement collapsed when Obama ordered the Department of Homeland Security to clear the camps. Extinction Rebellion duplicates many of the contradictions of the Occupy movement, including the absence of clear demands directed at the state. Black Lives Matter and the movement to defund the police, on the other hand, make clear demands, but have proven vulnerable to co-optation and subordination to a liberal and reformist electoral project. And Quebec Solidaire is a distinct Quebec variant of this revival of reformism. This brings us to the Stalinist current, and specifically to the Communist Party of Canada, which broke from Leninism more than 80 years ago. Today, the CP is a reformist and Canadian nationalist entity to the core. It strives for a multi-class or popular front government. The Popular Front, as opposed to the Workers' United Front, subordinates workers' parties to capitalist parties in pursuit of power. In Canada, the Popular Front idea includes the progressive wing of the Liberal Party. It incorporates the mistaken view also held by CPCML, that Canadian nationalism is progressive. While the CP admits that the Canadian state is an imperialist power in its own right, after all, it's hard to ignore the giant Canadian banks, mining corporations, and the Canadian military as part of NATO, the Stalinists are still pining for an alliance with a wing of the Liberal Party. The CP supported the power bid by the combination of Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc Québécois in December 2008. In fact, the CP wanted to be part of it. Stephen Harper killed their dream by proroguing Parliament twice and winning the election in May 2011. The Communist Party, like several other organizations on the Canadian left, is generally hostile to collaboration with competing leftist parties unless it takes the form of an alliance that they dominate. The Venezuela Solidarity Coalition in Toronto is an exception, but Palestine Solidarity and the annual May Day celebrations confirm this pattern of sectarianism. The CP shuns the broad multi-party May Day committee. Instead, it holds a separate gathering that limits speakers to its own fellow travelers. Another example of CP sectarianism is its attitude towards the labor-based New Democratic Party. The NDP is not a socialist party, but it is the only mass labor-based political party in North America. In the United States, where there is no Labor Party, the CP USA usually backs the big business Democratic Party. In 2020, thank you, it supported Joe Biden for president. The CP did. It does not strive to build a Labor Party. Why is the Canadian CP so hostile to the NDP? It's not due to opposition to reformist policies. After all, the CP is equally reformist. In the 1920s, communists helped to form the Canadian Labor Party. But today, the CP is opposed to the existence of the NDP because it stands in the way of the CP's dream of an alliance with left liberals. The NDP occupies an electoral space that the CP would like to occupy or to share with the liberal left. In its program, the CP calls for an anti-monopoly government based on a parliamentary majority. Quote, that formulation embodies two big strategic errors. First, there is no section of the Canadian capitalist class that is anti-monopoly, because in the current epoch of monopoly capitalism, that would entail being anti-capitalist. Capitalism and monopoly are inseparable. They go together like a horse and carriage. Secondly, an anti-capitalist government that bases itself on a parliamentary majority is doomed to disaster, as we saw in Spain in 1936, in Indonesia in 1965, in Chile in 1972, and many other places. An anti-capitalist government, that is a workers' government, may have members of parliament, but it would need to base itself fundamentally on mass mobilizations of the working class, on institutions of workers' power, workers' councils in the workplaces and communities, not on a parliamentary majority. Today's CP does not call for a revolutionary break with the capitalist state. Instead, it seeks to reform the state and a gradual transition to socialism. As all history teaches us, that road leads over a cliff. Due to its commitment to reform of the state, the CP is for the preservation of the Canadian Confederation. Thus, it is for the subordination of national liberation struggles of Indigenous people, Quebecois and Acadians to the state. Revolutionary Socialists, on the other hand, are for the breakup of the colonial settler state, the Canadian prison house of nations. Socialist Action is for a red North America based on a free, voluntary association of worker states. Another example of the CP's reformism is its approach to the labor movement. It does not seek to remove the conservative union bureaucracy. Rather, it seeks to join it. How? By allying with slightly left of center labor fakers. The International Socialists have a similar approach. Both parties supported the campaign of Hassan Husseini, a CPer who ran for president of the Canadian Labour Congress in 2014. He pulled out of the race at the last moment to support Hassan Youssef, who proved to be a right-wing Labour bureaucrat. Socialist Action stands firmly in the tradition of the founders of communism in Canada 100 years ago. SA represents the revolutionary continuity of those who charted the path for the United Front, for proletarian internationalism, and for genuine democracy in the workers' movement. So the answer to the question with which we began, what is to be done? We say, build the revolutionary working class party, the party of Lenin and Trotsky. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Barry. Our next speaker is Jaime Gonzales. He has been a participant in the revolutionary movement in Mexico since 1968, when he was a high school student. He is one of the founders of the Socialist Unity League. Welcome, Jaime.
Oh, thank you very much. And thanks a lot to Socialist Action Canada for having invited me to be a speaker at this event this educational event you are holding. And I'm going to try to touch on a rather difficult subject first, which is the fact that for the last years, we have put out tremendous effort in many countries. The comrades in Canada know this. The comrades in the U.S. have know this, and of course, we in Mexico we know this. We know this, and that is the effort in order to build revolutionary organizations. And one of the big criticisms we are getting is that, well, you haven't grown too much. I mean, what do you have to show to? What do you have to show in order to validate your ideas? That is, are you doing things right, or are you doing things wrong? Because you're not growing. You are not growing much. And also, we have had serious setbacks. Well, this wasn't always the story, and I will finish answering the question a little bit later. But first of all, think of this as waves that come and go, long waves, and some of these waves we thrive, and we have lots of members, and we are attracting young people, and we are attracting women, we are attracting workers, we are attracting, in the case of Mexico, people from the original inhabitants of descendants of the original inhabitants in Mexico, and what have you. To give you an example, in 1982, we held an electoral campaign as a PRT in Mexico, which became one of the largest organizations in the Fourth International, in which we participate. I participated in this campaign in one of the worker suburbs at the northeast of Mexico City, that is in Ecatepec. I won't go into too much detail there, but I worked in a factory there, and the campaign coincided with a year in which we had a very, very tough strike in the Kelvinator factory where I worked. And at that time, people were attracted to us, and the very combative campaign we put in Ecatepec, together with other efforts throughout the state of Mexico that surrounds Mexico City. We won third place in the elections. It was first the PRI, which was the dictatorship party, then number two, the party of the conservative bourgeoisie, the PAN, and PRT we were number three. This is just how much impact we had. I was honored by being elected as the president of the strike committee at Kelvinator, and we had a very good we put out a very good fight, although the economic circumstances were very bad. Several years later, the story was very different. The factory was closed. A supermarket with a shopping center was built I mean, I'm thinking of the ultimate capitalist triumph there over the building of the factory. But I think you get the idea. The movement had gone down. It never really reached the zenith in the whole of Mexico. But we had very good conditions to build a party, and our efforts at that time were crowned with success after success in recruitment, in votes, etc. But as the economic crisis went from bad to worse, people lose their jobs, and the the workers were demoralized, and the working class was changing also at that time. Many factories were being transferred, or many working places were being transferred overseas. You live that in Canada, in the United States. Well, that's the beginning of a very, very sad, long period in which the working class was hit very, very, very hard, and we tried to survive. I mean, that's what we could do. It's not something that has to do with our will, or as several people have supposed, that maybe we are incompetent in working in movements. No, we are good at it. Our vocation is to be part of these movements. To we say to participate. We don't like that word intervene, because that sounds like we're playing the role of some foreign agent or something like that. No, we participate in movements, and when we have this sort of circumstances, our parties grow. Of course, I mean, there had been some previous work to this. Just like Barry said, we have to be prepared for this, for these good times in growth, and also we have to be prepared for the bad times, because it's much more difficult to survive in the times that we have been going through during all these neoliberal period in which the working class has been hit so hard. And of course, we must continue to work with whatever movements exist, or progressive movements. We try to link up with them, but the sort of participant in many of these movements is not very much prone to join an organization that considers itself socialist and is for a revolution. I mean, they will be our allies, and that's okay. And we try to be as nice as possible in these movements, as long as the circumstances, of course, permit it. But our growth all of a sudden stopped. The PRT, from being this large, proud party, began to split because we were not very well prepared politically, to tell you the truth. It was not a very solid socialist revolutionary formation we had, and that's a long story. We will deal with in a document, and then in the near future. The fact is that the PRT in 1988, the PRT split, and part of it went over into a bourgeois party, the PRD, or the antecedent of the PRD. It's to these people who went over there, it sounded like that was the correct thing to do, because that was realistic. That's where action was going to be. And of course, they got trapped in there. They got trapped in there. They thought they would be able to outsmart the bourgeois politicians in the PRD, and of course that was impossible. But that's just to tell you the beginning of a long and painful debacle of this proud PRT. But the main lesson we can draw from this is we cannot invoke movements at our will. Barry put it in other words, but I think it's pretty much the same thing I was saying. You cannot invoke. I mean, you can go and stand on your head or do a show or whatever you want, and if the circumstances are not there, you cannot invent movements. We cannot bring them out just at our will. So that's I want to take this sort of not very long range look, but I'd say a middle range look that we have to consider, because we are going to pass through good times, and we're going to pass through, and we can pass through bad times, and we can pass through very difficult times like the ones we have been having during the last years. We are nothing without these large social movements. That's why it's so wrong to try to go into a parliamentary um, 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 uh, um, illusion, in the sense that if we go one of these governments, for example, maybe if you get to be the minister or the vice minister of this and that, you're going to be able to do something in favor of the people. And it doesn't turn out to be that way. I mean, you go and join. If someone goes and joins to be let's not say a minister, but someone who is way below that, but has a little bit of power, you'll be completely surrounded and outmaneuvered by a huge apparatus that is not going to permit you lots of room for. It's not going to give you room for maneuver. The only way we can carry out social transformation is by these movements, by these huge movements that begin to roll and begin to push for positive and progressive, and sometimes even better than that. So I want to first take this look before I go into the second part of my talk. A new period is opening up in Latin America, a very new period, very impressive, and events in Chile are probably the best example so far. Many newspapers, other media highlighted the fury of the social outburst that took place in October 2019. The brutality, the cruelty of the repressors only played the role of inflaming the movements even more, and people got very far in there. The slogan that has made it that's more famous right now from that Chilean period is the Constitutional Assembly. But people were forming councils on the neighborhood and even on the borough level, and even on not a city, but the whole parts of the city. And they were questioning the minimum wage and all sorts of things. If the movement did not go further, it was because the Chilean Communist Party had large leverage over the trade unions, and forced the situation in order to have the Constitutional Assembly, which is not bad. I mean, it's a good slogan, something good, because they were living under a constitution done during the period of Pinochet. But it's not enough. People had gone much further than that. And why wasn't it possible for this movement to advance more? It was because of the lack of an organized political party that would represent those thousands of workers, fighters, students, youth in general, that were combating the police in the streets. So you can see that this is a practical question. If we just have these small, what's the name that is very much in vogue right now? Let me try to remember these collectives, which is what many people aspire to build, that are very independent one to another. You will not be able in any way possible to lead a movement like the ones we are seeing. And it's not only Chile. Right now we have Colombia too. Colombia, we're seeing something, we're seeing something similar. So we need this political party. And the question would be, well, what sort of party? Well, I want to go back a little bit to this thing to this idea of having the collectives, and which is there's lots of anarchists, a very strange type of anarchism. I mean, Bakunin will not, or the Spanish anarchist trade unionists. They wouldn't recognize that as anarchism, and they would be furious at people usurping their names. But anyway, this sort of anarchism that is very popular right now is expressed, for example, in the Zapatista movement in the South, in Chiapas. And the idea that the Zapatistas have is that you can change the state and you can take power without taking power. That is, there is no coherence as to the plan they have. There is no clear path from growing from where we are into what are we going to do about the government. Are you going to leave the government like it is and just keep on pushing until they listen to you? What are we going to do with the banks? What are we going to do with large corporations? What are we going to do with the factories, with the productive apparatus? There is no answer whatsoever for that. And in order to have an answer, you need a political party with enough caliber to put forward a program. And also, how are we going to solve the problems like the huge problems that we have right now in Mexico? Crime is rampant. The health system is falling down, just like in the London Bridge little ditty that is sung by children. The metro has fallen down. It's not going to, but the metro system had a terrible collapse with catastrophic consequences. And the current government is not investing in repairing the metro, for example. So what are we going to do with this? Do you think that with little colectivos we're going to sort of get around and have us and make a good proposal for the metro system? What about the pandemic? I mean, you need an organization that has the capacity to do good analysis. Many of these colectivos have fallen into the most incredible myths. They are anti-vaxxers. Many of them say that the virus is invented, and many of their members have died because they didn't believe that this thing was for real. They're totally separated from science. They don't take science seriously. We need a political party with that capacity. I would like to now go into one of Lenin's least quoted works on politics and on party building, and that is ultra-leftism, left-wing communism, and infantile disorder. There is a chapter called "An Essential Condition of Bolshevik Success." It's a second chapter, or at least the second entry in the book. And Lenin's question there is, how can you get to do, or how can you achieve a disciplined organization? Big question. I mean, you need discipline. We cannot build mighty things in order to take a recently this little slogan that was in this capsule that landed in Mars. We cannot go into these grandiose. We cannot go into a grandiose vision and advance towards it without discipline. Discipline is indispensable. Of course, we complement it with democracy, but there is a real profound insight in Lenin's work here. How is the discipline of the proletariat's revolutionary party maintained? How is it tested? How is it reinforced? Because imagine if you don't have a real leadership, but just some leader that pretends to be really great and says do this and do that and nothing happens, which is what happens when you don't have real good recognized leadership. Authority has to be real, and this leadership has to be trusted, and it has to be forged in long battles. I will read this part of this piece by Lenin. First, by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard, and by its devotion to the revolution, by its tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. Excuse me. Second, by its ability to link up, maintain the closest contact, and, if you wish, merge in certain measures with the broadest masses of the working people, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian mass of working people. Third, by the correctness of the political leadership exercised by this vanguard, by the correctness of its political strategy and tactics provided the broad masses have seen from their own experience that they are correct. Without these conditions, discipline in a revolutionary party, really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole society, cannot be achieved. Without these conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end up in phrase-mongering and clowning. So I hope I have conveyed the message of just how difficult this task is. As a matter of fact, I can't imagine a more difficult task in our time than building this revolutionary party. Well, yeah, there is something more difficult, which is to build a revolutionary international. That would be qualitatively tougher. But let's start with we first need to base it on very good and mature national revolutionary parties. I would recommend very much to you to read this pamphlet by Lenin. It's his last major political work, and I mean, it's something that every revolutionary must know. We are having lots of discussion with ultra-leftism. We've had two very painful splits in the loose, precisely with younger comrades who were impatient to have action. They wanted to go and fight with the police in the streets, or they thought that by jumping up and down all over the country, they were going to, more or less this idea of the colectivos, they were going to do something. Of course, none of these splitters have been able to conform anything. We've had other painful experiences, of course, but the idea I want to convey to you is that this is difficult. I mean, exasperation, impatience is not a very good counselor. They won't give you good counsels. They will mislead you. We have to both have this tenacity, and we have also to have this long range view in order to build a revolutionary party. I know I have not dealt with all the characteristics of Leninist party, and what I would like to I would like to end my talk by saying that democratic centralism doesn't have that stone face that the Stalinist monuments want to give to Lenin. You know, these horrible monuments they have on Lenin or Marx or Engels. So Marx and Engels were much more intelligent, interesting people. They made good jokes. They were very sharp, and they took their they took everything, and they took even very, very adverse circumstances in stride. They don't have anything to do with these stone statutes. Democratic centralism is flexible. We have to adapt it to the circumstance. We have to adapt it to what we have at the moment. We can have a very relaxed party in certain circumstances, and we have to have a very, very disciplined party. I warn you on one point of Lenin's ultra-leftist pamphlet or book on ultra-leftism. It was written in one of the most difficult circumstances in history, which was the Russian Civil War. So don't think that the tone is going to be always the same. That is a very, very special circumstances, and we should know that these circumstances do exist, and all sorts of. There's a big gradient of circumstances which we can pass. But the essence of democratic centralism maintains itself from an organization in let's call it just when small waves are rolling in from the ocean, and also when we have a tempest. That is the democratic centralism holds in both, but it has to be adapted, and also discipline. The idea that leaders are going to lead is not something that you can do artificially. This cannot happen just because someone gets some thinks that they have some stripes here. No, it's not. It's not that. So that's the final point I want to make, and I hope I have contributed points that are rarely touched when we speak about Leninism and the building of the party. Thank you very much.
Elizabeth, you're muted.
Our next panelist is Jeff Mackler. He is the National Secretary of Socialist Action USA. He is a longtime teacher militant, West Coast coordinator of the Campaign to Free Mumia Abu Jamal, and a National Steering Committee member of UNAC, the United National Anti-War Coalition. Despite being a very shy, soft-spoken person, Jeff was the Socialist Action candidate for President of the United States in the 2020 election. Okay, Jeff, you're on.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Barry and Jaime. Elizabeth, you failed to mention the fact that in the 2020 election, I lost to Donald Trump and Joseph Biden. You were remiss in that introduction. I wouldn't.
Sorry, Jeff. I'll do better next time.
A couple of decades ago, I was taking an alternative route to San Francisco from Oakland, where I live, because a massive earthquake had brought down the Bay Bridge. And I was driving along with a young woman who was interested in joining the party. And she said to me, Jeff, I totally agree with every aspect of the program of Socialist Action, but I just have one question before I join. And that is, what are you going to do about the Army? And without hesitating for a second, I responded, we're going to win over the Army. We're going to win over not only the Army, but the American working class. We're going to win over the Black liberation struggles, the Latino struggles, the environmental struggles, the anti-war struggles, by being active participants and fighters for every issue where capitalism destroys the life, the livelihoods, the quality of life of people. You know, Alan Greenspan used to be the head of the Federal Reserve, and he wrote a 1,000-page book on his experience. And he was asked a question by a reporter and he covered it in the book. Why the heck did the United States invade Iran in 1953? They had a democratically elected government, Mohammad Mossadegh, that was recognized around the world. What business did the United States have in intervening? And Greenspan responded, well, the 900-pound gorilla in the room was that Iran was the world's largest country regarding oil reserves. And Iran's oil was a national security question of the United States government. The United States government has troops and military bases in virtually every nation on earth. Their purpose is to defend the national security interests of American capitalism. In order to challenge capitalism, we start with the proposition that we have to win over the vast majority. We need to build a mass party of the working class. That party has to be deeply rooted in every struggle. Because in truth, all the issues that increasing numbers of people are concerned with, racism, sexism, LGBTQI prejudice, endless wars, climate crisis, environmental destruction, are all related to a single question. They're inherent in the functioning of the capitalist system. Barry made one comment in his remarks that is decisive. In the history of the entire planet Earth, or as Marx would say, in the history of all hitherto existing civilizations, no ruling class has ever voluntarily ceded power. Not once in the history of the world, whether it be the slaveocracy, the feudal aristocracy, the capitalist class, whether it be in its parliamentary form or fascist form, has ever voluntarily said, you know, we're thinking about it. We've been wrong on so many questions. We've ruined the lives of everybody. We're going to give up. Because giving up would mean giving up their power, their repressive power, their armies, their police, their courts, their governments, their parliamentary systems, and above all, their wealth. Because that 1% owns and controls the majority of the wealth of the nation, if not 80% of it, directly or indirectly. So the question of power is a critical question. Imagine yourself sitting in a room with the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin's party. Bolshevik was simply a word that meant in the Russian language majority. And 2 weeks before the 1917 October Revolution, the Central Committee was sitting in a private house in a secret meeting, and Lenin proposed to the central leadership of the party that they take power in 2 weeks. Panic went through the room. Two of the central leaders, Zinoviev and Kamenev, said, "Are you kidding? Taking power? My God, the day we did that, Kerensky would call in the army, if not the armies of the world, and destroy us. We'll spend the rest of our lives in prison." Stalin, who was a member of that committee, agreed. They took a vote. And Trotsky was elected to be the head of the Military Revolutionary Committee, which was formed by the Soviets, the workers' councils that were organized nationally, and the Bolsheviks had won a majority, to lead an insurrection in the name of the Soviets, of the workers, soldiers, and peasants. 2 weeks later, they occupied the Winter Palace, walked in with some orders by the leader of the seizure of the Winter Palace, like, don't destroy the tapestries. The workers marched up the stairs. I followed them up a couple of decades later. opened the doors of the government of Kerensky and announced that that government was dissolved, arrested. In the week before, soldiers had surreptitiously entered the Winter Palace and told the soldiers who were there to defend it, 1,000 strong, that they could freely leave, that they were part of the revolutionary process, that the program of the Soviets was to end the imperialist war and stop the sacrifice of more Russian lives. And the soldiers, the 99% of them, quietly left the room, if not joined the insurrection. That evening, after they had arrested the entire government of the capitalist class, Lenin and Trotsky sat on the ground with their companions and wrote up some programs to introduce to the Soviet the next day. What did they do? What did they propose? First, they proposed that the government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers nationalize all the land in Russia and grant it to the peasant Soviets for distribution. It was quite a big step. Russia at the time was 1/6 of the land surface of the planet Earth. In order to win the vast peasantry, who were 90%, they had to meet their programmatic promises. So they gave the peasants the land. They gave the working class control of the factories. They entered the banks and took them over. They entered the capitalist institutions of the provisional government and did some research on all of the secret treaties that the Tsar and the provisional government had negotiated to divide up the planet Earth with their allies. They renounced all of the secret treaties and said that our government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers owns nothing outside of our own country. They immediately decreed that they would open up negotiations to end the war because the provisional government headed by Alexander Kerensky was continuing an imperialist war to divide up the world. The United States was allied with Russia along with Britain and France. Their troops were there to, by agreement, divide up the Middle East. The Russian government of Kerensky was promised the port of Constantinople in Turkey and other booty that were won by the war. So on day one, the Bolsheviks had won a majority of the Soviets, the vast majority of the industrial working class, appeased and won the solidarity of the peasants by granting them the land that they had served on as serfs or poor peasants for a lifetime. What did they do on the national question? Russia was nicknamed the prison house of nationalities, of conquered peoples. They passed a resolution and carried it out, granting the right of all oppressed people to self-determination, to their language, to their culture and their history, and even more, to the right to secede if they chose to do so. So they solved the question of oppressed nationalities instantly, and they won the support of the vast majority. This was the weakest, least industrialized of all the capitalist countries. It was considered much earlier by Marx and Lenin to be a weak link, the beginning of a revolutionary process. And they prepared for that process. The reaction of the imperialist world was unprecedented. Both sides of the World War I confrontations sent troops to overthrow this Bolshevik government. It had no army to defend itself. So they appointed Trotsky, an intellectual, a theoretician, a Marxist leader who had led the 1905 revolution that lasted for a couple of months, and asked him to take the leadership and organize an army to defend backward Tsarist Russia from the coming invasions of the entire world, including the United States, that sent troops to Siberia. And the whole world did intervene. And the army, loyal to the Bolsheviks, went in a matter of a year from 5,000 to 10 million people. And those 10 million people defended the revolution because they were defending their land, they were defending their ownership and control of the factories, they were defending the rights that the new government, the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants granted and institutionalized, including the right to divorce, the right to childcare, the right to free education, the right to a quality of life free from boss capitalist exploitation and oppression. And they began a propaganda campaign. They didn't just defeat the 17 invading armies militarily. They held up the white flag on the battlefield and fraternized with the soldiers of other countries, saying, "Comrades, why are you fighting us? We made a revolution to get rid of czarist absolutism and capitalist war and oppression. Go home and make your own revolution." And they did. They withdrew. And the soldiers whose officers refused shot their own officers and began to go home saying, we have no truck with the Russian workers. Russia, that revolution inspired the world. How did they do it? A couple of lessons were important. One is they used the method of the United Front. They called for mass mobilizations of all workers, regardless of what party they were at, to defend the working class on basic issues, like opposition to imperialist war, like control of the factories, like decent wages. One of their central demands was for an 8-hour day. They mobilized the broad working class and won them in the process away from their reformist parties. You know, taking power is not the only question. In my lifetime, in 1979, there was a revolution in Nicaragua. The Sandinistas, led by Daniel Ortega, defeated the Somoza, US-backed Somoza army. But they didn't know what to do on day one. Neither did the revolutionary Cubans 20 years earlier in 1959, led by Fidel Castro. The program of the Cubans was originally to simply reinstitute the 1940 Constitution that the Batista government abrogated. Fidel was a lawyer. He was a leader and a member of one of the opposition bourgeois parties, the Orthodox Party, as opposed to the other bourgeois party, the Conservative Party. But Fidel had a choice to make on day one. He had promised a land reform. He had established a base in the peasantry. And the government that was established wasn't headed by Fidel. That government refused to give the land away. And that caused the Cuban revolutionaries in Fidel's party, which was called the July 26th movement, to intervene and grant a land reform, which the bourgeois leaders, who were momentarily the head of a government, refused to do. The revolutionary masses of Cuba seized control of the factories. The Cuban leadership didn't start with a program of workers' control or workers' ownership, but they came to that in direct experience, from the direct experience of the United States, that organized an invasion of their country to restore power to the anti-Batista bourgeoisie. The Cubans, quote, nationalized the bourgeoisie down to the nails in the shoes of in the heels of their boots. And they did that with the support of the working class. They conducted the largest land reform in the history of the world since the Russian Revolution and gave the land to the peasants and set up schools and medical centers across the country to solidify the revolution. The Sandinistas, 20 years later, didn't do that. To this day, the Sandinistas never gave the land to the peasants, never nationalized bourgeois property. They thought they could make a half a revolution, and they were defeated. And now Daniel Ortega presides over a bourgeois government. That's the reason why there were so many hundreds of thousands that mobilized against it, although they had no program other than support from US imperialism. So the program is everything. It doesn't come out of thin air. It comes out of the struggles of working people. Our program represents the highest aspirations of humanity for freedom, for justice, for democratic rights, for women's rights, for LGBT rights, to save the planet itself from climate catastrophe, to end imperialist wars whatsoever that kill millions and occupy one country after another. Organizing the working class around that kind of program, participating in every one of their struggles, is the road to the socialist revolution. Tragically, in the United States, the left, to be frank, is at the lowest point in the modern era. Virtually every single left party in the United States, minus a couple, supported the Democrats, beginning with Bernie Sanders and then Joseph Biden. They sought the reform of capitalism. They operated on the principle that Joseph Biden and the Democratic Party, the graveyard of all social movements, would be a better government for working people than the Republicans. But the truth of the matter is that the Democrats approved all of Trump's fundamental policies, all of his imperialist wars, all of his tax programs that granted billions and trillions to the rich. And the Biden administration, despite the veneer of reform, hasn't fundamentally changed anything in capitalist America. The wealth of the nation still is in the hands of the 1%. And the trillion-dollar, multi-trillion-dollar bailouts go largely to the corporate elite. The infrastructure programs go largely to the corporate elite. Nothing fundamental will change under the Biden administration. Biden is a modern-day version of the old Southern racist bigots when the Democratic Party was in a formal alliance with Northern liberals and Southern racist bigots. And Biden's assignment was to keep the Southern racist segregationist bigots in the Democratic Party fold. That was his background. He was a professional politician aimed at maintaining capitalism. He was the author of the crime bill that incarcerated the largest number and percentage of people in the world in US prisons and on death row. And today, within weeks, literally 2 weeks of his coming to office, he sent more troops to Syria. He says he's going to withdraw from Afghanistan, but the United States will maintain there a massive privatized army and military bases there with the capacity to continue the murderous war against the Afghan people. So building a revolutionary socialist party is a project that requires patience, discipline. By the way, that word discipline, democratic centralism, might frighten some people. I want to explain that. A revolutionary party is akin to a scientific organization. We don't pledge to have the absolute truth on any question. Like scientists, we base ourselves on the history of all previous research and understanding of society and develop a program to advance the interests of the workers based on our experience. The test of that program, like a scientific experiment, like a hypothesis, is life itself, is practice. Scientists don't decree truths. They design experiments to test ideas, and if they have merit, they deepen that research. If they don't, they try something else. A revolutionary party is the same. It bases itself on an understanding of the historical struggles of workers for freedom and liberation from time immemorial, and it tests those ideas in practice based on the fullest democratic participation of the rank and file. That's what a revolutionary party is. It's a mass democratic organization of capitalist victims. And it develops a program to best meet the needs of working people. And if life proves that program flawed, the Revolutionary Party changes it, just like a scientist would do it. But we're not a lightweight organization. We've taken on the job of challenging the greatest imperialist, murderous power that has ever existed on the planet Earth. So all we ask of the comrades, who might be in a minority in the party, is to give the ideas democratically adopted a chance, a test of life, like any scientific experiment. If we're wrong, we change it.
Jeff, please wrap up.
Not only that, but we say to the minority, be part of the leadership. You have a minority view, let's test it out. You can participate in the leadership party with a system of proportional representation. And when the time comes, you can reintroduce your ideas. But in the meantime, let's strike together and test our ideas in practice in a united way. If they're wrong, we can change them. I'm here to urge you to join Socialist Action Canada. Your party has made the greatest strides, probably across the left, on a worldwide basis, recruiting a new layer of revolutionary young people, eager to participate in the struggles of our time. We're proud to be your sister party in the United States. We're beginning to recruit that same layer of young people. Join our party. Join the revolutionary movement. There's no more fulfilling lifetime commitment that I can think of. It's not just the politics, comrades. It's everything associated with being a revolutionary. It's meeting the best fighters in every social movement, the best activists, the best artists, the best poets, the best playwrights, the best dancers, the best fighters for freedom and expression in culture, in art, in humanity, and science. There's nothing alien to socialist humanity. Join the revolutionary movement, build the revolutionary party. Thank you.
Sorry, you're muted.
I should have an automatic thing here that unmutes me. Okay, so we're going to go back to our producer now for 3 questions. And each panelist will get up to 5 minutes, and it's a very strict 5 minutes. And the lineup will be Jeff, Jaime, and Barry. So, Kurt?
Our first question comes from Abhishek Kunder, who asks, Barry and others, this allegation of being reformatory or peddling reformation is often much abused in banishing and deriding a very legit line of reasoning. We shall define what it entails. Julius A. asks, why do you think Stalinist parties such as the Canadian Communist Party still attract some people to its ranks? And Rosemary Hinadiak asks, how do we cure the infantile disorder? If that's not our job, then how do we prevent it from infecting prospective movements? They feed on the legacy of Stalinism to justify their ways.
Okay, so we're going to go to Jeff first, 5 minutes to answer 1, 2, or 3. It's your choice.
Good questions. Thank you. Stalinism is, we used to say, the syphilis of the working class. As Barry said in his opening remarks, Stalin destroyed the central leadership of the Communist Party after Lenin's death. And during that period, when Lenin was incapacitated with a stroke, Stalin broke with all of the tenets, socialism in one country. For Stalin meant socialism nowhere else in the subordination of the parties associated with the Communist International to capitalism. So in my lifetime, the Communist Party of the United States has supported the Democrats since the Roosevelt era. That's a long time. That's almost 80 years. And it's the same thing everywhere in the country. The Stalinists were against the revolution in Cuba because they wanted a reformist capitalist government. And the same in Nicaragua. and the same in El Salvador, and the same in Iran. In each of these countries, the Communist Party seeks a, quote, popular front, a government with the capitalist class, the so-called progressive wing of the capitalist class. In the United States, a layer of young people are joining the Communist Party, not because they know anything about its program, but because they mistakenly think the word communist is more radical than socialist, and they want to be more radical. But when they join the Communist Party and find out on day one that it's for the Democrats, they quickly leave. The Communist Party has no future. It's a Joe Biden supporter. It was a James Johnson supporter. It was a Kennedy supporter. It was a McGovern supporter. It supported every capitalist campaign there is. And their object is to take the new movement and bring it into the Democratic Party to get elected to local office. We don't want to have anything to do with Democrats or capitalist politicians. But our method is the United Front. So we say to the Communist Party ranks, and there are very few left today, they're just a handful. And all other revolutionaries, okay, you want to reform capitalism
2 minutes.
with the Green Party, or you want to reform capitalism with the Peace and Freedom Party in the United States. That's fine. But join us in the struggle to bring the troops home now, to bring hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the streets to fight the climate crisis, to end poverty and racism. We were part of the 20 million people in 2,000 cities that mobilized last summer for Black Lives Matter. Tragically, to see the reformists and the Democratic Party turned that movement into Biden's election campaign. That ended the Black Lives Matter struggle for that time, but didn't resolve the systemic racism that is inherent in capitalism. So the basic answer is to build an effective movement, to join people at their level of consciousness in the streets as they engage in action, to try to have those actions clearly focused on the independent mobilization of workers rather than on electoral politics and election campaigns to elect the Democrats or some other reformist party.
Thank you, Jeff. Jaime, 5 minutes.
Okay, so Rosemary asks, how do we cure the infantile, the infantile disorder? And clear my throat a little bit. If that's not our job, then how do we prevent it from infecting prospective movements? They feed on the legacy of Stalinism to justify their ways. Well, first of all, it's when we're participating in a movement, you have to sort of put yourself in, try to understand why many young, especially young people, but I mean, it can happen in all ages, to all age groups, but especially young people, they want fast change. They want to have spectacular results. They want to impact, and some of them are a little bit narcissistic, and what they want is to come out in the newspapers. One feminist comrade who is very close to Luz, and we're constantly trying to attract her, but she has joined one of these anarchist or pseudo-anarchist organizations. She's a good fighter. But she thinks that, for example, doing these ultra-left actions, such as taking some government building, or they took they occupied the one of the headquarters of the National Human Rights Committee, and she told us, well, you cannot deny that when we take those buildings and we throw these Molotov bombs, we come out in the newspapers and our movement is known worldwide. Well, so we tirelessly explain, because I understand her reasoning. as I tell you, it's very important to get into their shoes. But the problem is that this sort of tactics divide the movement. Many women, the great majority in the women's movement are repulsed by these sorts of actions. And instead of being a success, what it does is that it weakens the movement. And sometimes these many of these ultra lefts or anarchists, they lose that from their view. They're trying to see something very, very immediately. By no means should you raise the idea that, well, it's possibly police infiltrators who are provoking these sorts of actions. You will not get absolutely anywhere with that, because there are legitimate people who are using those methods. The most effective remedy, though, it's not only patiently explaining. We should patiently explain. We should try to empathize, to understand them. But the most effective way is when you have a movement where you can apply this most important tactic, which Jeff has continually mentioned several times, which is a united front. A successful united front action, where a successful united front action will do more than explaining the whole experience of the revolutionary movement throughout history. I don't mean we shouldn't try to explain, but that these positive steps are the ones that are going to cure. It's a social question. And of course, I mean, when we have a movement such as the incredibly successful Out Now movement in the U.S. during the Vietnam War, I mean, that absolutely blasts ultra-leftism out of the ground, and many people begin to identify with something much more powerful. Of course, the limit there is that, as I have said previously, you cannot invoke these movements at will. We need for the correct circumstances to arise, and we should be with our eye opens. Meantime, patiently explain. Thank you very much for the questions. Very good.
Okay, Barry, unmute yourself.
Well, it was bound to happen to me too. I enjoyed the questions. I look forward to answering these, and really appreciate the remarks of Jaime and Jeff. Just terrific. So first, with regard to reformism, socialist action fights for reforms. But what is the difference between reformism and revolutionary politics? Well, the reformists rely on reforms as the means to change society. We do not. We fight for reforms, but we know that any reforms, any concessions won from the ruling class and from the state are fragile at the best of times. They can be reversed by the stroke of a pen the moment we let down our vigilant mobilization of large numbers of people. So the answer is to consolidate the reforms and also to add transitional demands. I'll say a word about that in a moment. That lead to the transformation of society. So constantly we link the fight for reforms to the fight for socialist revolution. Transitional demands are demands that are based on the current consciousness of the working class, linked to the objective needs of the working class. So for example, we have demands around reducing the hours of work without loss in pay or benefits. The slogan used to be 30 for 40, 30 hours work for 40 hours pay. That would share the work that is available while raising the standard of living of working people. What is the cure for the infantile disorder? I think the other comrades nailed it. I'll simply state it in this way. Participation in mass working class organizations and real mass political action. That is the cure for the infantile disorder, for ultra-leftism. the working class has no patience in its large majority for ultra-leftism, and the test of theory is in practice. Why do some people still join the Stalinists? Well, actually, I think in part it's due to the name, Communist Party. But after they join and experience some of the political practice of this party, they can see that it's anything but communist. They're quickly disabused. Take Palestine, for example. We've been through some very large demonstrations, particularly in Toronto and Montreal, of tens of thousands of people in solidarity with the fight for Palestinian freedom. In fact, the slogan employed by the entire demonstrations in which we've participated, and gladly, the slogan has been, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." That means one democratic secular Palestine for all, and allowing the refugees to return, and bringing down the wall and lifting the siege of Gaza, and smashing the Zionist state through boycott, divestment, and sanctions. But guess what? The Communist Party is not for from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They're for two states. They're for a Bantustan solution in which Palestine will be situated, bifurcated, and completely vulnerable to a state that has nuclear weapons and the fourth largest armed forces in the world. That's not a solution. That's a disaster. We fight for a democratic secular Palestine, and we tell the comrades who are attracted to the Communist Party to remember history, that the USSR voted for the partition of Palestine in 1947 at the United Nations. Now, the reason they did so was absolutely opportunist, parliamentary cretin move. They thought that they could win an Israeli election with their satellite party in that country. So they sacrificed the future of the Palestinian people for an electoral opportunity that they misperceived. So as people discover the real nature of Stalinism, its crass nationalism, its reformism, its reliance on reforms as a means to transform society, they will, in short order, understand the difference between reformism and revolutionary politics and what genuine international solidarity means today. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Kurt for questions. We have 2 rounds. We have 4 more questions, so we're going to take 2 questions this time. And you will have up to 5 minutes each to answer. And the lineup will be Jaime, Barry, and Jeff.
Okay, so our first question comes from Elizabeth, who asked, what will it take to overcome sectarianism and build a united revolutionary party? And the second question comes from myself, and I ask, how can a revolutionary party identify individuals like Stalin that will take advantage of the many adversities a revolution will endure to elevate themselves to positions of absolute power?
Okay, so we go to Jaime, Barry, and Jeff, 5 minutes each. Jaime?
I'll take the second question. I would love to answer the first one, but I will take the second question because it's a very, very difficult topic. In the first place, it's very important to bear in mind that the Bolshevik Party, although democratic in its practices, was working under clandestinity in very, very difficult conditions. The more negative traits of an individual like Stalin were not visible to the party as a whole, and also keep in mind that Stalin was not that big a figure in the revolutionary leadership. He began to win more power when he began to get support from the bureaucracy in the Soviet Union, but something even more important. Stalin's opportunity came when the revolution began to get exhausted. It was physically, I mean, in the sense of being extremely tired. Worse than that, the best elements, or many of the best elements of the working class and the party had died during the Civil War. So it's the situation was a situation from an incredible push by the working class in Russia during the revolution, then during the first parts of the Civil War. But as the Civil War wore on, and the situation, even though the Bolsheviks had, well, the Soviets had controlled most of the cities, and the Civil War was already quite won, let's say 1920, 1921. Not finished, but quite won. They were very advanced in this. The revolutionary enthusiasm had subsided. This is inevitable in a movement. Anybody who has lived a very important movement, let's say a large strike, a large movement in a city, you will recognize this. I mean, it goes to its high, and then it comes down. And when when the revolution went into its downward phase, which is absolutely impossible. Impossible to objectively change this in situations which are so difficult. That's when Stalin attacked. The Bolsheviks thought that if the German Revolution did not happen, in order to boost them and to bring morale up again, they thought that they were going to lose, that they were going to be crushed. This didn't happen. Unfortunately, something intermediate did happen. The German Revolution was not successful. It's very important to read that part of history. But the Russian Revolution had to cope by itself. This is where Stalin really took his opportunity with Petrograd, like the one described by Trotsky in 1917, 1918, 1919. I mean, he wouldn't have had a chance. He just wouldn't have had a chance. Nor would characters like Zinoviev and Kamenev, or they would have continued to play the part of saying hurrahs to the revolution. So it's a deep question. It's very difficult, and it has to do also with the fact that Stalin represented a part of Russia which was the backwardness there. So that's what I wanted to tell you.
Okay, thank you, Jaime. Barry, you have 5 minutes.
What will it take to overcome sectarianism and build a united revolutionary party? Well, the simple two-word answer, it's not the only answer, but it's a large component of the response to the question that's needed. The united front. I guess that's 3 words. United front. And through the united front, we accomplish many things. First of all, we advance the struggle of the working class around demands that are achievable and are widely recognized as in the interest of the working class. So this has an opportunity of not creating a movement, but of drawing people from an existing movement into struggle that can be more effectively waged. Secondly, the United Front, if it's democratic, will foster a climate of debate and collaboration that will allow the revolutionaries and would-be revolutionaries to dialogue and to share their views and experiences and to demonstrate the validity or even the superiority of certain ideas over others. The United Front combats sectarianism because it is established for the purpose of engaging in mass political practice. You don't have a United Front to have a study group. The United Front is there to raise the minimum wage, to stop Canada's collaboration with those who want to overthrow the democratically elected government of Venezuela, or to support the Zionist, to oppose the Zionist state and its massacre of the Palestinians in Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied territories. The purpose of the United Front is to engage large numbers of people in action around an achievable demand or a small set of demands. And that puts to the test the organizations on the left that are not willing to collaborate with others. So, the United Front is useful even if it simply serves the purpose of mobilizing for a valuable cause, but also exposing those who refuse to mobilize for a valuable cause. So we see examples of the United Front not only in terms of Palestine, which I described, but in the labor movement. Through the Workers' Action Movement, Socialist Action is collaborating with non-revolutionary socialists who want to fight concessions bargaining, who want to end two-tier wages and benefits, who want to defend the right to strike through mass action, even if it means defying anti-labor legislation, and who want to see the unions to be fundamentally democratized. So workers have a vote on contract demand setting and on tentative agreements and on everything about the running of their unions, which is not so widespread as you might think. It's very much needed. We also proposed a municipal election campaign that would bring together different forces in a united socialist campaign for local government. The NDP doesn't run locally. So here's an opportunity for the left to unite around a program that addresses issues of housing, transportation, healthcare, urban blight. These are necessary. To the question, well, how are we going to identify the Stalin types and stop them before they gain power? Well, there are three short answers to this question. One, revolutionary political education. We have experienced a lot of regression in revolutionary movements, including those that have taken state power. We can learn from those lessons. Secondly, democratic centralism. That counters opportunism and holds those who might be inclined to violate the principles of the Revolutionary Party to adhere to the party line until they can no longer do so, in which case they leave, and that's really a benefit to the party and helps to educate all of its members in what it really stands for and why we disagree with those who won't join us or who depart. And thirdly, it is undeniable, as was just stated by Jaime, that material conditions are a powerful factor. We can't, by subjective acts of will, overcome material conditions. Russia was a backward, poor, and exhausted by the war society, but revolution in the advanced countries have a much better chance of success. In fact, we owe it to humanity to make the revolution in Canada, in the United States, in Europe, and Japan, in order to end the system of waste and war and the threat to human civilization posed by the carbon-intensive energy system, and to provide, aid without strings to the rest of humanity, especially in this period of pandemic, to the rest of humanity, so we can conquer disease and conquer the maladies that hold humanity back, that threaten humanity's very existence. So that's why we have a duty to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, Jeff?
Yeah. Elizabeth, Barry, and Jaime, I want to thank you. I have to conclude with these remarks because I have a couple of antsy grandchildren who are demanding dinner, and I have been assigned the chef. So let me answer these questions and then leave it to Barry and Jaime to wrap up. First, sectarianism is based on the idea that you could substitute small groups of people for the masses necessary to make social change. It's really a form of demoralization when people feel like they have to run out so far ahead of the crowd and leave it behind. Most people don't choose to participate in individual small-scale actions, especially those that threaten the rest. So our strategy is mass action. But why? Couldn't it be said that so we get 10,000 or 100,000 people to march on the streets and nothing happens the next day? That's partially true. Usually nothing happens the next day. Although I have to say that when tens and hundreds of thousands mobilized in solidarity with Palestinian people these past several weeks, it shook the confidence in the U.S. ruling class that they could continue their unmitigated support to the racist, Zionist, colonial settler state of Israel, that the Israelis could continue to bomb with impunity, like they did a decade earlier, killing 2,200 Palestinians in Gaza. But most important, the United Front mass action has a key point that we can't forget. For our entire lives, we are told that you can't fight City Hall, that you cannot win, that tiny groups of people, individuals, are not strong enough to challenge the capitalist system. We're a minority. They represent the government. They, the ruling class, represent because they were elected the people. But when tens and hundreds of thousands and ultimately millions move into the street, it sets up a new dynamic in the consciousness. They are coming to believe that they are the majority, not the government. But the government doesn't really represent them. That the electoral system itself is rigged. It's a system for billionaires to participate. 13 billion, what was it? $13 billion were spent on the U.S. election, double the amount in any previous elections. And it was a contest between only those who had the money to control the media and the corporations. So mass action changes the consciousness of the American people. It convinces them that they are the majority, not the government. And when these repeated demonstrations, peaceful for the most part, begin to convince people
2 minutes
that something is fundamentally wrong, they consider other actions, including strikes, if not general strikes, to exercise their power. But ultimately, the mass action response to sectarianism is aimed at winning the confidence of the people that they are the majority. On the other question, you can't weed out Stalinists and Reformists. I've spent some 65 years in the revolutionary movement, and I've seen an awful lot of people come and go. The founder of the American Trotskyist movement, Jim Cannon, used to say after a struggle where he was proud of every minute, he said, you know, if I ever get a medal for my participation in the revolutionary movement, it won't be for any great contribution I've made. It'll be for all the shit I had to listen to. And and that sounds like a humorous point. But Cannon also said, based on a lifetime, that the revolution is a devourer of human beings. It's difficult to devote your entire life to the revolutionary struggle when you don't meet with success. Revolutionaries are long-distance runners, and building a revolutionary party in non-revolutionary times takes a great deal of dedication and commitment. It also takes some satisfaction to win along the way. That satisfaction for me and for many others is to work with revolutionary fighters like Barry and Elizabeth and Kurt and Jaime, to learn about the history of the world. Revolutionaries are the most informed people that I know about the history of the people's struggle for a better life. It's a difficult struggle. It's a long-distance struggle. But in special times, when you see that power in the street, and you begin to realize that consciousness does change and can change, that we win the confidence of millions of people, that we can be central leaders of new working class parties like the Canadian NDP and fight for a socialist program, that your confidence is boosted. So Barry is right, Jaime is right, that yes, democratic centralism, full party democracy, party education are critical, but they're not sufficient over long periods of relative capitalist stability. Capitalists never go away, despite every mistake, every war. And here you had Biden and the Democrats saying that the Iraq war was a mistake. It killed 1.5 million people. The Afghanistan war, after 20 years of slaughter, of killing millions of people, innocents, with the most modern weapons, they said, well, it was a mistake. The Vietnam War was a mistake. They killed 4 million Vietnamese, mostly civilians. Capitalist horrors continue to this day, and they're killing tens of millions with climate crisis and climate catastrophe and global warming. The system has to be ended. It's a long-distance process, but that process can overnight do things that the world never expected. Nobody expected the Bolsheviks to take power in October.
30 seconds, Jeff.
Nobody expected the Bolsheviks to take power in 1917, but they did it because they had prepared for decades. They had built a disciplined, democratic, revolutionary party deeply ingrained in the military, in the oppressed nationalities, among the peasantry, and especially the working class. And that combination with a dedicated program that met the needs of the times allowed for the transformation of the largest country on the face of the earth. Our project is the same in the United States and Canada. Join us. It's a commitment of a lifetime, but it's a commitment to not only enrich humanity, but to grow as a human being yourself. Identify with the best in humanity at every level, political, social, cultural, prose, poetry. It's no accident that we opened this program with two wonderful people singing a wonderful song about the pendulum. That pendulum is swinging in our direction. Join us, be part of the struggle. Thanks, and forgive me, but my grandchildren are screaming, and muting myself to scream back at them is not satisfactory.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff, and have a wonderful family dinner. Okay, so we're going to go back to the panel, to the producer, Kurt, for 2 more questions, and you will have just 4 minutes this time to answer, and please keep within your 4-minute limit. And we have Jaime and then Barry. Go ahead, Kurt.
First question comes from Anonymous, who asks, why should revolutionary socialists devote any effort to fighting for socialist policies in unions and the NDP where the entire leadership is pro-capitalist? And Rosemary Hinadiak asks, well, Jeff is not here, so Jeff, is the Ortega government not now moving towards completing the revolution in the work that it was doing in the Caribbean regions?
Okay, so you have 4 minutes, Jaime.
Okay. I do not know what is meant by Ortega government moving towards completing the revolution and the work that it is doing in the Caribbean regions. So I'm going to leave that question. I'm not familiar with it. I follow Nicaragua very, very, very generally. And I would completely concur with what Jeff has said previously. But why should revolutionary socialists devote any effort to fighting for socialist policies in unions and the NDP, where the entire leadership is pro-capitalist? And this question could perfectly apply. For example, why should we work in social democratic parties in Europe, where the leadership is pro-capitalist? I mean, can you imagine something more pro-capitalist than Tony Blair or something like that? So why do we work in this? Why do we work in these parties? The British labor movement is a very, very good example. I'm sort of familiar with its history, so I will use it as an example and not talk specifically about the NDP. But I'm sure that what I'm going to say applies to Canada, at least in a general way. The British Labour Party emerged from a legitimate union movement, and it matured during the 19th century. It's not just like something linear, but it went through a whole series of transformations and different ideas before emerging as a labor party. Britain was when this party arises. Britain is at its height of its economic power, and the working class was not particularly revolutionary, but they built their own party. That is, the working class was having an experience of how would it handle politics, what would it do with the country, And of course, I mean, it was not going to be easy to, and it didn't happen, to convince that party to go over into revolutionary socialism. But it was a party created by the working class, although it has degenerated, and you will know a lot more about the recent history than I know. But this is a very important experience. In contrast, and I'll finish with this: Mexican workers have never made their own party. They have been part of bourgeois parties. That is why politics in Mexico goes way behind what the politics are in places like Britain. In Britain, you wouldn't be so clear about this. You would think that they're just rotten and that's it. But no, I mean, the working class has pushed there very hard. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaime. Okay, Barry, 4 minutes.
Yeah. The reason why socialists have a responsibility to work in the unions and in the labor-based NDP is because we have a working class orientation. We think that revolution will not occur until a large section of the working class is convinced of the need for it and is organized in a revolutionary party. Workers who vote NDP in English Canada and who join it do so because they reject the parties of Bay Street, and they're attracted to the NDP for a variety of reasons, including that it may represent to them a socialist alternative to the political and economic status quo. We want to win those workers, their hearts and minds, to the revolutionary socialist movement. If you're not involved in the NDP and the labor unions in this country, then you don't have you're not serious about having a working class orientation. Those organizations are very large. We are small but growing impressively, and we want to win the workers' vanguard to revolutionary socialism. You know, I devoted most of the attention of my talk to anarchism and to the Communist Party. However, it should be stated that on the revolutionary left in Canada today, the two fastest growing parties are Socialist Action and a group called Fight Back. And they are a study in contrast. We want to work with them, but we need to be honest about our differences with them as we are with the others mentioned earlier. Socialist Action is committed to the United Front approach, as I've explained in some detail. Socialist Action challenges the conservative Labour and NDP leadership, as I just reiterated now. And it champions freedom from Palestine for an end to the Zionist apartheid state. Fight Back avoids unity in action. It supports the soft left in the workers' movement. It opposes boycott, divestment, sanctions, and it upholds the discredited two-state Bantustan solution against Palestine liberation. And Jaime might be interested to know or will recall that it works inside bourgeois parties in Pakistan and in Mexico. Socialist Action is for a green planned economy and for a workers' revolution. We stand on the tradition of the founders of communism in Canada 100 years ago. A revolutionary party is needed to prepare for the revolution, and it must know what to do after the revolution. And one of the first films I saw at the Trotskyist headquarters when I first became radically minded was a film called Zapata. And it talked about the uprising. Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa came to power in 1911 in Mexico, but they didn't know what to do. And their short-lived government collapsed. So the promise of the Mexican Revolution was frozen in time and not fully realized, a task that presents itself today to the workers and farmers in that country. We need a revolutionary party that knows what to do. Doesn't have all the answers, but strategically and generally speaking, knows that it must expropriate the interests of the 1%, that it must empower working people to exercise control over the economy, not just government. And that is the road to revolution. That is the road to human liberation. And we have a short time to do it before the carbon economy crushes the hopes of humanity and the future of nature. So we invite you to join us. Join us now, and we will engage in the most important task that humanity can shoulder in these days. Join Socialist Action, and together we will make the world socialist revolution starting here, starting now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, fellow listeners, this is the end of our conference, Socialism 21. And I have an echo here, Kurt. Something the matter? Okay, so that's better. Okay, so the question we asked at the beginning, how to make a revolution, and we said we had some ideas. And I think with the help of all of our panelists, John Clarke, Julius Arscott, Sandra, Florence, Tom, Emily, Gary, Julius, Yasin, Sandra, Jeff, Jaime, and Barry, and of course our producer, I hope that we helped do that tonight. So, if you would like to join us, of course, and or talk to us about joining SA, write to socialistactioncanada@gmail.com or just call 647-986-1917. So that's 986-1917. And if you want to take the opportunity to order some great literature from SA, subscribe to our monthly newspaper, Socialist Action, which is the best, I think, publication of its kind in North America. At any time during the conference you decide you would like to join SA, please write a message in the chat column or fill out the membership form at our website, socialistcanada.ca. So once again, if you like this show, please subscribe to the Socialist Action YouTube channel. The next SA webcast will occur in the coming days and weeks, but the Socialist Action Annual Convention takes place next Saturday, June 13th. The convention is for members and invited guests. If you would like to be invited, please contact us immediately at www.socialistaction.ca. So in the meantime,